down, but they didn't even give him a chance to play around the ball or anything, and they're shouting.
juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
We already saw most of the teams of Group A and Group B, which means that they will try to do their best to redeem themselves, or some will try to prove that they are the best. Welcome to WePlay Academy League Season 3, Day 3. My name is Heko, and while I'll be sitting in this comfy armchair, my analysts unfortunately will have to share the sofa. Of course, there are none other than Pimp and MOUZ. Guys, I hope there's enough space for both of you and
You lost weight, so it's actually perfect. There's lots of space up here.
Thanks for noticing, Pimp. That's
yeah,
the
you look
thing.
good. You look good.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna look even better by the time the finals roll around.
Yeah, debatable, but
Oh, really? You don't trust the process? You don't trust the journey? It's gonna happen. But no, we got a great.
I think you're peaking right now.
We got a great couch, honestly. Yeah. I'm honestly like I could fall asleep here so easily. It's a great this is one of the best set pieces I've ever been on at any event. I'll say that easily. That's an easy set.
He's happy today, huh?
yeah, he's feeling really good about himself. I'm sure there's enough space for you and your ego at this point.
Oh my God, I'm just taking a compliment from Pimp. I'm not trying to stroke my own ego or anything right now, but you know what? You know who's gonna stroke their own ego? Mm-hmm. I think it's gonna be Young Ninjas today. I think they're looking for some absolute dominance.
Well, that might happen, but first let's just make a short recap of what actually happened yesterday, because we had MOUZ NXT against Eternal Fire Academy, and that was kind of a surprise because, I mean, MOUZ NXT, they won the first season, they won the second season, and then we have this Turkish lineup that we almost never heard about, and they showed us some surprising results.
It was a good game of Counter-Strike, I will say, but also a game of Counter-Strike where I feel we saw the limitations of Eternal Fire, because coming into yesterday, we had no expectations. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know about their map pool. We knew a couple of fun facts that one of their players liked to play a lot of Mirage and does too, but coming into Inferno, again, we went into the blind, and I think they left a good impression. They were able to, at certain moments in the game, apply pressure to MOUZ NXT. You see the scoreline right here being 7-6, and you thought to yourself, okay, there's a chance that they could potentially upset MOUZ NXT, but we kind of restored to normality, right? It wasn't really that close. It felt like whenever MOUZ NXT had to put on the gas pedal and had to shut it down, they had that extra gear and that extra level. So we got what we expected, and I think, you know, overall a positive first-hand experience with Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how, even though MOUZ NXT started a little slow out the gates, they were able to put things together, especially when they got on the offensive side, on their T side. They really just didn't look back at that point, and you could tell that they were light years above what we got from Eternal Fire. One guy I want to talk about really quickly though for MOUZ NXT is JDC. We're seeing a better form from him, because last season definitely Torzy stole the show, Exertion stole the show, and JDC this time around he actually picked up the secondary op for some of the rounds here on Mirage. He did very well with that on his B-site defenses, and he's a guy that Pimp and I really liked him in Season 1.
Yeah, Eternal Fire had a pretty good city side when it comes to... No, the other way around. They had a pretty good city side, but when it comes to, for example, the second map, which was actually Mirage, it kind of felt like maybe they even had a harder time than what we saw in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, they're leading 11-8. At this point, again, you think to yourself, okay, there's a legit chance of Eternal Fire, you know, making an upset. As you can see on the scoreboard right here, MOUZ NXT, they closed it out and they restored, you know, confidence in themselves and restored, I guess, control over the game as well. So it was one of those cases where we were positively surprised by Eternal Fire, but also do think we saw the limitations to the lineup, that right now they're simply not at a stage where they are able to beat MOUZ NXT. They had a chance yesterday, and that was impressive, and I guess we all can agree they left with a positive note yesterday.
Yeah, but our second series was between VP.Prodigy and FURIA Academy, and we kind of expected for the series to be pretty close. And when it comes to the first map, which was Overpass, FURIA Academy unfortunately did not manage to get the win, and VP.Prodigy managed to grab that first map.
Yeah, this was a game that I think we were kind of surprised because the bookmaker pegged FURIA as the favorites, but we kind of thought here in our camp that VP.Prodigy was looking to build off of what they did in the previous season. So VP.Prodigy, they took out one of their kind of secondary callers, Exercian, and then they brought in this guy, Delusion, and Delusion was impressive. He was a pretty fast opper. He seemed like he integrated pretty quickly into the system, and something that gives me a lot of faith in VP.Prodigy this season is that they are playing in a boot camp. VP seems to have put them up in a house together, and I think that is helping their play gel a little bit as a unit, and that's something that is so important for them because in Season 1, we saw how they had poor spacing, that they didn't trade off of each other very well. Season 2, it got a little bit better, and I think yesterday they showed a sign of cohesion that I really am looking forward to, and I hope that they keep bringing that as we move on to the later days in the season.
And that brings us a little bit to FURIA, right? Who, again, we saw it. We saw it in Season 1. We saw it in Season 2. They can play some decent Counter-Strike. They can apply pressure to some of the teams they're playing against, but they just seem to lack that, I guess, clinical finish to their game, right? That the edge where you actually win the game, where you outmaneuver your opponents in round 26, 27, 28. They always seem to fall flat in those scenarios. We saw it especially here in MOUZ, where they actually played a good game of Counter-Strike to start with, and I thought to myself, okay, they're looking like the team that are going to win them. They're looking to make the surprise against VP.Prodigy, but as we've seen so many times with FURIA Academy, they get so close and they get so far from actually getting the Ws, and I'm starting to lose faith, to be completely honest, because we saw it in Season 1, we saw it in Season 2, and I didn't see any improvements yesterday here in Season 3, and yes, I know it's just 2 maps, but we're getting to a point where you get a couple of more matches, and if you continue to make the same mistakes and the same, I guess, output on the server, which is not winning, then they must come to a conclusion that this lineup and the way they're playing right now is simply not working out.
Yeah, FURIA Academy actually had a pretty impressive lead, and it was really a surprise that VP.Prodigy was the one to make the comeback, because usually they are the team that reaches 14 rounds and then somehow something happens. Either there's a throw, either there's a choke, but in the end they lose the map. So it was kind of refreshing to see that VP.Prodigy was like on the other side. They were not the ones doing it. But when it comes to Group B, we can see that MOUZ and NXT, of course, are right now in the top, but right now they are with VP.Prodigy. Spirit Academy, we didn't yet see them play, but the guys that actually lost yesterday, they are still in the tournament because we changed the format. Previously in Season 2, if you lose your first best of 3 and then the second one, you're out. But right now, they still get to play against a lot of teams.
Yeah, we're moving with a round-robin type of format this time around, where every team's going to play each other in 2 maps, and there's a veto advantage for one of those maps. Either way, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. We'll be moving into the Gauntlet next week to decide who's going to make it to the LAN, but the top team from each group will solidify a spot for themselves at the LAN playoffs, and so every team is looking to try to win as much as possible, because even though you'll have that second chance in the Gauntlet next week, you would rather just end it. You'd rather just get out of your group cleanly, and I think that's what MOUZ is probably looking to do, and for Group A, I'd probably peg Young Ninjas as the team that's probably the favorites to get out there too.
Yeah, they are definitely the favorites, and luckily we are going to watch Young Ninjas against fnatic Rising today. And when it comes to Young Ninjas, we already saw them play 2 maps in this season, but fnatic Rising, it's kind of mystery. They are actually, I think, one of the teams that actually did not change their roster.
I mean, I did see something from fnatic Rising. You know, they publicly sent out a tweet asking people if anyone were willing to work on this project. I think that was for a coaching position, perhaps. So they are, you know, out there in the community at least trying to find the new next big thing. You know, whether that's as a player or as a coaching staff. Or
I think they got one.
They got one as well, yeah. So it worked out, I guess. But yeah, on the server it seems like it's the same players, and I guess that's a good thing and a bad thing, because I feel fnatic Rising is a team that we've had, you know, high expectations for. A guy like Regali is a really good player. There's a couple of the other guys on the team as well. You think to yourself, they can make damage, but it feels like it's been one of those teams that really haven't lived up to the potential they have.
Yeah, they're a team that seemed to kind of regress in Season 2, whereas in Season 1, they were able to make it to the LAN. I think they've even made a third-place finish overall. And then last season, they didn't make it to the LAN. They had one of the worst chokes in WePlay history.
Two chokes in a row.
2 consecutive maps in a row where they choked out. And one guy that I am going to talk about a little bit is going to be Regali, because he actually did worse. In Season 1, he had a 1.25 HLTV rating. Season 2, it went down a 0.1. It went down to 1.15. And Regali kind of talked about the fact that he's in school, that he can't really, balancing playing versus studying was difficult for him. And I really hope for his sake and Fnatic Rising that that isn't the case, that he's gotten a grasp on his studies and his work-life balance so that he can dedicate a little bit more time, because if Fnatic Rising want a chance to defeat Young Ninjas, he has to do more.
Regali is the star. Regali is the star player
Definitely.
of Fnatic Rising. He is the X factor of that lineup. He's probably one of the few players who, during Season 1 and during Season 2, could contest m0NESY, could be, a contender to be one of the better AWP players in the league. So no doubt that the Regali will have to step it up, and he'll have to be a driving factor behind the Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that they kept 4 players that they have right now. Not because they're bad, because a lot of them are actually amazing. I'm just surprised by the fact that when they were putting together those players, how did they do it? Like, did they look for someone to scout the players? No, they just opened an application, they tweeted it, and they're like, okay, who wants to be on our academy team? Just send us an application, we'll check it out, maybe we'll sign you. And that's exactly what happened. Like, Regali sent an application, then he had a call with Golden and with Keve, and right away he got the contract. They didn't even try him out. They're like, your CV looks good. Okay, we're just signing you straight away. So like the fact that they are staying together as like 4 men, and they changed like process. I mean, or maybe like process left, like we don't know.
Yeah.
But right now I have Banjo, and they kept Banjo from Season 2 to Season 3.
I think it makes sense when you start an academy team to do it like that. It may sound a little bit silly the way you describe it, but that's what you have to. But I agree, when you look towards Fnatic Rising, you'd think, okay, Season 1 you did okay, placed 3rd. Season 2 you as you said, you threw it away and should have performed better. There's so many talents out there. There's so many players out there. There's so many hard grinders, kids 14, 15, 16 who play Counter-Strike 10, 12 hours a day, which makes us irrelevant over time. They're so good at the game. There must be someone out there that you can try to pick up. And I feel like when you're at an academy stage, when you're Fnatic Rising, right, you should be more willing to take risk, maybe bring in a new guy, bring in some more firepower, bring in some new stuff to it. On the other hand, you could also argue that, yeah, they were choking against Big, right? They should have qualified for the LAN finals, and it actually did look okay up until that point. So it's like, well, what are you going for? The consistency, or do you try to aim high and go in further?
Yeah. We got the vetoes up here, and I'd say one thing that's a little bit interesting to me already is that Young Ninjas banned Inferno. That's a map that they've been pretty good on for the last couple seasons, but Fnatic Rising, that's been their strongest map in my eyes. So this is a nice little target ban coming out from Young Ninjas here, and for Fnatic, I would be really pleased to see Overpass, because I remember in Season 1, Fnatic Rising, Keve anti-stratted the hell out of Young Ninjas and was able to take a surprise victory against them. I would like to see it happen once again, or at least make it competitive, and we got Overpass here. This is the map I wanted to see personally.
That is interesting. That is very interesting, because it's also one of the maps where we highly regard Young Ninjas to be probably the best team in the entire league, especially the calling from CTR. I remember when he was playing in the main roster of NIP during the Flashpoint major qualifier.
Yeah.
He was calling an Overpass for the likes of Device,
yes,
Riz, etc.,
yeah.
right? So he has tier 1 experience on a map like Overpass, and he was actually doing a good job. I remember NIP's T-sides looking solid on Overpass.
They got worse after he left, I'll say that.
There we go.
They definitely got worse after he left.
Definitely had an effect, right? So sure thing Kevin can anti-strat and he can look into what they're doing, but is there that much material out there, and is CTR not too experienced to fall for that trap twice in a row? I think right now, if you're Young Ninjas, you're super comfortable with having Overpass as the map.
Yeah, and when it comes to the odds, it is 1.7 for Young Ninjas and 2 for Fnatic Rising. It makes quite a lot of sense, because like, even though you mentioned that Fnatic Rising once managed to win against Young Ninjas with a score of 16-12 in the first season, when they actually went to the LAN, and again it was Overpass, Fnatic lost with a score of 3-16.
Yeah, that's kind of what Pimp was talking about. Are they able to replicate that kind of incredible anti-strat performance from Keve? And I mean, second time really was the charm for Young Ninjas in that case. I think that right now Young Ninjas are just the better overall team, which is why the odds are probably in their favor. And on top of that, there's just more weapons. Like Regali might some days be the best player in this server, but FUZI is making a case to be one of the best operators in the league right now. So I think that he's a player that I'm going to keep my eye on in this game because he's going to really have so much impact, especially when they switch over to the defense.
I agree. I think that's the duel you look out for. FUZI going up against Regali, of course. And I will say it like this. I think Regali on his A-day, on his A-game, he's probably more explosive than FUZI is and can be the guy who takes over the game and really change the dynamic of it. Whereas for FUZI, I think the more we see him, he's a known quantity. Even when he was standing in for NIP playing Blast Global Finals, he didn't make a lot of mistakes, right? He didn't take a lot of unnecessary risks. Maybe he's doing that in the Academy League because he feels he has a little bit more of a backbone to fall back on. But right now, I think FUZI is by far the better player, but Regali probably the player with the highest potential on the server. So that's what we need to see, and that's where the game could get interesting.
Yeah, we didn't see these two teams play each other in Season 2, and we also didn't see our two casters, but luckily we're just going back, so our casters from Season 1 are back, so let's welcome Hugo and Harry.
Hugo!
Throwback.
Oh, thank you.
We're taking over.
Yeah, I like it.
This is
I
our
like
league.
It's it's Return of the Greats, right? That's what they say. Man, I'm really looking forward to this matchup, Hugo. Regali was one of my favorite players all the way back from Season 1. Right? I think it was really easy to try and get behind this guy in the story, and this Fnatic Rising squad, who, if you remember, all the way back in Season 1, this was famously the roster that was submitted on the day, right? Like really leaving it to the last minute. But they've kind of come along leaps and bounds since then. I feel like this is a team that's always good to give us an exciting game at the very, very least. And honestly, in my opinion, I might go against the folks on the desk. I'm kind of looking at Fnatic Rising maybe as my favorite.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. They remember at least the Invitational back in November. They won that BO3 at least, so they took down Young Ninjas before. Even though last season, they got bodied by these boys. But I want to have some faith in Fnatic Rising coming out hot off the press, especially considering, as you mentioned, day one formed on Season 1. They looked really good. They come third there, and then they are disappointing in Season 2. So I don't think Fnatic want to repeat that same story and be underwhelming in this season. So what better way to start off strong? This is the only team left in Group A who's yet to play a matchup as well. So we'll be checking out a bit of Fnatic and a bit of Overpass and a bit of tomfoolery from Maui Snake and his graffiti. How dare he?
Play it! Yeah, look at him. Look at that booty on Maui. Damn.
No, look at the screen, Harry.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Young Ninjas, Fnatic Rising, and Season 3, Day 3 of WePlay Academy League. We're getting right into the good stuff, the business, the counter.
Well, they say all good things come in threes, Hugo.
Yep.
And that's why we're just two. So here's ZTR holding on to middle. It's a little com rush. Is he going to be ready for it? There are a lot of bodies coming your way, ZTR. And he's on the receiving end of that. KST, the man to open up. And they're going to look to pick up the pace and move into A. It was a heavy B lean with the solo mid peek out of Young Ninjas. It's a bit of a pug classic, that one. And well, Fnatic Rising navigating it well, now getting that bomb down. They're in a good spot, especially as they still hold on to this connector control. A point of rotation for not one, but two players on the Young Ninjas.
Oh, Linus heard something. He was very ready for Keve, but it goes both ways, and you got to wonder where this round's going for Young Ninjas. Probably the dumpster. It's where Rolf is found, and FUZI now getting hunted down in a 1v4 dinked. He'd rather save his Kevlar, and I don't think they'll let him any more for FUZI. Not today, just the single kill. And Fnatic take the round. It seemed like ZTR, a rare case of him getting caught and confused there, Harry, right? He cleared all of deep mid in the 4B stack. He's probably making that call, guys, watch B, it's B, it's B, it's B, it's B. He starts to move into middle, and they come storming up connector. Caught off guard. Rare to see, but that was how the first domino fell, and, well, you know how it goes, Harry. When the first domino falls, the rest are just around the corner.
Yeah. That's oftentimes the case with those with dominoes.
It's down dominoes, man. And so AK's out here for Fnatic in the second, and Young Ninjas on third. They buy right up.
But, speaking of dominoes, it's Young Ninjas coming in with a bit of extra cheese here, Hugo, right? Like, they've gone with the Force Buy right away.
CZ in play? I haven't seen this gun in years. It's skinless. That's how you know Sapik doesn't use it either. He's a 5'7" man, but he's decided to get real Kringle for us right now. trying to get weird and wild.
What would you prefer? You know, the extra cheese of Young Ninjas or the extra pepperoni?
Pepperoni.
Right, here we go. Rolf and his Deagle.
Can we bring back the Season 2 card?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, man. Launders would have never said anything like that, would he?
No, he would have put pineapple instead.
Rolf's getting naded. Rolf is having some flashbacks here. He's brought down low. Ooh. Come on, Rolf. Show us what this Deagle can do. They might just get out of there. They've sent the bomb all the way back, right? It was in connector as well. This is why they were fighting for it early on. Now it's grouped up over here in top middle. Young Ninjas are at least aware of this, right? They've called for this early A rotation. They've got 3 players up in this A bomb site. I say that, you know, they're about to have 3 players here, but is it going to be in time? Fuzi and Linus going to be that first point of contact.
Well, they're real close, waiting for Pepsor to move in on long and lovely shot for Fuzi on the Deagle. Can't do any more though. Insta headshot for Banjo, and Linus stuck at truck, flashed out. Even though Banjo's white, he can't. Linus can't do a thing about it. Rather, 3-on-2, and Banjo very low. He's going to just go for that stick with cover from rifles. The Eagles though looking dangerous. Oh, can he stop the plant? No, but he can get the kill at least. Maybe there's still a chance for Young Ninjas in the 2-on-2. No kick currently. fnatic back off. KST is cornered. He has to fight for his life, looking at the ground, hoping they discount him. KST, that doesn't work! Rolf goes up and over. ZTR helps out, and now they start to get on the defuse, trying to move the model as far away as he can as Rolf covers, and that's a lovely round out of Young Ninjas. KST, it looks silly. It would have worked if they peeked down the stairs,
exactly,
but it's because ZTR goes over the top that he has full vision, and that was a pretty desperate round there for fnatic Rising in the post plant. No cover for the planter either. Just hung Banjo out to dry.
Yeah, man. And, you know, you shouldn't even be getting your Banjo wet in the first place, you know? Let alone hanging it out to dry like that.
How are you going to play it?
Let's go listen into the Young Ninjas, see if they're musically inclined moving into this next round.
I don't have money for short.
Music to my ears.
I'll smoke the mid one. I smoke mid.
I'll flashing. They're
not smoking
monster.
One picking mid one.
They needed them. Can be fountain.
Yeah. I will spot balloons.
One is picking monster.
Underground is clear, but needs to have.
Coming with you. I have a flash.
He's still right side monster, guys, just jiggling.
I'm searching mid.
Wait.
I don't see anyone short. Can you come and boost me short? Actually, I will boost you. You can take A.
Yeah.
When is jump spotting?
2 double picking monster, there's 3 B. Rotation is ABC. I'm coming with you, Pepper.
Yeah, I'm searching. I'm close banana.
You wanna go B or?
No, we will boost.
I got toilets. Watch out long.
I can flash B before you boost. I'm staying con then.
Yeah,
One
we
jumping
should,
inside.
Yeah, let's group B.
Yep. I can smoke heaven.
When jumping.
I'll smoke side. Quite short.
I'm on it short.
Let's go monster. We'll go monster.
Okay.
You can smoke heaven. Can you do the rain flash for us if me and Matthias walk close?
Yes. Step white short.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I can do pillar flash late. I can flash in monster.
Yeah, we should do double flash then.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm gonna do no flash now.
Yeah, wait.
You do second one.
Yeah, go.
you go.
Flashing.
Flashing.
Boom.
Boom. Let's go.
Two monster.
Yeah.
Too close.
There we go. Nice little round for the Young Ninjas. I do want to clear up any confusion there. If you're wondering, like, well, hang on, why aren't they all just speaking Swedish? And on top of that, why are they smoking heaven? why are they executing B when they're CT side? Yeah, no, that was actually the fnatic Rising comms. It's all well and good. I actually really like listening to fnatic Rising comms because obviously they are communicating in English with one another, so that's always a treat for us. I like that as well. They had the realization that it was, you know, that early triple B stack. They get all of that just from a couple of spots down towards Monster. But unfortunately, they're not able to actually have anything materialize on the back of it. That force buy shut down pretty one-sidedly by the Young Ninjas.
Yeah,
and
hold by Sapek.
Yeah, I mean, Sapek is, you know,
he's a beast.
I want to remind everyone what we christened this guy in Season 1, the Cringe Lord, because he really was, like, down towards this B bomb site, he's grimy, he's gremlin-y about how he plays this position, and he is always good for a multi-kill, man. He is such a such a pillar of an overpass for this team for that exact reason, I feel like. He's just so comfortable in so many different positions, a very clear understanding of how he likes to play that B site, and the team accommodate it through and through.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to Season 1 while we're on the topic, I really liked seeing Nilo on this map, obviously no longer in this team bench now, but this guy was 16, looked really, really talented on CT Overpass at times, and was, I think, part of the reason Young Ninjas look so good on this map in that first season. Paramatch odds look good for the Ninjas, and you'll notice there, they just lob some nades over the wall, Harry, for ZTR. That's really cool to see him get those free flashes after he lobs his molly. That's smart as well. Right, still everyone buys full nades, but they throw them to the most useful position, which is down on B, setting up those monster flashes.
See, when I throw my nades out of the map, it's throwing, but no, obviously, right? That's a really nifty little idea. To help reinforce that B site with util without ever having to have made the journey or drop them down towards heaven or something terrible.
I do want to finish that Nilo point because I hope he comes back, and I hope we get to see him, even if not in this team, but in another team, and to run it back, to try it again, because I do think he is a talent with a lot of potential, and as is this Young Ninjas roster, still star-studded. So shout out Nilo, shout out Sapek as well. And shout out LNZ for swinging down Con, taking down Banjo. Pepsor's all the way up in A, however. That walk up for ZTR just here in time. Gonna get that jump spot, and he's been seen. Oh, one tap will not connect. Pepsor backs out, waits for his team to group up. They do have a player out monster in the meantime. AST killing rotate, and that might just force you down Con. The issue is that's where the CTs were earlier, and Linus has gone all the way up ladder, back through T-spawn, trying to stop this B play before it happens.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. Like, they should have no idea that he's here, right? KST got out through Monster just moments ago. You've cleared short, you've held it this whole time, but Pepsor still cognizant of this fact. Holding on to Monster, a man down for Young Ninjas. This is not an easy road ahead of them. Smoke down at bridge. You need to clear this close angle, and as you try to do that, as you try to swing onto KST, that's where this peek can come through from the site itself. Deal with the first man, and Keve misses the timing there on the re-swing. Doesn't want to give too much away, but it might end up being the polar opposite here. They tap on the bomb, they bait the peak. It's another kill out of the Young Ninjas, and they find all of them. A man down in the retake, and you wouldn't know. ZTR sees it through to the very end, and it's a 4th for the Young Ninjas.
Oh, they're looking ferocious right now, Harry. Right, obviously 2-0 up in this league already. They managed to body Astralis talent back-to-back on Vertigo. I say body, one of the maps was close, of course, but yeah, Young Ninjas here looking to make another statement piece and run away with the online league, which is honestly seemed to be where they do their best work, right? In these online matches. And it's a whole different beast. But obviously young players, lacking the experience on the stages, there's time for that. There's time for all of them. And I say it, hey, as more time has gone by since that Season 1, more of these Young Ninjas players have had that LAN experience and had that Tier 1 experience as well. So, exciting stuff. 4-1, the double long push. Every round, it's something new for the Ninjas. They've got a lot of info. Fuzi didn't see them in middle, smoked off. Now finally Pepsor enters Playground. That was a lightning fast kill from the Galil, but it's still traded. Now the AWP killing Con rotates, and that's a flick for Fuzi. Dropping the bomb in middle in a 4-on-2. Keve has got to manhandle his way back into this round.
Yeah, he does have some support available from KST, right? He was also out in middle. But this Fuzi AWP, mate, this has been the undoing of fnatic Rising in this round. And it's still floating around, man. It's still hanging about, looking for even more. They do manage to flash him off the angle, but it's going to take more than flashes to stop peaks coming out of Fuzi with the round he's having. Keve, this is audacious, right? Hoping that they take this swing, hoping that Fuzi goes walking right into the crosshair, but instead he's just jump peeking over the dice box, looking for this info, and now that smoke going over. Game's been given up. They know that it's this A play after all. fnatic Rising, they don't even look like they really want to go for this right now. It's very weird. Yeah, that Molotov in the toilet pushing them back. 15 seconds. Are you still invested? They are creeping up. Uzi's now seen them getting closer, but he does concede the site. All right. Over in Bank, he strikes down another. A third in the round, and well... why not make it a fourth to tag the USP to finish? It's madness, and that's where FUZI looks to do his best work.
I mean, Fnatic was shocked that Ninjas were playing retake there, right? Because they saw them jumping in the site, and then suddenly everyone's disappeared, backed out through Bank, run away through the dumpster smoke. They try and chase the kills instead of planting, and that just feeds you to the Ninjas at that point. Sick round for FUZI, 4 frags, and the flick to boot.
Yeah, for anyone watching along at home, you know, I would say really take note of FUZI in this round. This is such a good example of an AWPer going through the motions, right? He starts in a very forward position in the toilets, and over time, with each shot that's taken, he's moving back, going through the positions, holding down that A-bomb site. And it was really, really nice. That's like a textbook example of an AWPer just going through it. Lovely little nade stack, but Sapek with the tunnels push has really negated the effect of it. Banjo, last man standing, all alone, the last dance, and well, the music stops as Linus puts a 6th on the board for Young Ninjas.
Could not have been a better round to push, walk push into water for Sapek, right? They're lining up their nade stack, which is nice, but it doesn't matter when you just get mowed down right here. Really good stuff. And you know something, Harry, you want to talk about FUZI, something we always said is it's a real shame that, you know, we see these upgrades of like Young Ninjas players into the main team and they get chances. Well, you know, FUZI as an AWP player, we've always got device in the way. That's always going to be, you know, the biggest problem. But still plenty more Academy Leagues to grind, I would imagine. And damn, he's showing off today.
Yeah, I mean, dude, something I always find kind of interesting is like, it feels like in Europe, you know, like a lot of players do really like AWPing, and they have like a very good explosive kind of style. You know, even in CIS, they crap incredible AWPers out like it's nothing, bro. Like just every 6 months. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, who's this guy? Oh, who's that one? Let's go listen into Fnatic, and then we'll revisit this in a moment.
No. Okay, we'll just jump up.
I'll smoke them all.
Flash.
I'll drop my molly.
Flashing one. Let's go in playground together, Julian. I'm flashing one over.
Go.
Flashing.
One is close to monster, I think.
Watch out, close mid.
I have long peek.
I'm spotting balloons. One is balloons.
I'm blind, I'm full blind.
And one, it's 3A. One is hiding balloons and one fighting A.
There is smoke monster.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
short.
Yeah, do it.
He ran away, Julian.
Can be con.
I think it's still balloons.
One is still close.
Yeah, I think so too.
Third smoke B. We should go towards A now.
Okay.
I think it's still balloons, guys. If you trade him, you can have a good option.
I'll go with you, Matthias.
Yeah, one banan or toilets.
Yeah, he fell. You can go playground and... Oh, okay.
Let's just walk up here.
Just wide the left side. Watch out, balloons, Kevin. I think he's hiding there still.
I can flash
Like,
electronic.
he's
balloons.
not open for underground. He's open to long.
Yeah. Can you check him, Kevin? I can flash him.
Yeah. You don't need to flash.
I flashed.
Don't see banan.
I'm on there.
We can execute that, guys. We have a lot of utility.
I will smoke stairs.
Do bank smoke, Kevin. I'll do stairs smoke.
Yeah. I will take
Smoke toilets.
I'm gonna do entry flash. Big bomb.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
Smoking.
I'm doing
One HP. I'm full blind.
Kevin has one flash.
Okay. Yeah,
Behind dice.
I'm just flashing.
I'm all behind dice. Long. 1 HP on corner.
Ice in their veins. Young Ninjas just do not let you get comfortable. And everyone on the A site by the time the exec came in, right? In previous rounds, we've seen Young Ninjas not even have enough players on the site. But this time, it's all 4 as Fnatic get steamrolled. Harry, you were talking about AWPers, talking about regions. Where are you going with that?
Oh, yeah, I was saying, right, like in EU, we have a lot of AWPers. CIS produces incredible AWPers every 2 months, it feels like. Out in NA, meanwhile, you know, that's something that they actually struggle with. I always find that kind of interesting. We were talking about, like, you know, where can these players look to go in the future? What could that hold? Well, who knows, mate? Maybe even a trip abroad, because, you know, I think even Elige said recently when it comes to the topic of Minus, someone that he said to keep an eye on, an AWPer,
Yeah.
He mentioned now there aren't many AWPers out in NA. It's not something that they're producing a hell of a lot of right now. And even if you think to teams like Team Liquid, mate, Nitro for the longest time was the guy on in the AWP. You don't look at him and go, yeah, that's an AWPer through and through.
No.
Right? He was more doing it out of necessity and could hold his own, but he wasn't this explosive powerhouse that a lot of these EU and CIS teams have.
Yeah, if I'm correct, wasn't Minus on one of Maui Snake's teams in the past? So
I
I feel like when you
think
have
he
that
was.
kind of like level of coaching and level of experience, that's only gonna help.
Yeah, no, I mean, Maui made me a more complete player. I'll admit
true.
that.
Yeah.
Right, so look, we got a little B play coming in. FURIA with this AWP. AW, here he is. Waiting patiently. There's 3 around the corner. Oh, no, that's a bit of a miss. Banjo with the opener. However, it's Sapek pulling the strings, baby. In with 3. And there's Rolf to close. 8-1, and the domination continues.
The puppet master of Sapek. Oh, he's so good, man. Keep throwing him flashes, and he'll keep racking up bodies. The freezer's full. Send him to the ground.
Dude, it was coat hangers in that wicker basket behind the.
Yeah, you called it. Wait, did you remove the partition?
No, partition's there, but it's more see-through than ever before. Here we go.
Yes. That's what the people want. Give it.
Let us see your coat hangers.
8-1 now, and fnatic rising are not rising.
That's someone who has clothes rails in their room because they have way too many outfits. We've all been there. When you own that many coat hangers, you have too many clothes.
Dude, WePlay have too many outfits, I think, Harry. You're rocking the pink today. You look dapper.
Yeah, you're rocking a bit of pink too, mate. We're 2 in the pink.
Yeah, 2 in the pink.
And Maui can be our 1 in the stink. 8-1 right now, Young Ninjas. Still building upon this incredible lead.
Oh, no, look at this.
Push through Monster.
Oh, this is terrible. They even full white the Monster push, but it doesn't matter because fnatic Rising, Harry, they're so scared of taking middle. They're trying to delay take it because think about how many rounds ZTR's been pushed up, Fuzi's been AWPing party. We've had a double long push in the past from ZTR. Like now, finally fnatic are taking mid. Like, haha, they think we're B. No, they don't, boys. No, they don't. You're getting backstabbed by Rolf. He is sneaking in through spawn right now, and fnatic, every bit that they slow down, every second that they stop walking and stand still, Rolf gets closer. Dun-dum.
This is scary, Hugo.
Dun-dum.
It's like that film Jaws.
Dun-dum.
About the shark with really big jaws, and here he is.
Dun-dum.
Uh-oh. There's one. Oh, Rolf!
No.
What? Oh no!
He's an animal!
One tap does plenty! And now Linus in with one more. It's Jess Regali all alone with an eagle.
Oh, pull that one up, Jamie. I need to see that right back on my screen. That is filth! What? The flick one tap? That didn't even look like it hit. Man is cerebral right now. Young Ninjas woke up on the right side of bed. Coat hangers in the way. Oh! Dude.
Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, he's behind the wall.
That is just something else, man.
Clip it and ship it, boys. Get it out right now.
Rob's out here curving bullets like this is wanted.
No auto mutes, one of the first games we've seen today. We've got professionals in the server. Linus, he's flashed. Pushed in through. Sorry, that shocked me there.
No, I love it. I love it. That was a lot of tone, a lot of emotion. FUZI, he's going to need to show us some grit. Oh, that nade brutalizes him, and Pepsaw spams the smoke. Yeah, this is a bit of a grisly start to the round for Young Ninjas. You know, they try to experiment here, right? That's what this was. You're 9-1 up. These are the rounds where you try to keep fnatic Rising guessing. They went for aggression in middle. And hell, I mean, it worked for them last time when they pushed B, but this time the results just aren't there. ZTR doesn't spot the tree player.
Dude, it's Swede on Swede action. We've got Pepsaw sowing seeds with a diamond hoe right now. There's nothing that Ninjas can do until Sapek, of course, moves in for the kill and blow. And now force down B. Rolf is going to hear this ahead of time. Oh no, oh, can he get the molly out? Needs to be quick. Smoke instead, rather, not molly. And so they won't respect it. Why bother when Sapek is here instead with a double? Make it 3. One more for Sapek, but he can't convert. And it is Keve to clean up the round. We needed some Swedish success, and will come through finally for fnatic. And this is a terrifying game already. Brutal scenes, brutal rounds, and a whole lot of fun. Sapek, he's had his bowl of oats today, Harry. Sick round for Pepsaw as well. Triple opener to actually even get that close, and it's only converted in the 1v1. Think about that. 2 on 5, almost done dirty.
I mean, that is like a classic Sapek B hold right there, right? He
Go for the first.
gets the last guy down to 8 HP as well. So close.
FUZI. Oh, he missed the timing. Oh, luckily enough, Banjo was not considering it. So that is another opener from the AWP. Regali's got his, but I mean, how has Regali even had a chance to run that AWP? There's not been many opportunities for it. Money alone. FUZI now, he's got his double opener. He can just sit back on a lame angle from very far. Going back to check the short side, make sure no one's crawled out connector. Still got long control from Linus. We've got dirty little double B set up with a flash ready as well. Covered from Heaven is ZTR. And still spotting Con on timing, so if anyone does want to rotate between sites, they will get caught. Oh, this is a horrible setup to get through for Fnatic. They're hoping the kills come their way, but it might be the other way around. They walk to the AWP. FUZI, luckily enough, misses. It's a bait peek from KST. He's going to have to back up. Regali wins his fight. Linus gets impatient, peeking out on the long side, and now there's a bit more room for Fnatic.
Look, man, if anyone was going to be the hero in a round like this, it has to be Regali, right? Like, these are kind of the moments he used to excel in, right? When you needed someone to step up, when you needed someone to create you space, even though he's on that AWP, mate, he's so proficient at it.
Oh.
KST spotted now, Young Ninjas piecing together that this is the A play. ZTR holding on to the toilets. This crossfire between him and FUZI, pretty devastating with Regali dead. Any hopes of turning this one around fall onto the shoulders of Keve, and FUZI alleviates that pressure by dropping him out of the round. 4 kills for FUZI and a 10th for Young Ninjas, now into double digits. This is so one-sided, Hugo.
It's like I think it was Maui saying on the desk, right? Like, yeah, Regali, probably one of the star AWPers, you know, the star player for Fnatic Rising team, no doubt. But FUZI is making a name for himself to be the star AWPer of the league. And right now, I mean, in that head-to-head, it's not even close. Obviously, you know, CT Overpass, one of the best, you know, places to AWP in Counter-Strike right now. I guess CT Nuke and CT Overpass probably up there in terms of your freedom. And so FUZI's really just getting to flex his muscles. It's a lot harder for Regali to get value, but even so, every shot is connecting, bait peak or not. Sapek's playing above a smoke. You shouldn't be surprised. Keve's cleared out a connector, and Sapek will leave. Go back towards A, join up with Linus. The AWP has now started B as well, so it's only going to get worse for Fnatic. FUZI's trying to make reads. Him and Sapek are 15-4 and 14-5, respectively. Pretty grimy. Fnatic are struggling to get even started in this T side. It can feel like T side overpass is a bit of a brick wall at times. We haven't seen many faster, you know, decommits. That's maybe something that Fnatic are thinking about doing in the next gun round. Go for one of these early pops. Bombs getting retrieved back in spawn as we speak, and walking up toilets are the rest of the Rising team. But we got a bait jump from Sapek, and Linus is up close, so I can imagine this won't go well for Fnatic Rising.
Oh, a little flash. Oh, it's well timed. That's really nice. Linus gets those fights just separated from one another thanks to the flashbang throw and over from Sapek. And I mean, this is just looking so put together, man. The synergy of Young Ninjas is off the charts right now. Everyone's on the same page. Individually, there's not a weak link in sight. You know, they're running all over the map right now. You kind of mentioned how that AWP found itself down towards B. Sapek had rotated up to play the A bomb site. That's the real switch up there. But they're feeling confident and comfortable enough to get away with stuff like this, always keeping Fnatic Rising guessing. And I mean, really, you know, you're starting to run out of hope a little bit here.
Yeah, you don't want to have to call a rush B at like 11-2, but you're just slow defaulting has not worked. You've been getting picked apart by the AWP. You've barely been able to get A control. The one round you do a slow A, you get walk flank through Monster. Out connected, that's a big opener for Banjo. We needed that for Fnatic, as now they pummel through the Monster position. It is the B rush that we were waiting for. They've got a lot of space right now. The AWP isn't here, but good flash sets ZTR up for the kill. KST gone and ZTR is still on default, hiding behind the smoke. Who will see who? It's ZTR with another, Linus with a kill. Rolf cleaned out in the pit, but it does not matter when all of Fnatic Rising have fallen, apart from Banjo, and he won't last long either. Linus with a big 3k up from heaven above the smokes, and 12-2. It feels like there's no room, no hope for Fnatic Rising in this map at least.
Yeah. The lean into overpass, the deaths, they were questioning what was up with this one. They were wondering and kind of debating if all this anti-strat work that we've seen in the past from Fnatic Rising had gone into this. Well, I don't know, mate. There's no anti-strat Young Ninjas that look this good. For me, it's just how, like that round with the little Sapek poppy-woppy round through the short side, man, that just really encompasses like the level of forethought that we're getting out of the Young Ninjas right now. They're planning for everything to go right, and it's only going right. When it's this good, how could it feel so wrong? Look at it, Linus in with a double. Why not make it a third, Linus? We'll finally get dealt with on his aggression, but still, look at what you've done to Fnatic Rising. You've cut down 2, you've kept them trapped at T-Ramp, where both these players are now. They've got no map control, they've got nothing to work with. This should be a Young Ninjas round through and through.
ZTR's even moving in to help Fuzi, but he could just hide in con, right? Both players out middle, not like he has anything to worry about. Or just looked away from toilet as ZTR peaks, and he's going to smoke his retreat, try and get out of there alive. Keve's trying to hunt this kill. This is a dangerous position for ZTR, can just get wall banged out. Won't stay there for long. Sapek's jumping back on bomb site, and ZTR has just been able to run all the way back to A. He's still going to swing though, isn't he? And catches Keve walking the smoke with the bomb. This just shows how desperate Fnatic are right now. Banjo on the AWP, flashed off the angle, back he goes, but he's about to get double-faced, and that's all it takes. 13-2, a statement piece right now from the Young Ninjas. Sapek and Fuzi and Linus dominating, but no weak links in the Swedish side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crying shame, like one of the things we were really touting coming in was that Regali AWP, we very rarely see him got to use it, and whenever he did, very little was found on the back of it, it felt like.
Felt like he had one AWP kill.
Yeah, and even then, I feel like he only really had the AWP like a handful of times. Yeah, no, I know, but I
don't think you can pin this on one player for Fnatic either. More of the snowball effect than anything, and some really nice setups for Young Ninjas. It feels like some of their reads were excellent, like from the monster walk on that slow A play to some of the mid, like the rounds they went for mid pushes, they would always get those mid pushes off or long pushes off when Fnatic had 1 or 2 players defaulting playground, like Pepsol just getting cleaned out and traded early. Then you have so much info, it's a B play. The best round Fnatic had that they didn't win was that B rush that they got into a 3-on-3 and then just got shredded from heaven. There wasn't a lot to rely on there for Fnatic. There wasn't much they could look at and go, yeah, that worked. Let's do that again. One of their 2 rounds was pistol and they didn't even convert it. That one's gonna hurt. Feels like everything you do is the wrong call.
Just reliving some of these B holds, man, and some of these moments. Yeah, I mean, I think thus far this has just been a very demoralizing game for Fnatic Rising, right? But who hasn't been demoralizing? Who? The Young Ninjas. I bet they're feeling pumped right now. Let's listen in and see if that's the case.
Go like this. This. Oh my god. I'm taking mid down. And mid. Yep. Flasha. Jag ser där. Ute. En plank. Spring upp igen. Jag bara springer genom smoken. Ja, kör nu. Ett monster. Gå en först. Gå en tå. Spring. Jag lägger en kio. En är lång, bakom defaulten. Jag lägger en till kio där. Bam. En är bank. Bank. Höger. In ett truck. Han är fast höger vänster. Okej, jag plantar truck här boys. Ja. Jag plantar truck. Var det en lång sa du? Han sa det, men det var en. En är bank. En till luge. Jag står truck. Kommer pika, pusha. Det är ingen lång. Jag lockar dålig pass för det alltså. Jag ser han inte bank, jag kan pusha trapp dock. Jag håller trapp från lång. Kittet ligger UG, jag tyckte det är den. Jag kan inte kvar bank, han är mot dig. Jag pushar. Jag går HS. Ja.
En till banan, Jeff.
Trappan är hård. Trapp.
Nice. En kvar.
Så banan.
Han borde ha kit på sig.
Ingen cap.
Han har kit på sig.
Håller.
Fin.
He got it. All right, now we're cooking. That, I mean, I was about to give the credit to the young ninjas there, right? That looked like the perfect call into what was a one-man A-hold, and even taking CT there as well. Shame to see the truck plant, right? But they got it down before they actually took CT, so they didn't have the cover just yet. And the danger of planting default when you do a round like that, where you just run up con or run down middle, is your space so tight and you're grouping so well that you don't actually have the flank. They lost that con player. So there weren't really many options for the plant, and it does let down young ninjas in the long run, but Fnatic Rising now going to be given another opportunity. However, that's their second pistol win, Harry, and it didn't work first half. This force buy is in, they're looking to get some vengeance, but that's a good start from KST to remove the first man. This is more like it.
Yeah, this is nice. All the makings of a clean round here. Banjo, tiny little pixel angle.
Oh
dear, they know about you. Knives are out.
Yeah.
Knives are out.
Get him.
Oh, he's in the smoke. He's out the smoke. He's run away.
How?
A stab wound, but still limping out of the round and still alive. Finally cut down by Linus's Galil. It's a little bit wet and wild here down towards the slip and slide of this B bomb site. Hugo, there's a big old wrap coming in from Pepsor, but he's being a bit indecisive. He doesn't know whether to commit. And that's because he's been seen here, I think, by Rolf on a jiggle. I don't know what else could have had him cause pause this late on in the retake.
Oh,
yeah. No, they don't know about him. He does recommit to this flank. Deals with the first man, but there's the follow-up. Linus down here in the water trying to watch his teammates back, and oh, he hears the footsteps, he sees them, and he lines it up. 3 in the round for Linus.
Not
Young Ninjas, it's an immediate reply with the force buy.
Hey, that was a 5-on-3 in favor of Fnatic Rising. They took 2 of the 3 rifles out of the hands of the Young Ninjas in the first couple of moments of the round, and still the Tech 9 knife rush into B almost works out. Banjo escapes temporarily, but there's no way Young Ninjas should be converting that one. They've got to be feeling feisty. They've got to be feeling fantastic.
Yep.
Let's find out.
Ja, B-sök.
B-sök. Ja.
Yep.
Ge mig inte bomben, Blocka inte mig.
Är det lugnt bror?
Flasha.
En är med.
De har inte smokat.
En hoppade.
Jag är beredd på målet.
En ute close.
Ett migren
En är
direkt.
mid-scout. Jag kommer backa till B.
Alla.
En till.
Jag backar. Vi bör
kan gå ut tillsammans. Vi är 3 oss.
Loki, vänta. Kan ni backa?
En vatten.
Ja, backa.
Ja, jag pickar servrar. Kan ni droppa dildo-flashes till mig? Så kör vi, vad fan ni kallar det. Jag lägger massa dildo-flashes bara.
Ja, vi kör hidden word. Vi kör hidden word.
Lägga.
Band word, vi kör band word.
Lägg, du måste sikta på andra knappen här. Här, lägg till mig nu.
Droppa på honom, boys.
Droppa på mig.
Jag har ingen flash.
Jag har lagom mycket ljud alltså.
Ja, jag vet.
Kan de stå inte
Kan
Jag står
du
inte.
droppa dem till mig? Jag kallar du trolllös. Jag vet inte.
Vi är redo.
Ja, är ni redo? Det kommer 3 stycken nu, okej?
Ja.
Mollar du också först?
Nej, ingen mollo.
En pikar.
Första,
Nice. Lägg en
andra,
till. En
tredje.
till. Sista nu. Boom.
En CV.
CV. Höga.
Jag mollade sig.
Höga.
Akta en till CV alltså. Akta en till.
Jag kommer smaka
Höga
sig.
går ut.
Höga. Det var 2 där. Pepsor också.
Oh no. Is he saving?
Vi kommer forsa nästa, va?
Ja.
If I had to guess, Hugo, yes.
Now, obviously, yeah. You did wait 10 seconds.
Yeah. I reckon this is a save, yeah.
I think he's probably saving. Yeah, I mean, wasted a bit of time trying to play Jenga with the flashbangs, right? Trying to get them all in one spot so they could throw them over Monster. Nice little scout shooter for Regali as well. And really it is the check for Banjo that's everything. He gets that info, he confirms that it's B later after Young Ninjas backed out, backa, and then recommitted later in the round. And that just kept everyone in heaven in CT. So Fnatic Rising, they will lose the second round, but they come back in with a force of their own. keeping this game breathing for now.
Yeah, you know, we're now into this forced by war territory. However, this, by its very nature, you know, leans in favor of a T side, let alone a T side that's up 14-4. Grouped outside of B again. This time Linus is giving middle a look in, but he was only there to make sure there's no mid-aggression. That first kill is found in the form of FURIA falling on the short side. ZTR does what he can to equalize, and now Banjo seeing a flash come through. Monster's getting a little bit panicky. He's going to have to hold his own here because Keve's got short.
Re-smoke though, Young Ninjas, they wanted to go. Linus trying to get into a little float spot there to avoid getting the bomb spotted. Just keep pushing W, my friend. Here they come. Flash is beautiful. Banjo full blind, but popped in a team kill because no one can see a thing. Doesn't matter though. Ninja's up a man. Regali is still here. They know someone had to throw the flash, so there's got to be another player. And Pepsil's up in heaven, providing suppressing fire, trying to cover, trying to bait. Gets a kill. Regali moves in on the right side of Pillar, and he might be able to finish off the round. There's one. Only Linus, and not for long. It's going to be fnatic Rising, keeping it going. You do like it. It just feels, albeit a bit too late. All it's going to take is one round for Young Ninjas, and wow. Don't stop believing now, but at least you have the eco. Try and make this scoreline just that little bit better.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, thus far, right, for this Young Ninjas side, we haven't really seen too much out of them. It has just kind of been these rinse, repeat B plays. This full eco is no exception to that. And okay, Sapek with the Glock. Should still be a cleanup. Should still be fine. And it's all good because Keve's here and he's holding the line.
They double dinged Keve and
yeah,
KST.
it's fine though. You know, you bring him down low, but you don't get the kill, it don't matter.
Yep.
Now this reinvestment comes through, and I imagine we see Young Ninjas go for a much slower kind of defaulty round. I want to see some mid control taken. I want to see some long control taken. You know, these rinse repeat B plays, they've been nice to try and condition fnatic Rising to worry about B. I mean, this is like the very nature of the mind games, right? Because you know they're fully investing here, and so in the back of your mind, you know, if you're fnatic Rising, you're going, well, there's no way they come B again, right? And that's where it all starts. So it's that one thought. Young Ninjas know they're thinking that.
Yeah, I mean, Ninjas have such a deep strap.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be worried just yet anyway. It's not like there's going to be too much conditioning for the moment. Pepsil is in con. That means only one player is on A. It's Regali. It's got an AK, but not his signature weapon. And timings can be hit, so if they're going to reroute through toilets, that's fine, but he's got to consider the long possibility. No rotate has come up from B. Pepsaw is now being trapped in con. He's going to get his way out through B short. I mean, even that's a gamble. They didn't know that was clear, but he'll go anyway, and he'll get out with his life. Back to the bomb site, and now we can start to see those A rotates up. Means Regali can just focus on his position, and rightly so. There's three Ts walking up with the bomb in toilet. They've been spotted. Regali has no. He's going to swing for the bomb, and now he can smoke the Molotov as well. Got a bit more cover to play with. Can his team help him out as Young Ninjas are on a recovery mission? They may even be able to grab that bomb through the smoke. Yeah, they got it. Nice hop for ZTR to do so. Regali's still moving back in, but Rolf was holding on the con side, and we'll deal with him. 3-on-3 now. Young Ninjas, this is a dream of a round for them. They can slow down, they can wait a moment, and then recommit later. Not much time to wait, though. No flashes either. Double smoke over the top, and here they go.
Oh, fnatic Rising, they were just dropping down to B. Now, I think this just comes as a result, like we say, so many of these rounds ending down towards that B site. Things go silent up on A. You start to doubt yourself.
Nice.
Keve able to make up for it. They try to barrel through this smoke. They try to rush down the bomb plant, and ZTR, dead man. It's a really nice response out of fnatic Rising, giving me almost Gambit-esque vibes with how they play this A bomb site there. Right, a lot of teams would elect to respect those smokes, try to play out, you know, a 3-on-2 retake, especially because you've already lost some site control. Not Fnatic Rising though. They barrel through that dumpster smoke.
Especially in that spot, right? You're 3-on-2 and the time is low, so you know if Young Ninjas actually want to win the round, that is not a fake plant, and that's why you know that you should rush, right? Only one guy is covering, and that's a 2-on-1. It's a free kill essentially. Worst case, you trade it, and then the plant is going to be so frazzled because he just got off the bomb, he's not ready. And so yeah, nice response for Fnatic, but you know that's a play that you make mainly because of the clock. This is an interesting buy, though. You've got so many nades behind these pistols for Ninjas. So they must have something up their sleeve. Oh, the con boost. It's perfect. Nice call. Keve done a lot of damage there. Couldn't convert the kill, but got the info. The A1S so good for spamming this as well. You don't know the trajectory. It's not like FUZI can fire back with accuracy. Young Ninjas will eventually make their way through Con, taking B short as well. Bomb and Monster. Orp is finally here for Regali, but maybe he'll kill FUZI. Otherwise, I don't think he's going to get a gunfight. Not until the B play comes in.
It's going to be a late boost over.
So ready.
Yeah, Young Ninjas were patient, and they seem so aware of that one. So a trade found at least, and softening up the B site in the process. You've triggered a rotation out of Regali as well. Gonna lob that flash Sapek into Monster, but Sapek, who was full blind, by the way, still the man to get the kill. Regali now, the one who threw that flash, has dropped into the pit with this AWP. They were holding for it, but ZTR can't react fast enough. This AWP, combat AWPing up close, and Regali's on for a double. KST dead. Linus gets the info that Pepsaw's up in heaven. And now a 1v1 on his plate with the info residing on the side of Linus. He's still trapped in on the site here, trying to cross back and out, and he has made it to Pillar. Things now get a little bit harder for Pepsaw, right? You don't exactly know where Linus has gotten to. He's still crossing out in the open, trying to fight this. And that might be a decision you come to regret. Pepsaw locks it in. He has been the trigger man for Fnatic Rising, right? The one who's, you know, kept a good performance up all game long in spite of that one-sided first half.
I gotta say as well, it doesn't matter, but it's a funny detail. Pepsaw had 28 health, and he drops out Heaven, and he goes to 5. Imagine if he died there, falling out of Heaven, Harry. That's the kind of stress. Compare these teams, right? That's the kind of stress that Fnatic are going through. Almost dies by 5 health, falling out of Heaven to defuse the bomb in a 1v0. But then the inverse is like ZTR is just taking every... was it Linus in the clutch? 3-letter names, man, they get me confused. But he was just taking so many fights, right?
It was Linus.
It was Linus, yeah, I thought so. So confident, and that's really the mindset the Young Ninjas are in right now. Maybe it's not the safest way to play that 1v1, but after you've hit 2 bangers, why not? Why not commit? Why not go for it? So, really nice shots, but it is going to be Fnatic Rising continuing to chug up the hill and get closer to victory lane. Nice shot. FUZI was on that angle, but Regali is very quick.
Yeah, and, you know, even more mid-aggression coming out of this little duo of, you know, Pepsaw and Regali. Not a fun duo to run into. Boost up for Rolf. Hasn't offered anything initially. KST, even though he's holding for it, AK will best the M4 in the headshot game.
Dink's not nice, but too far away to run back and grab that orb. He plays it again. I actually really like this.
I love the decision to reboost.
Shot. Yeah, you know, you may as well go up.
Also, like, no one's going to anticipate, like, yeah, they've reboosted into that again.
Yeah, after getting the kill. Keve is checking it out, though. Can't be seen from this angle, but eventually they're going to drop off loud. And now Young Ninjas, they just have to go. 30 seconds, split, 3-1. That AWP has just moved in on Hammond. Feels like Regali's rotates on the CT side have been nice, right? He's been in B when he's been required, but is he even required? Is his crossfire enough? No, they're looking the wrong way. Banjo does pick up the pieces and double down as Regali moved in from the pit. So, yeah, hung out to dry was one player there but on Monster, but it's not a big problem. And now we're starting to see the difficulties of this T side, right? You know, fnatic, that was all they had in the first half, and now Young Ninjas are experiencing some of the same woes. All that matter in the long run. Look at the streaks.
Yeah, this is a little rough, man. One of the things we've always credited this Young Ninjas squad with, and I think this largely comes from ZTR, is that their T-sides have been good a lot of the time, right? Like, this isn't where they've had a lot of their downfalls, and even if you think back to ZTR's time in the main NIP squad, that was actually when their T-sides looked better, all things considered, right? So it's worrying me a bit because with each round that passes, fnatic Rising are getting more and more comfortable, more and more confident in this one, right? Regali, if you remember, was having a dead quiet game. I mean, everybody was, with the exception of Pepsor, but that AWP has now made an appearance a damn sight more than we got to see it in that first half. It's finding its footing. The duo of Pepsor and Regali is a genuinely terrifying twosome to run into. This could still get out of hand.
Keve has 31 effective flashes. Got to give a shout out for that. Flash king right now. Regardless, this is what you want as an AWPer. This is the dream right now. This is all Fuzi was doing first half, just wrecking in middle, sitting in toilets. So will Regali be able to find the same shots? Linus moving through, and Regali makes it look easy as he backs out to the bomb site. AK gets shuffled over. And these are the rounds that, if you're Young Ninjas, you don't want to be trading a player for space, coming up through all these angles on A, right mid, to walk to toilets to get closer to A. And then, if you're Regali, you can back all the way up to dump so you can go bank. So you're going to keep losing players because you just don't have the flashbangs to get this AWP off angles. By the way, Pepsor's behind everyone, doing his best Rolf impression right now.
I was about to say, I felt like we're watching the same round.
Yeah.
The same round again.
Bye-bye.
Will he land a nuts flick? Oh. No, only one. Rolf, of course. Couldn't let him get away with it.
But here's Regali, and you got 2 flashes. They better be damn good.
All right, Regal Regali. Here he is, lounging back, looking good. Can he connect the shots? Oh, might not need to. Dealt with one, and there is this second man bleeding past, but Sapek, he's been dodged on the timing.
Nice.
And Regali's there to lock it in.
That's the Regali we know and love here. And Harry, suddenly, 13-2 half and a 14-10 scoreline. You're starting to believe again, and there's no reason not to. Young Ninjas maybe getting a bit flustered here, as now the AWP has finally started to come through with big impact, and that wasn't even how fnatic got here in the first place. To think fnatic have won both pistols in this game, and they've also got, forced on both times. They still won out the force by wars this half, eventually.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how we're here.
It sucks that, this sounds like I'm going to give like a very one-note answer here, but I feel like B has to be the answer for Young Ninjas, because this A-hold of Regali Pepsor, mate, that you're not getting past it. There's too many angles for Regali to just, as we kind of said with Fuzi earlier on, just go through the motions, right? Yeah. And until you can don an AWP your own, I don't feel comfortable with it. So they are going to try one of these B pops. They are going to try and get in. Double up on the pillar. It's very claustrophobic for Banjo and KST, but it might not ever come to matter. A 2-on-3. They've dealt with the initial push-through monster well. Fuzi out into the open with 2 here. Ooh, first dead. There's the trade, and ZTR's cancelled it out. It's a 1v1 versus Regali, who's posted up in heaven.
Don't tell me you're going to go all the way around when the bomb is out monster. No way. Regali knows that, right? Surely that's been commed across. He's scared of a push up close. This is insane. This is ZTR. He didn't even consider going for the bomb.
It's such a decisive move as well. Like, it was like immediately he goes, okay, Regali's going to be heaven. And if he isn't heaven, mate, I will have met him in Connector. And so on the back of him not doing that, he's pieced together exactly where this AWP resides. This is massive. The only worry I have, if ZTR goes heaven and sees that Regali's not there, he might start to panic.
He's repositioned. He surely doesn't drop. Oh, he's going to hunt the kill. Now the bomb is, you forget about it. 20 seconds. If he goes running for it, it's a panic mode. He's realized, but he can't reroute down the stairs. He's got the info.
Saw him.
It's all gone wrong, though. Needs the shot, and Regali's got it. ZTR, such a nice try. Even Regali realizes what's going on right at the end there. But ZTR, I love the balls to make that call. It is like the anti-meta play in the 1v1. And so unfortunate he doesn't read that Regali went lower. I mean, he knew, but he just didn't have time to walk it. Damn.
I mean, mate,
these rounds are crazy.
You know, regardless, I don't even think realize that he didn't have the bomb because I can't even imagine you would have faced that. Really, like it's. You know, you could have just ran.
The call surely comes at some point, but I dropped Bomb Monster. Like, that call is definitely there. They will have seen it. But the question is,
you know what I mean?
CTR
like,
sneak under Monster and get it? You know,
exactly, right? And so I think that was like the worry, because even like the decision to fight is so ballsy, man. Like, imagine a world where all that happens, ETR doesn't actually have time to plant, but then you give him that fight and he kills you and wins the round. You'd be devastated.
Garley ain't about to lose that.
Yeah, no, but I think it just shows, like, wasn't even really aware of what had happened earlier in the round. He just had to piece all that together on the fly once ETR started panicking.
There's so much flair in this match, right? There's so many stars shining through. Everyone wants to, you know, get a piece of the pie. Oh dear, Kev, leave him alone, man. TTR is going to be feeling ruffled after that one. Bit of another B-pop coming through, flashes over. Some missed flashes as well, leaving everyone blind. That's why no one's dead. Finally, the kills start to come in. KST just playing behind this little smoke he's dropped in the pit. And this is something that the Ninjas were doing in the first half anyway, right? Just right-clicking a smoke down in water and running around it like it's a pillar. Right now, it's only FUZI. He's being flanked, but he seems pretty aware here. Peps will just... Oh, he had his gun out, but then he swapped off.
As he checked the corner too, it was like, oh no!
Dear,
Please don't say that's what has
Garley,
it all
missed
apart.
shot.
Missed shot, uncharacteristically so.
No.
And he can't pick it back up. FUZI with 4 in the clutch. And it all starts with a quick switch.
Oh, that was not meant to be a Young Ninjas round. We were writing it off. It was a done deal. He even gets a free AWP delivered. Something they haven't even had in the T side. Oh my goodness, this game's got it all. Heartbreak included. Buy one, get one free, and Fnatic, they've got to be feeling that. Look at the money as well. Look at this streak. Fnatic go on, what? 8 rounds in a row. They lose 1. And now they have double M4. That's pretty busted.
Heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Yeah. But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, man. Decision to have pushed, you know, one button on your mouse or keyboard at the wrong moment. And it can all come tumbling down. Pepsor trying to be that savior. This mid-aggression, you know, oftentimes it's netted him something, but the molly, they hear it tick, they know about him. And so this could be the beginning of the end. Young Ninjas, an early 5-on-4. Finally, as well, like, oftentimes when they've gone towards A, they've just lost players. They've not been in the business of getting openers on this side of the map. It's going to spread the defense of Fnatic Rising that much thinner. And as they look for solutions elsewhere, as they try to get information, it's only making problems worse. With KST dead, we're looking at Regali and Keve to do the impossible. A 2-on-4. As they try to save the day.
Oh, and ZTR's heard this as well. He's going to fast climb the ladder silently, and Regali's a dead man. I mean, the double monster push was a bit yikes, considering you had so much info up on A. You had deep long, but I feel like after Fnatic lost that 3-on-1 the way they did, there's no coming back from that, Harry. There's no recovering after a round like that, especially considering it's off the back of this incredible comeback in a game that was never meant to be won. They get 8 rounds in a row after, you know, getting forced on both pistols. I mean, that was a wild game. That was game of the day, and it probably will stay the same throughout the day.
I'm glad it got a damn sight more exciting towards the end, though, right? Like, it's nice to see Fnatic Rising weren't completely down and out. They weren't deflated. And really, if it weren't for, you know, that incredible clutch out of FUZI, like, that could have been an OT game. It could have been a Fnatic Rising comeback. But that one decision wrecking the economy, mate, that really does decide it all. So while we try to recuperate here, we're going to take a quick break, and when we're back, the analyst will be here to talk you through that one.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
The last time when we saw these two teams play against each other, Fnatic Rising lost with a score of 3-16. This time they managed to improve. It seems like they had a hard time in the first half, and maybe if they got just a little bit more rounds, they could actually maybe win, or at least to get to overtime in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you could always argue that, but I feel like Young Ninjas were in control from start to finish, to be completely honest. It was more like, I like to phrase it as a cosmetic comeback in that second half. Only a question of time before it would go bad for Fnatic Rising. You also saw as soon as they lost that, first buy round, this is the final round we got into, they had 2 deals, they had no money. So the game was much more close in every single round than Young Ninjas. They lost than it were in all the rounds that Fnatic Rising were losing in the game. So for me and how I anticipated this game and how I saw it, it kind of went as expected, and it did feel like to me that Young Ninjas were in control pretty much from start to finish.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that sentiment. I think Young Ninjas here kind of just had a little difficulty closing it out, but they put themselves in some pretty good positions. I mean, they lost, I want to say, at least 2 1v1s there to extend the game, and maybe even more. So there was definitely, this game could have been 5 rounds shorter if Linus just didn't peak Pepsor, in heaven. So I mean, there's a chance that Fnatic Rising maybe had more to show if they started on the CT side in general. But either way, I'm gonna say this: Young Ninjas put up a formidable defense, and it didn't matter where Fnatic Rising wanted to go. If they were going to A at FUZI, he was finding 3, even 4 kills sometimes. If they went to B, I mean, Sapek and Rolf were just dominating people. It was seriously so clinical how good some of these site holds were.
Yeah, I really agree with what Pim said about the control, because even though both teams kind of took the same amount of T rounds, the thing is, when it comes to Young Ninjas, they had so much money, so even when they would lose those rounds, they had no problems to buy. Then we see Fnatic Rising, they lose this round, and in the end they have nothing, because even those rounds that they managed to win, they maybe would save 1 rifle, or 2 maximum. So it was incredibly close in the end.
It was, and as Maui also said, LNC winning that one clutch where he decides to fight the guy in heaven instead of just going short or whatever he could have done, that could have ended the game much sooner. So you sit back with a feeling that the Young Ninjas were in control here. Again, we have to take into consideration that Fnatic Rising were the ones picking Overpass as well. They were the ones, prioritizing this map coming into the matchup. So to see them fall flat on the T side the way they did and weren't able to find any openings whatsoever on Young Ninjas was a little bit disappointing. I thought we would have a closer game, so did the odds and pair match, but hopefully we can get to see maybe Overpass again in the second game, and then they can do even better.
Yeah, actually, in all honesty, I don't mind seeing another Overpass, because I want to see Fnatic maybe start on the city side, and maybe then Young Ninjas making that comeback, just to see the same thing, but the other way around.
I'll say that based off of what we've seen with kind of map-to-map rematches, usually the second time around it's a little bit closer, but this is a case where I think that Young Ninjas could have even done much better on T side too, because of how close some of those rounds got at the end. The fact that they lost some 1v1s here and there. If they would have won those, it could have straight up broken the economy of Fnatic twice. So in those kinds of cases, I think that ZTR is good enough also to recognize some of the reasons that they even got to 1v1s. He could make the whole game plan significantly better for the next time around, and I trust that he would be able to. So I think that this is one where if we do see the run back on Overpass, I'm going to predict that actually Young Ninjas win by more rounds this time.
But the thing is, when it comes to Fnatic Rising and Overpass, they are not really stable on this map, because actually in the previous season, they lost with a score of 4-16 against FURIA Academy, a team that was not doing good in the first season or the second one, and then on Overpass, it is Fnatic's map. So, you can never know if we see Overpass once again, if something like this doesn't happen again.
That's true, and that can be both good and bad for Fnatic Rising, right? Because what if they'll all of a sudden play well now on Overpass if we were to see it again? I think inconsistency of Fnatic Rising goes kind of hand in hand for what we've seen so far in all the seasons, basically. Of course, Season 1 was better than Season 2 for Fnatic Rising, but as I also started out by saying, it feels like Fnatic Rising is one of those teams that we're yet to see the best of them, right? We see the potential, we see Regali, he can be probably one of the best players in the entire league, but we don't see it consistently enough. So there are some consistency issues when it comes to Fnatic Rising. I also do think the loss of Process was a big one for Fnatic Rising. The firepower, with all due respect to the guy who replaced him, he's not the same caliber in terms of rifling and in terms of output. So right now I'm having a hard time putting too much stock into Fnatic Rising. I think what we saw right here is like that's the level I sort of expected. You know, I think that's the difference between Young Ninjas and Fnatic Rising.
I'll say that Banjo, I mean, he's done a decent job for Fnatic Rising. I'm not complaining about his play, but Process just brought so much in terms of rifle aggression, in terms of just taking space away from opponents cleanly, or even finding kills while he's doing it. And that's something that I value incredibly highly just personally when I watch any form of Counter-Strike, Tier 1 or Tier 2, Tier 3. It doesn't matter, because if you're able to take away space from a player like FUZI and he can't find those opening picks, soften the attack as they're approaching him, then, I mean, the whole map is now Keve's oyster. And I think that's something where Keve got to work with a guy who was so good at taking Banana on Overpass and on Inferno, short A. And so if they had a player that could match Process's level of just map control output, I might believe in Fnatic Rising moving forward. But I just feel like if the strat doesn't really serve them very well, and if Keve doesn't have like a really just airtight way of getting map control with nades and everything just working the right way, then they will lose some casualties on the way to the bomb site, and that always just makes things really hard.
Yeah, and also when it comes to Keve, usually he has like that one moment a map when like all of a sudden he gets maybe like 3 kills or 4 kills, and really impactful kills in one map. When it comes to this Overpass, I don't remember seeing anything like that.
Nah, again, I think that brings us back to the conversation in terms of firepower. Keve, of course, adds a lot of value as an in-game leader and being able to read the game and understand the game and possess some of that information to his teammates. But firepower-wise, I think losing Process in Season 1, we saw the consequences of that in Season 2, and they haven't replaced him for Season 3. So for Fnatic Rising, it is a little bit tough. Now, we'll get into the video scenario here where Young Ninjas are the ones to put their priority list up, and I am smelling and sensing that we could potentially end on Overpass again.
I'm kind of feeling it too. I know that the thing is that some of the maps that Fnatic bans are ones that Young Ninjas do like to ban, so that includes Dust 2 and I think Mirage. They're not always too keen on playing, but yeah, I kind of smell the Overpass. I'm smelling the sewers. I'm smelling the Berlin Club right out of T-Spawn. I mean, I'm really thinking that there's not too many other places. Like Young Ninjas could play Vertigo. Ooh. Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's a little surprising that I mean, there's like I guess that takes a lot of suspense away. So there's still Vertigo, which I feel like they might go for. It'd be fun if some reason they decide to swap. I don't know why they would change their priority list map to map, but they banned Inferno last time against Fnatic Rising, which I thought was a target, but this time it's now available along with Vertigo.
It has to be Vertigo, yeah.
I think it's Vertigo. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Vertigo pretty heavily here.
There we go. It has to be Vertigo. That is a comfort pick for Young Ninjas. That's a map we know they like to play. That's a map we saw them in Season 1, Season 2. I believe they even beat MOUZ NXT at the LAN finals as well in a very close game back and forth. So that's a comfort pick. I think that's also one of those where you just say to yourself, okay, we're the favorites, we're the better team. Fnatic Rising did decent on Vertigo. I think we've seen them play it a couple of times in the seasons, and Regali in particular have had some good performances. But if you're Young Ninjas and you feel like you're the best team, you don't really care what your opponents are like on a map like Vertigo. So I think more so this is a sign of confidence coming out of Young Ninjas.
One point I really want to make quickly about the personnel for the side of Young Ninjas here is that Rolf is now not just playing the B bomb site anchor like he was in prior seasons. I think Linus has taken up that role, and Rolf, when he's been freed up now in that position, like just he can rotate a little bit more, move around. We're seeing a new dimension to his game that I'm really liking, because Rolf always just kind of got the worst spot on the map, it felt like to me, and now like we're seeing the potential with this player. So I'm gonna keep my eye out for him in this map.
Yeah, when it comes to Fnatic Rising, they used to have Process, and then he moved to Big Omen Academy, and this he's like one of the reasons why we see Big Omen not banning Vertigo anymore, because he is that aggressive city player on the ramp on A. He's like the first contact who is will be spraying through the smoke, who will be getting kills. And when it comes to Fnatic, they lost him. They put, I think, Pepsor in his position, and unfortunately, it's really hard for Pepsor to actually replicate the things that Process was doing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's just always going to be a huge loss to have a space taker rifler. Like, I mean, if you compare someone like Prosus to pro teams like an Electronic. You know, he can just kind of take fights and then take space. And Prosus was in the Academy League, kind of resembling that sort of figure for them. Pepsor, you can see that his stats actually got a little bit better from Season 1 to Season 2, but it didn't really result in fnatic actually performing that much better overall.
No, and I, again, brings us back to the conversation about firepower. I feel like they're yet to replace Prosus, right? They're yet to replace that lack of firepower. Pepsor is a decent player, and I think that's the problem for Fnatic Rising. They are a decent team. They're a good team. They're not bad, and there's a lot of teams in this season they would be able to beat or at least play one-to-one against. But when you go up against Young Ninjas, who are one of the favorites, if not the biggest favorite to win this group, then you need more than just decency. You need someone to be the X-factor. You need maybe 2 players to step it up. And yeah, we see Regali do it once in a while, but you need that secondary string, third string as well. And consistency, and at least, I guess, consistent at a high level is something we haven't seen from Fnatic Rising since the beginning of Season 1, basically.
Yeah, but it also comes to like on which side they are starting, because, for example, if Keva starts on the CD side, maybe they can somehow anti-strat, because that's something he's like really, really good at.
Yeah, so there's some footage. There's some footage this time because we got to see Young Ninjas play Vertigo not once but twice in their first day. So there's definitely going to be things that he can maybe plan around. I still just think that the quality of players overall for Young Ninjas is a lot higher. We haven't even really talked about Sapek, and he just had a monster game. Like, there's so many players that can step up for Young Ninjas, and I think Sapek was kind of the show stealer along with Fuzi last season. Like, they both played incredibly well. I don't even think we gave Sapek enough credit throughout the whole season, but like it just seriously feels like there's so few options when you're Fnatic Rising to try to take advantage of a player, because there's just no one-to-one matchup anywhere across the board where it feels like you're favored.
I'm going to be straight up honest with you, and it may sound a bit harsh, but if you take every single player and you set him up role for role, I don't think there's a player in Young Ninjas you wouldn't pick. You know, I'd say Fuzi right now is edging it out over Regali, CTR over the in-game lead, and you can go down the line and say, like, the material Young Ninjas, the talent they have to work with is just stronger right now than it is on Fnatic Rising. And that's said with all the respect for the Fnatic Rising players, but they are facing one of the favorites right now to win the entire thing.
Yeah, they're probably facing one of the strongest teams in the whole league, and maybe like the strongest team in their group. When it comes to the odds, we can see that when it comes to Young Ninjas, it is 1.5. When it comes to Fnatic, it's 248, which is pretty understandable because they Young Ninjas just won the map and they're overall considered way stronger. But at least it's not a situation where like one team has 1.1 and the other is like, I don't know, like 10 or 30 or something like crazy, right?
Yeah, it's still possible. I mean, Fnatic Rising has won a handful of maps on Vertigo over the couple seasons that they've played, and there's still the Regali factor. Like, there's still like the amount of times that Regali, when Keve and the rest of Fnatic Rising were able to get up onto the A site, and then you just have Regali in a 1v2 either at sandbags or the ramp, and then he just clutches out the post plant. Like, I probably saw that a dozen times in Season 1. Like, that particular situation happens so frequently that it's going to be up to Young Ninjas to try to mitigate his ability in those kinds of man-down situations, because he had the most clutches in Season 1, and Season 2 not quite as many, but I think that's probably due to the fact that teams were able to just like play better as a unit. And I think that Young Ninjas, like, they're going to face that situation today, and I really hope that they can convert it, because actually, you know what? Screw it. No, I want Regali to win some clutches. I want to see it happen. I want some more star power coming out from Fnatic Rising.
So you're going for Fnatic?
No, I'm not going to go for them, but I want to see Regali win a couple clutches. Like that's just we need to harken back to Season 1 Regali, because that guy was a monster.
I think we're going to see Fnatic Rising take double digits, considering they are starting on the CT side. But again, I think I'm going to be left with a feeling of thinking, okay, NIP, you were in control from start to finish.
Well, I'm sure that Regali and the whole team of Fnatic Rising will try to do their best. We wish them good luck, but the guys that are going to cast this Vertigo, because this is the WePlay Academy League, somehow we really like Vertigo. It's going to be Hugo and Harry. Let's go.
Yeah, we do really like Vertigo, though, don't we? I love it, man. I love it. I also love, you know, Pip making a nice little concise point there. That was nice there to round that one out. Hugo, how are you feeling about this? Fnatic Rising taking on NIP, bit of a rematch here. Yeah. You got more hope in the Fnatic Rising side?
Well, it's better than Overpass, say that much. Honestly, I think of all times, I think this would be one of the times I wouldn't mind, like, the repeat matchup. I wouldn't mind Overpass back-to-back, because it could be cool to see those side swaps. Yeah. Saw what happened at least at halftime in that one. But first, we've got to watch MOUZ jumping off a building, looking really cool. I haven't seen you jump off any buildings. Harry, you got anything to say about that?
No, I've never done this.
Get good.
I've never done this. Well, in game, yeah, all the time. Every pistol. Don't want to play them. Hey, no, I'm just kidding. They're the only rounds I get kills in XD.
Well, every round's a pistol round when you buy Deagle.
That's true. That's true, actually.
Tip, hey? Well, here we go. The rematch. Back to back. Young Ninjas, Fnatic Rising. A second chance for the British org to try and take down the Swedes.
I think teams missed the trick back when the Deagle pre-nerf. I think you should have just had a Deddy Deagle player, TBH.
Why stop?
Nah, not good enough anymore. Not good enough anymore. But look, take a look at this. KST with the little mid poppy.
Stealing that.
But it's an A creep. And Hugo, you're a creep, so...
I muted him, don't worry. Pepsaw gets that contact and he backs right on up. So Young Ninjas spotted coming up into this A site. We'll see if there's rotate. Still a very heavy, deep B setup.
I've never seen Pepsaw's hair pushed back like that by his headphones. It looks really... it's just so weird to see his hair all pushed back. But let's see, right? Little A-pop. Speaking of getting pushed back, Pepsaw has been in this round by those smokes.
Everyone fakes it, but no one buys nades. But it's good to, you know, just be careful. Boosting on top of default. ZTR's really out on a limb right now. The smoke fading, he needs to get out. Yeah, back to the bomb site. We have 2 retake smokes plus 2 flashes in the kit. So this could be really good for Fnatic. As long as they can body block and provide enough cover for the defuse on Keve, this could be their round.
Yeah. Smoke down at ramp. There's a boost over this short smoke. Oh, and even a dink goes through it. This is weird. The fight's coming in. Keve's trying to get back on that bomb again. And with the kit, you've got to go. You've got to get him off, and you can't. Oh, they have managed to do it. Time's running out, but they get back on, and there's just enough left with the kit dropped on the bomb. It's nice. It's easy. It's Fnatic Rising coming in with a pistol round. Hugo.
That was a really cool round. Yeah, I like the double smoke retake, even though the Ninjas had a solution to that, which was a short boost, which somehow found an angle, but eventually cleaned up by Regali and Pepsaw for the most part. And that will be the pistol taken by Fnatic Rising. Well, they are now 3 for 3 in pistol rounds and still not favored on those parry match odds. I can't blame parry match, though. Young Ninjas did look lights out in that last map. So let's see if the Young Ninjas can continue to be 3 for 3 in 4 spy rounds.
Yeah, I really don't think this should be... No, sorry. I mean, I guess a better way of saying it. This should be a close game from the offset, I think, because this isn't the same Fnatic Rising that you were just bullying in that first half of Overpass, right? This is a squad that's more warmed up, and also it's a Young Ninjas that are going, oh, thank God we won that last map, eh, boys? Like, oh, you could feel it getting out of control. So yeah, I think the kind of the mindset heading into this has swapped up drastically from where it once was. You got this 4 spy again, but you know, whenever we saw these attempted on Overpass, the results weren't really there from them. You lose 2 over in middle, one of those being one of these AKs, and I like that.
What? What?
The gun just really didn't want to go to KST.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, Hugo, did you slip something to me earlier? Like, what's happening?
Only the usuals, only your vitamins, Harry. Linus, he's going to get boosted up.
Gotta take your vitamins.
And KST will trade. No default for you. They're not going to cross without paying the price or the troll toll. Ooh, Keve. With that smoke down now, well, they can cross thanks to his teammate laying it up, but KST will play on the edge of things. Another smoke and another plant, but that's not got a lot of cover. You could spam it. They're just going to wait for the post. Try and retake after these smokes are faded. Has Sapek left default is the question right now. He could have crept Tetris. There's no way of knowing. And so they'll have to wait, be patient. In they move, smoke fades, and he's cleaned out pretty quickly as the round is closed by Fnatic Rising. They finally convert their pistol.
I still can't get over what we just saw in mid. It was so weird. He also, like, if you're wondering what was happening, he threw a nade into middle to, like, blow the AK to himself. But then what happened after? I don't think
surprise.
Science has never caught anything like it before. I hope we have a replay of it. It was just a little...
I mean, I don't know. It's,
I don't know, mate.
Pretty out there.
Pretty out there. Yeah, but it's like, you know, that is essentially, like, we've seen like alien life in Counter-Strike, like
I've never seen an AK
Bigfoot or something. Look,
there's an apparition in the sky. a ghostly feeling. And let's jump into some
Jag köper en flash i alla fall. Vi behöver inte committa till sajten, jag har en flashen.
Ja. Jag släpper bara som vanligt.
De har inget B. De borde inte ha B.
Okej, ramp.
Jag PC om jag kommer.
Ja, en uppe vänster.
Få ta på det lite först, sen kommer det då.
De landar
Eller
ner.
flasha. Hejt, jag
De har
flashar
mollo,
där.
chilla.
Jag tar
Ja, vi kan lägga nu.
Okej, jag flashar där.
Hela H är där. Ingen är sido, en är sido.
En kram mollo.
En sido close, jag backar. Han går ut sido.
De flashar ut rampakta.
Den backar sig, den backar sig.
Ja, Pelle ska
Med tre.
outside.
Det är en flash på Erik.
Ja, jag kan lägga vitality. Chilla, gå close. Jag lägger vitality. En är sido. Kan jag få din mollo?
Vi har en mollo också.
Ja. Få din mollo. Jag kommer lägga one way mollo, vänta.
Jag kommer wida långt bakom.
En hackar mig, jag dog.
Jag tar upp din flash.
Ja, gör det.
Chilla. Jag lägger vitality.
Ja.
Lägg.
Vänta. Jag lägger den härifrån. Och jag råkar droppa min
Kom upp, det
diga.
är window bind på den.
Ja.
Lägg nu.
Efter det då? Lägger där.
En backade. Sido, två sidor. Nice.
En kom nu en sido.
Kom sidor.
Did Regali kill him through his teammate? No, it's through the corner of the wall, fortunately. 3-0 for Fnatic Rising. Things are feeling a lot better out of the gate. Obviously, Overpass was one of the go-to maps for the Young Ninjas, so at least we're off of that innate pressure for Fnatic, a bit more of a comfort choice for them. This was their go-to map in Season 1, at least, with a very similar roster. Obviously, only change being Process, who is now on Big. And the AWP in early is certainly a nice feeling for Fnatic Rising. One that Ninjas don't feel just yet. They've got full AKs, going to default B early. Blind shot, very close for Regali, but not quite. Stairs is taken. Meanwhile, it's a mid-walk for two, and Sapek tries to fake out the A site. Keve will be pushed back by utility. But still, not swaying in their defense. Fnatic still have the double mid hold, and Regali is going to be able to trade that first. Banjo stops the B play. But there's still another mid lurker who will be resetting to regroup. And
How
Banjo,
does he win that?
Yeah, very aware. 4-on-2 now, and it's flowing like butter, Harry, for Fnatic. Melted butter.
I was going to say, yeah, but
Otherwise, it'd be pretty...
not flowing.
I mean, before butter's made really cold, it's flowing.
Yeah.
I don't want to say froze because you don't freeze butter.
I don't actually know the ins and outs of butter creation.
It's fine. You'll get there.
But
I'm more of a Dairy King myself.
Well.
Oh.
Oh
No,
my
no,
God.
no. Finish it.
Oh, you've lost your teammate short. Freaking out now is Pepsor. Freaking out. Ooh. Nah, he's got it back under control. That smoke's giving him a little bit more room. Suddenly it's not feeling so scary. Rotations have been called for. Everyone's here for Fnatic Rising. And for Young Ninjas, going to be hard pressed. CTR and Sapek got to do a hell of a lot. Molly's trap Sapek out on a little island. And ZTR, low on HP, dead in one bullet. Can't afford to make a mistake here. Everything's got to be crisp and clean. And well, they run him down. They don't give him room to play that 1v2. They've got both there. There wasn't really a lot that ZTR could have hoped in that situation. Would have really taken, you know, an overface from Fnatic to even give you a way back in. And they're not in the business of that.
Yeah, Banjo looking good on B. That's a, you know, nice round out of him, anchoring down the bomb site. Didn't really get a lot out of Banjo in that first map either, so certainly nice to see Fnatic out of the gate, pistol converting, first gun round, and this is where you can really start to get your confidence back that they were certainly showing in the second half of Overpass. Just took too long to start. Sapek is going to get that first kill for the Young Ninjas, trading up onto A, and now given a gun. Time to get weird with it. Smokes go down and they reroute from short to ramp. Keve's going above default, all right. Gonna climb any further, maybe. That's almost like a one-way when you're this high up above the smoke. Very hard for anyone to see him. He's spraying through, hoping no one's going for the plant. Sapek just waiting sandbags as long as he can. His team are playing around him, not dying before he makes contact. Now the execute in, double smoke setup. We have Keve again wanting to challenge this, but he got lost in the source there. Gonna boost his teammate up instead, and going for the default plant. That's Sapik, that's a gun just obliterated through smoke. They can't stick the defuse yet, but they're going to go back for it, or the plant rather, finally getting it in. But Fnatic Rising have every reason to win this round. That gun is in no man's land.
Okay, that's nice, that's nice. ZTR. Oh, spammed out by Banjo. You still have, you know, a player tucked at sandbags, Rolf at ramp. You can try play around this bomb, but with smokes available, you are going to have to peek. You are going to have to challenge. Tap on the bomb, eventually baits a shot. Knife out for Rolf, and he can't find the swing. They're off the bomb again, but it's just to secure the kill, secure the round. Fnatic Rising 5-0. This CT side looking very put together right now. I've got to say, you know, I've seen CT sides really fall apart on Vertigo before, especially, you know, it doesn't take much to launch an A-side execute, right? It really doesn't. As long as you know, I'll give you the bare minimum. As long as you know 2 lineups, you're pretty much golden, right? Like, if you can get the cross, like, wall of smokes down, take some ramp control, you're on to a winner a lot of the time, and that's what makes this so impressive that Fnatic Rising have been able to stand the test of time so early on. Normally, it's not too uncommon to see CT sides have to take a bit of time to figure out how their opponent likes to play for ramp, what they like to do. This, for me, is where a real challenge kind of kicks up a notch, right? Because we finally get to have this kind of FURIA, Regali head-to-head in a big way. A potential for it early on as both of them find their way towards this ramp side of the map.
He's throwing the bridge smoke as well. They're going to hear that he's close. He's done the full X sector, pushed them out of A forklift, and it hasn't really done what he wanted. They're still fighting for it, trading util back. Regali now owns the angle though, and so Fuzi's been pushed off his. Could be hope still. Pepsor flashed though, and I don't know how he gets blinded by that. Looked like he was turned away, but unfortunately, full white and dead immediately. Now, Young Ninjas start to walk up A. Regali's rerouted to the short side, but really he's never been seen on this AWP, and oh dear, it's a rotate out. They're going back to B. Linus has control. Regali's won his A fight. He's cleaned out short, but he still doesn't know the ramp is empty as well. So that's kept 2 Fnatic players here. We talked about Banjo anchoring earlier. He needs to hold strong yet again.
Oh yeah, up on top of double. Dropping a smoke, trying to give himself a bit of a window to work with here. He's going to go ahead and hide in it. This is nice. Banjo, he hears them running past him. This could be the round in the palm of his hands. Right now, Young Ninjas believe that their fate worked wonders. Banjo was here the whole damn time, and the trades are kept even. KST steals it back to the advantage of Fnatic Rising, and it's only Linus left. Trying to plug these numbers in now, but it's easier said than done with 2 players hunting you down. Plants wide. Linus playing around this smoke, but they know he hasn't left the site. They know he's got to be around here somewhere. Oh, my! It's close. Luckily enough, Regali's going to lock it in. And, you know, Regali puts his hand over his mouth like he was a little bit worried, smiling to himself there as he just about locks that one in. 6-0. Also, I want to say, our resident Fnatic Rising Vertigo hater from Season 1 in KST, if you remember famously, whenever Fnatic Rising would play this map, KST wouldn't be too uncommon to see him go like 2-20.
He was the worst Vertigo player in the league.
Yeah, and it feels like he's gotten a lot more used to it now. That tends to happen when you play Vertigo all the damn time.
What a scary, scary round. Yeah, like Regali had to hit that. He would have been dead if he didn't immediately 1D him on trade. But very scary round indeed. Everyone hiding in smokes today, and everyone's shooting through them, right? Think about these A-holds you talk about.
I've noticed that whenever Young Ninjas are going for the B plant, they never actually like plant default behind the boxes. They actually end up normally going wider than that. I almost wonder if that's kind of like 2 ideas behind it, both to try and stop a nade stack, because it sounds like it's getting planted in the same place, right? There's a smoke on that default plant spot for ramp, when in reality they're always planting like further back in the site, if that makes sense. You'll note it next time they go B. I reckon it's both to dodge spam and nade damage that looks to come over to stop that bomb plant.
Yeah, I need to see exactly what you mean, because I don't think I've cottoned that on, but the only time I can think of when you plant further back than default is when you don't have stairs, right? So you want the double box to protect you from a stairs flank, or if you don't want to play stairs in a post plant, you want to stay in sight. More common in clutches to do that when you don't have info, but yeah, through smoke. Oh, okay, is he still here? Oh no, if he trades gun, he's dead. Yep. Never knew ZTR. Really good play from him. Snuck through that and climbed up on top of the gens. Pepsor, in the meantime, has won his fight over on A. And so all is fine for fnatic for now. He's very low though, might even take the orb from Regardly if he allows it.
It feels like we're having like some wild smoke timing push every round at the minute.
But you're talking about the A executes earlier, right? And one thing Fnatic have been good at is their protocols have been really nice. We saw from the pistol round, they had a double smoke retake round on A. Every time ninjas go A, they're getting spammed through smokes while setting up plant or while crossing into sight. Look at this one. We got to read again. We got a flank for Keve's walk down ladder. And even if Young Ninjas get the entry and go into B, he's about to win the round on his own. Considers A, but the nade giving it away, and Banjo's calling for help. There's no more chances for Ninjas. They are dead where they stand, and they line up, but Sapex somehow keeps the round alive. Still, Banjo should be here to keep a pin on it and not let them in. They're trying to spam him. It's so hard to find this angle, though, and Banjo living on 8 health somehow. His teammate moving in on default, and Young Ninjas no time to dilly-dally. They've got to kill and plant in 10 seconds. It doesn't even seem doable, and so they surrender and drop out of the round, giving 7-0 away to Fnatic.
Let this be a lesson as well to anyone watching along at home. Sometimes to win a round, the key is in the fights that you don't take, right? Banjo there, he could have tried to swing. You could have justified it at any point in time, really. Like when Pepzor's in the site, when there's so little time left, and he's so low anyway while nades are raining over, like you could have made a case for, yeah, I'll just try and get away with one. I'll try and seal the deal. But no, he never gives them that fight, and you see the problems that creates for Young Ninjas. Suddenly, they know he's there, but they're not able to do anything about it, and the whole round grinds to a halt. Let's listen into Fnatic, though. The vibes have got to be pretty good right now.
Yeah. I smoked it,
No smoke, Ivy.
Two rushing A, I think. I'm nading B. No, nothing going back.
Maybe I'll pass.
Gildan, do mid flash
I'm
for me.
spamming the smoke.
Do mid flash.
Wait,
Wait.
Nothing one way.
I flashed.
I'm only Ivy.
Flashing.
I'm only back. I'm only in Ivy.
He ramped us.
Nice. I'm coming A.
I fell back. I can re-smoke, that's us.
Flashing ramp. I'm putting the scope.
I'm going Ivy.
I'm coming Ivy. Don't go.
I dropped my smoke for you. Ivy, up. He won't expect you.
Yes, shut him for.
Nice. One more.
I'm all deep.
When it's at 7.
I'm towards A, Matthias. You should play
Alright.
retake.
He smoked one.
I can flash left, Kevin.
Okay.
They did double smoke on A.
Up. Two up.
Ivy dead. Both up
I
then.
smoked Ivy. They can still cross towards you. Guys, I will kill them. Yeah. One is peeking. Nice. One more on
Default
site.
left.
Nice!
That's some hype. We like that. And the life of a B rotate. 1 health left for Banjo. He finally gets involved at the end. The bomb was bottom ramp, mate. The bomb was below the A site. So I don't know if he didn't realize or if he just wanted to fight. He knew that Banjo probably had to be close if he wasn't flank. So yeah, a bit of a weird round there, but these odds now that we're favoring Nip at 1 point are looking lovely for Fnatic Rising, 8-0. But if we learn anything from the last map, Harry, it's that a dominant CT side, even at 13-2, doesn't mean a whole lot in the long run. Young Ninjas, that game got awfully close for their liking. And so let's see if this one can be recovered. You do need something though, right? You need something to lean on. Even if that is just 2 rounds. Pepzor, I love the spot.
Oh man, there is a world where he could get away with a lot from this. That molly is very unfortunately timed, depending on how you want to look at it, I guess. ETR able to reap the reward of it, and suddenly, you know, what started as this early man advantage, the scales have been flipped. Now you've still got to get past this Regali AWP. Young Ninjas, they get this top ramp control, and they're going to slow it right down after that. Regali, in a lot of these, has just taken up a position on short and never really gone for peaks, gone for these info plays, but this is a round where maybe he looks to make an exception to that. Tight on the angle, holding for a jump up, holding for a player, crossing into his sightline, but with him cut down, ZTR having a hell of a round here. That's probably just a save for Fnatic Rising. have to write this one off, and Young Ninjas will finally break that streak, doing everything in their power to stop reminding us of... Wait, where was I going with that? No, wait, hang on.
Yeah.
I had a whole joke planned. I was going to be like, they're looking like a NAVI junior player, Nip L, get it? Like,
yeah,
because they're copping L's, but then they win the round.
You know, you tried, Harry. And sometimes not everything works.
No, and that's fine.
It's fine. Players make mistakes. Can casters?
Yeah, every now and again.
Yeah, I make a bunch of mistakes. I somehow... No, I was going to wreck you, but it's too low-hanging fruit, dude.
Please don't. We're meant to be on the same team, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't.
So hostile in this environment. Friendly fire's on or off. I always forget it's on. It's on.
Why would you forget? All right, yeah, that's an annoying molly as well for Regali, you know, getting trapped in short. ZTR going into that fight knowing if there's a player there, they are right here on the corner. So with a missed shot, that's really all it takes to win the round there for Ninjas. Fnatic, 8-1. And of course, Harry, it's like last map. Win 8 rounds, lose 1, broke. 2 Deagles in this round and no AWP either for Regali.
I mean, I actually think this is a totally fine investment. Like, I think the Deag's so strong. No excuse. Just you wait and see, Hugo. Check out what the Deagle's about to do right now.
See, you do it when Zywoo's in the 1v4 and it works, but I'm not sure...
All right, guy.
I'm not sure we can...
All right, guy.
All right, please stop stretching. It's a very loud act. Now, Regali ran spawn, but he doesn't want to flank because he made so much noise, and rightly so, Rolf is holding this. They got a care ladder as well. Whatever Ninjas were doing, they're probably going to put a bit of a dampener on it for 20 seconds, make sure no one's activated. Don't want to get backstabbed. We've seen a couple of flanks already from Fnatic, and at this point of the game, when you're at this scoreline and also in this money position, it's a perfect round to do so. Ninjas are dedicating so much manpower and so much time in clearing out the flank, and Fnatic are just gambling with a stack up on A. 3 players here, the boost set up. I like this. Timing his peaks as well, so even if it gets cleared, it might not be enough for Ninjas. Looking. He could go right now. Oh, he wants more. Did he see him? Surely he saw him. He wants more. Yeah,
there we go.
He's going to get it.
Lots of info off of that as well. Keve makes first contact, but now we need others to start to pick up pieces. KST dead as well.
Yeah.
It's a Glock kill to find him. Regali with the Deag right now, able to get himself onto the M4, but the bombs. Oh my god.
Thank goodness
well,
there's
it's
no
fine, right? Like,
yikes. That's a couple of times the Ninjas have forgotten the bomb on these A hits.
This could still go weird, Hugo. Like, whoo!
Weird for Oomst.
Dude, that's so close. Like, if you'd even managed to slow them down for a second, Fnatic Rising know that. That's why they both challenged there, right? Knowing that even like a tag in the right place to slow someone down when you're splitting hairs at a 7-second mark, rushing a bomb plant, like that can make all the difference. Unfortunately, they both get dropped out anyway, so never get to reap the reward of, you know, Young Ninjas leaving the bomb in spawn.
If you think about that round, it's terrifying to think that given how long Ninjas spent, you know, they heard Regali run mid, and given how long they spent on that flank, scared of someone pushing down ladder or pushing top mid into T-spawn, they still leave the bomb on back in bottom ramp. Like, they must be a little bit flustered right now with how this game is going, because that, I mean, that's a decision that not only in general is a bad one that could lose you the round, but there's emphasis on that when you know there was a flanker. So it's scary, it doesn't matter, but it just shows maybe where Ninjas are at right now mentally. But right now they are picking up pieces, they are warming back in, looking like their 3rd round in a row here on the T side. Only the USP left and it should be no challenge. Think him, no. Dead to Fuzi, and it's 3 up. Oh, we did dink him. Did what I asked.
Yeah, Fuzi out here looking like a moderator because he's a banned Joe. And now it's another round for the Young Ninjas. Little, is that a walrus?
A walrus? Yeah, it looks like it. Something on
I think it has tusks.
He's got a nice little like napkin on his neck as well. The man cave back again.
The man cave,
better than ever. I do love seeing some of these players' rooms. They're very clean.
See, I'm actually the caveman, so yeah,
you're
a
a Neanderthal.
Neanderthal.
Yeah, that's how they.
Yes, Hugo.
Yeah.
That is my favorite medicine. Neanderthal, man.
Neanderthal. I just added an R. That's it. It's not that bad. Well,
I can't even say the words you are. Look at this, Linus. Over here towards bottom B.
Just learn them all.
Guy wants to get stuck in. Guy wants a bit of the action. And well, Anjo's handing action out. He lines up a little double before he's done causing trouble. And he's done enough here for the Fnatic Rising Squad. He's done his bit. Now it's down to the others to finish what he started. With KST falling, that now hangs in the balance as well. A 3-on-3. There is this ramp flank coming in from Pepzor. It's the wide plant once again. That does cover you from this ramp flank somewhat, but now ZTR is open to it. So the longer he waits, the more effective that flank is.
Yeah, at least in that position, like that plant's definitely coming through because...
Yeah, that one is because they don't have ramp. But there's been times where they've planted it there, even with the ramp control.
Well, that's if anything dangerous, right? Because you want, maybe...
Well, I say ramp control. It's more Tetris control, so I guess that's why. Like, it's still tenuous at best. Like,
yeah, it depends what you're looking at. And we've had many B flanks in this game as well. And also, partly, I imagine this is to dodge nades, like you said. Like, yeah, nades are very easy to...
Yeah, I mean, I even noticed, like, whenever Fnatic Rising have tried spamming default, like, if you play left of gens, you can try to spam someone as they first get on the bomb, before they've, like, completed the ducking down animation to go beep, boop, boop.
Thank you.
Like... it's missed every single time because of just this slightly marginally wider plant. So, that's a minor thing.
Cool stuff. Every detail matters in the long run. ZTR. Oh, no. Pepzor hit his head. He did not get where he wanted to.
Yeah, Pepzor with all the smooth moves. Have a lubed up brick on that one there, mate. Just slides into the wall.
Gravity does the trick. Sapek has been traded onto by Regali's AWP, so we're back in a 4-on-4. Young Ninjas still looking to craft their way to a 6-round half, and if they, Fnatic being, get aggressive, that could be their undoing. Right now they're still scared of a middle walk, and KST is out on an
Yeah, this is out there, isn't it?
Maybe, but surely they trade him. No, no, no. That's a double up before Banjo helps out. He hits some stylish shots on the way out. He's now got a clutch to accomplish. Can he make it to default before they stop him? Keve might just run him down on the plant. Fake flash in, and they're coming in hard. They're coming in full send. Fuzi with a third, looking for the final fourth, looking for the clutch, and he can't flick to find it. Keve will win the round for Fnatic Rising. Young Ninjas' attempt at recovering to what would have been a good T side is now going to be a lot harder with that round slipping, by the way.
Considering that was a 1v4 attempt out of Fuzi, though, I don't think you could have ever asked for more.
Well,
it's such a shame because he hit every single mental flick.
Yeah.
And then of course it's that last one, it's that pesky final frag when all the pressure's on, when you're about to, realize the thing that felt so unachievable at the start of that round. That's where it falls apart.
Got the one way up to get short yet again. Ninjas take it back. Pepzor's got to be very careful. More careful than last round. That smoke's going to get pushed by Sapek. Of course it will. And Sapek on the other side, he don't care about your smokes. 5-on-4. Very low in the process. Fuzi's looking for a B pick. Oh, and it's not done what he wanted. Young Ninjas have not really been hungry for B kills when they've been defaulting here. They've more just been holding like that, bottom stairs, waiting for the kills to get delivered, and now they have been. 3-on-3, and Kevin just drops off ramp to take down Sapek. Stylish.
I love it, because it all looks like so solid and put together, and the Keve just doesn't move like that, like, screw it.
Well, that's a tilt.
I'm a drop ramp, I'm a fight him, and he comes out laughing to himself. All right, man.
Sorry. Just
a little bit of a starter today. What's wrong with that?
Now, Linus, it's an Easter egg hunt. He's picked up a bunch of nades.
Is it?
Yeah.
What kind of eggs are they? Hard-boiled.
Hard-boiled but chocolate covered. So you bite into it and you go,
oh, that's such a good idea.
Who the hell
that is such a good idea for
a prank.
All right, Linus. Got to bite down on that hard-boiled chocolate-covered egg, and there it is.
Melts in your mouth. Smooth like butter. Wet like egg. And a 1v2 to find. He's going to back out.
But this is no yoke, Hugo.
No.
Linus. This was 1v3 when it started. This guy trying to make magic happen, but unfortunately KST, he does not believe. And as we know, it's the belief in magic that powers magic. And so with that kill coming in, fnatic Rising are up onto 11. Did you ever watch Peter Pan, Hugo?
Of course.
That's where that's from.
That dude stole a lot of kids. Ever think about it like that? 11-3, and yeah, I mean, Young Ninja's T-side has been abducted right now. There's not much to say, there's not much to show for it. They need a chauffeur the second half. Chauffeur to the second half. We're going to get there in style. One more round.
Have you ever had a chauffeur?
Yeah, I've been driven.
You've been driven?
I've had an
What does
Uber.
that mean?
I've gotten an
Uber I don't think an
before.
Uber counts as a
It's like a...
Yes, I'll have the chauffeur come pick you up, and then his name? Uber X, actually, I think. Like, Keve, over towards ramp. Yeah.
Oh, Pimp loves it. Full smoke spam with no information. From 100 to 0 in a moment.
That's what it's all about.
Oh, you're lining up on the dots, dude. Ah, dude, that's sweaty.
You line up to spam something else. All right. KST extending it even further. Wasn't just content with the double. Mate, what a story for this guy. Like, you know, we joked about it earlier on. KST on Vertigo Season 1 used to just be a bit of a meme, whereas now, mate, topping the charts. Alongside the likes of Regali.
Ooh, talking of which, he doesn't like what you said. He's going to take the mantle. He's going to go one step further as Rolf in a 1v5. This would be a highlight for the ages. He's got the first. Out wide, stuck on his island is KST, and Rolf, he's digging deep right now. Second kill, checking close, but he can't finish the job. He actually got a bit of a tag there. Keve keeps that round under wraps, and no 1v5 today. 12-3 though. It's not quite the 13-2 that was dished out to them in the first map, but let's see if Young Ninjas can have anything of the sort of comebacks, or if this will just be the clean sweep. Worth noting, fnatic have won every pistol in this series. And only in this map converted their first.
Exactly, right? Kind of caveat by that would be the weird force by war second half overpass where they go on to win the force by the second time around. So that's pretty cool. Also, love that Linus has his little major pin.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Of course.
You're going to do the diamond Operation Wildfire.
No, what you on about, mate? He's got to put his gold pick'em on.
Oh, he did shoot through his team. Yeah. No, of course. If you have it, flex it. Come on here.
No, 100%. 100%.
When are they going to start giving casters, major pins? Not that it would matter for us.
I was going to say. Yeah, that would be nice for everyone else, I guess.
Wait, does Pimp have one? Pimp does have one, right? Pimp, you have in your scoreboard, you have a major championship, don't you? Not championship, but like a placing? No?
No, because they didn't make it far enough.
I'm trying to think.
Don't you remember Pimp was on that team?
Leave him alone.
But he does have mad stickers.
Yes.
And he's pimped my ride many a time. So that part works. All right, moving on to this CT half now. And, why not kick it back with some Young Ninjas comms?
Ja, jag kan hoppa upp på vita så står du här bara. Default vinkel. Var beredd att wida på missen. Ta första sen så göm dig.
Ja. Micke, ja. Jag såg ingen bra.
Vi kör dem eller?
Ja, två
i alla fall.
Right. Vi går på direkt där. Vi går på direkt så är vi redo.
De har inte kört upp än. Jag kommer stanna i alla fall.
Ja.
Jag vet inte, det kändes lite fejkaktigt.
Right.
De breakade Windows.
Jag stannar där, jag håller vinkel.
Jag går sett kvar där. Jag pikar på dig där. Jag hade boosten bara.
Ja.
Jag står bara höga och håller ifall de kommer upp.
Flash mid, vit. Se Paul, se på dem, gå Paul.
Ja, jag tror det.
En uppe, en i håll.
Jag kommer i mitten.
Jag
flashar.
Två håll.
Håll. I mitten.
En mid, no cap. Två höger, en till höger. Och en i mid.
Jag flashar, kan vi hoppa på honom?
Ja, lägg. En är dubbel. Close en.
Oh no. The trend of Fnatic Rising winning pistols continues. That's now 4 for 4 across both of these maps.
Got to give it to them.
You did mention how they found their first conversion here. And if they're able to do that again, if they're able to find their second, if they're able to convert all the pistols, this should be done, right? And Young Ninjas know this as well. They're putting a little bit of money in on FURIA with the scout, but everyone else looking like they're going to eco. I don't even know to what degree I like it. You know, you can make the case that, like, yeah, the scout can soften them up for pistols. Maybe FURIA can just save, but I don't know.
It's kind of funny, and it's also kind of hypocritical, Harry, because when we call second round eco, you go, well, yeah, it's you guys can eco, but I'm going to buy Dig Armor.
I on moral / ethical grounds, I cannot eco second.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
But also I cannot force buy second if we win. No, sorry, I can't full buy second if we win. I will just partial.
You'll
Dig Armor.
Yeah, you just eco no matter what.
Dig Armor pretty much every round,
yeah,
actually.
pretty much.
Because the enemies have the guns and they're free.
Yeah, you can check out his montage. Harry put a bit of a Deegster on his old Twitter the other day.
Yeah. MOUZ MD, shout out one time. Regali gonna catch these mid players, and you know, I mean, it's just USPs and this one scout. The scout never sees anyone.
Walk it. Why'd you listen?
And so, you know, it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, you know, you can say, oh, well, FURIA just keeps it into the next round, but
see, this is where FURIA should drop below here, not to die, but to get in the glitch spot and save. That's how you do it. Or he gets a knife kill. That's also an option. He's gonna get cleared, and what can he do? See, if he dropped, he would have lived.
Well,
I've won a 1v3 from that in Pug.
Yeah, which is ludicrous because you can't go anywhere. They just came to you.
Can't do anything. I had the bomb on the railing.
Can't imagine that would have happened to.
No, you just save. I think.
Yeah.
Solo down the bomb won't stop you either. Well, Fnatic, they are definitely in a better spot than they were last map. Let's see if they are showing it in the voice comms. That's here.
Yeah. Take the bomb towards A.
Nice, okay.
Flash.
Cool as ever.
Boom.
Nobody peeking. Maybe we'll do it again. I'm going towards A.
Yeah. Can you take the bomb, Bjorn?
Yeah, I'm taking it.
Didn't molly mid in the beginning.
I'm on the wood.
Yeah.
Wait there, Pepe, flashes.
Yeah. Yeah, smoke.
He's burning.
Yeah.
One
take
smoke
it.
as well.
I'm hiding.
Still burning.
One
is
take flash.
Wait, they smoked big. We wait for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save my molly, guys.
I'm anti-flash, you can pick.
Yeah.
Smoke stairs from default. On B side one.
I'm doing one way now.
And Fozzy started mid as well.
Big flash.
Yeah, they came with
Flashing.
stairs.
Yeah.
Boom.
I'm gonna clear A with you guys.
I have Molo for center.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
They used
Right
2
on
smokes on
molly.
B.
I think we can
One
go
is
back to
coming
A and
towards A.
full execute.
On the box, on the box.
Oh, ping
But-
for
Yeah,
scout.
it's scout. I'm pretty sure it's scout, guys.
Maybe you'll search Ivy.
Don't see anyone Ivy.
You'll drop me your molly?
Go away together now.
Yeah.
You got 2 smokes. Matthias got 1.
He smoked Ivy.
You smoke left side?
Yeah, I'll smoke left, you smoke right. I will
I
molly
don't
Ivy
have
as well.
smoke.
Matthias will.
Oh, Matthias.
I can enter.
Yeah, I will enter as well.
Smoking now.
Somebody take Ivy yours.
Someone take Ivy.
I molly
Flash
Ivy.
behind.
Yeah, I'll take Ivy. Take one.
Maybe.
Headshot.
Go inside Ivy, I think.
Inside Ivy, low HP.
Ivy dead.
Molo
One behind side.
plant.
Maybe behind as well.
Try to plant if you can.
Flashing.
Yes, plant.
heaven.
20 May box.
One headshot.
Smoke is fading.
Smoke's faded.
Headshot dead.
Dead.
Nice. One more city.
Heaven.
I'm
Here
hiding.
behind.
Yeah, you
flash?
can hide, Julian. No,
Don't see behind.
okay.
Flash,
You can peek on mine.
Con in city. Con in city.
Go inside. He's low. 50. Nice.
Dead.
Headshot, I think.
I have
a
Could be headshot, Matthias. Yes,
You can
Just
pick
peek
from
on
me.
Matthias.
Yeah, I'll pick on Matthias. Headshot.
Peek left side, wide.
Top headshot.
Nice! Julian.
That is so close, and what a perfect round to listen into comms,
Yeah.
man. Like, 'cause I feel like sometimes, right, it feels like we always catch the one where something like really wild or like wacky or like so chaotic happens. But that was like a really nice slowdown. We got to hear some real kind of varying degrees of the communication, both from the setup, the early call, to the information that's being relayed across in the mid round. You can see, you know, and you heard just there how tiny little cues, such as like the amount of utility being used over towards B, was even referenced to calm bomb, you know, the amount of players leaning towards that side of the map. That was a really beautiful round to have got to listen in on. And now, you know, the game hangs in the balance on one final force buy for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, 4-man A start as well. They're just rushing down ramp, trying to take control, and they've done that. Smoking off the bridge. fnatic go, fine, you want
Dude,
it?
I like that reply.
We'll triple exec B. Molly's just going in. There's nothing Ninjas can do. They've been pushed out of default, out of quad, out of Tetris. They've got to play from gens. Scout has started to dish out some damage at least, but fnatic are about to cross in.
Yeah, the Scouts actually whittled a few of these boys down. And oh dear, this is not the start you wanted. Now this big rotation's come through, right? All 5 here for the Young Ninjas.
Oh dear.
However, Keve's got a free one lined up on a platter. That one comes quietly, but there's more waiting in the wings back here in CT. It's a double up on the aggression for fnatic Rising. Both Pepzor and Keve taking an aggressive line towards CT. Eventually going to have to take a moment to get that bomb down, and that'll come in now. ZTR's boosted. We've seen Young Ninjas actually attempt this one before, trying to get vision over this smoke, and it will net him the kill to Keve. Suddenly a 4-on-2. Pepzor on the generators, only guy with health to play with, needs to take as many to the grave with him as he can, and he's going to knock out 3. Banjo, 1v1 versus ZTR, new boy on the block versus a tenured player, and he's going to lock it in. 16-3, and talk about a statement from fnatic Rising, right? On their map pick, oh my goodness, things were ugly in that first half. They got dominated, then they start to grind it back all the way back on Overpass. Coming into Vertigo, mate, entirely different story. It's a similar first half this time out of fnatic Rising. Only difference is they never let their foot off the gas.
And all 4 pistols in the series. And finally, towards the end, we saw the improvements. They started to convert them as well. So yeah, you got to give it to fnatic Rising, splitting the series right down the middle. And now we split and bounce as we head to a break and throw it over to the desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates. Pretty much, they play, you win.
What a match! 16-3, fnatic Rising win with such a dominant performance. I mean, their city side, if I had to guess, I think Keve really managed to prepare with those 2 maps that we saw Young Ninjas play in the beginning, like in the first day. Or is that what you think happened, or am I missing something?
I mean, there's more than one aspect to it, but I agree. If you want to pick up on that point, we saw a couple of times where Keve got in behind the enemy lines, basically. Early on in the round, late in the round, he was backstepping a lot, and it felt like Keve had a good idea of what was going on this server for Young Ninjas, so that's definitely part of it. Another part of it is that I think we saw all players from fnatic Rising playing well. The bottom fragger for them, Banjo, I think he won 3 1v1s.
Yeah.
You know, massive impact on the server despite not fragging that much in all the rounds, winning both pistol rounds, and it's just one of those scenarios and one of those games where everything worked out perfectly well for fnatic Rising and absolutely nothing worked out for Young Ninjas. They won 3 rounds, and all 3 rounds they ran in a row. Outside of that, they weren't able to clinch just 1 round here, 1 round there. It was just a domination from start to finish.
I really thought that Young Ninjas were going to bring that one back a little bit once they were winning those few rounds. I mean, they started going for those slower A takes. I thought that they found the recipe for success, but I mean, after those rounds, that was it. I mean, at that point, Keve and the fnatic Rising gang, they didn't even look back. I mean, there was just nothing to be happy about if you're a Young Ninjas player. A few of their players had potential moments for clutches, you know, a couple 1v2s, and with the personnel on Young Ninjas, I think I would have pegged them to win a couple of those occasionally, but they won none of them. And that's something, once again, that's a testament to how well fnatic Rising played as a unit. You could even hear when those comm segments were airing that they were just on top of each other. They knew what the other player was doing. They had a beat on how even Young Ninjas were playing. They knew that Fuzi was mid, how he rotated. Like, they were on top of so much that game. It's really curious that they weren't able to bring kind of that level, that ability on Overpass, because when you're making great reads like that on one map, you would have thought that those skills wouldn't have just appeared out of nowhere on map number 2. Like, where was it on map 1?
Maybe it was the case of them having 2 demos to look at yesterday, right? That Young Ninjas showed everything they got, and Keve, could do the preparation properly. But regardless of good preparation or not, Young Ninjas should have done better, and they also had chances of doing better. There were a lot of one-on-ones, 2v2s, etc., and they all went the way of Fnatic Rising. So it wasn't a game that couldn't have been close, but there's no doubt that Fnatic Rising right now showcased us and showcased the rest of this group that they are to be taken seriously.
Yeah, and also when it comes to Vertigo, there is actually a possibility that, for example, Fnatic Rising decided to improve their Vertigo in comparison with the second season, because when it comes to their series against Big Omen Academy, those were the maps where they kept on choking and letting Big Omen Academy get to overtime and actually win against them. So maybe they didn't get to the land, they're like, okay guys, we need to improve this, and Vertigo. And right now we see the result.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like Fnatic Rising were playing much better. We also just saw it here in the highlight. It was 7-3, and it was a 3v3 bomb down on the B bomb side. Had Young Ninjas won that round, there's a case to be made here that they could have fought their way back into the game. As you said, Maui, it felt much closer at that stage. But from that point and onwards, after Regardless 2 fantastic AWP kills, it was again Fnatic Rising just rolling all over them. And when it comes to the pistol rounds as well, as both Harry and Hugo discussed during the cast, well, Fnatic Rising is just one step ahead. So no doubt they were the better team here in Vertigo, and it leaves you question, okay, Overpass wasn't a good performance, but if they can play at this level on a map like Vertigo, maybe there's a case to be made right now for Fnatic Rising being one of the teams that potentially could contest for the first place in this group.
Yeah, one narrative coming into the season that I wanted to consider was the fact that Fnatic Rising is the only roster that kept all 5 players from Season 2 to Season 3. I mean, they didn't change a single person. They barely didn't make it to the playoffs last time, and I'm sure they would have wanted to run that whole series back against Big Omen Academy. This time around, you could see that, at least on Vertigo, Overpass, let's forget about that for a second. I mean, this map for them worked out so well because they were able to just play off of each other in a lot of just various situations. I'd say especially late round. Like, late round in particular was where I thought Young Ninjas would get a grasp of it, like the 2v2s and whatnot. Those kind of moments is where usually Young Ninjas thrives. I usually expect them to win those, and then Fnatic Rising in this game suddenly just turned it up a notch. They were able to play the 1-2 ABC Counter-Strike off of each other, and I will say that I think there's something to be said that keeping a roster together from Season 2 to Season 3 probably is playing in their favor just a little bit more than I would have assumed after map number 1.
Yeah, but when it comes to the teams that we have right now, when it comes to Young Ninjas, they already had 2 wins before. They got 1 more right now. 1 loss, but they're still probably the favorites of their group. It is really nice to see Fnatic Rising actually already getting a win against the favorites. Maybe 1 loss, but in the end of the day, maybe you will get to the land not by getting the first place, but you'll just go through the gauntlet. You'll just end up being on the land in the end of the day. But when it comes to our second series, it is going to be between Astralis and NAVI Junior, 2 teams that we already saw on the first day. And Astralis, we saw them on Vertigo. NAVI, we saw them on Inferno.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of material, right? Both of the 2 lineups played 1 map each, Vertigo and Inferno, so we don't really know what to expect. I think both lineups, gave us a positive impression. Obviously, NAVI Junior winning that second map on, or the first one, sorry, on Inferno against Big Omen Academy was very impressive. Whereas for Astralis Talent, they managed to pressure one of the favorites in Group B. So I think both teams are coming in feeling fairly confident in this matchup.
Yeah, I think they should probably feel that this is a pretty even one. I think yesterday in kind of the post-game segment, post-day segment, I was saying that this is the matchup I would bill as the closer of the 2. I think Fnatic surprised me by the fact that they were able to take a map off of Young Ninjas. But like Pim said, I mean, NAVI Junior should feel like they're in a position right now where they think that really they don't really know what their limits are yet. They're still testing themselves, testing their mettle against every single team that they're facing up against, because these are the first officials that they've played as a 5-man unit, and because of that, the known quantity for me right now is Head Trick. But beyond that, the jury's still out for me on whether or not players like Laddick can really show up consistently, like map to map. It was a completely different player, even though it was Inferno twice in a row. And for Astralis Talent, some of the players like Fessor, who in map number 1 impressed, like, I think the main thing for me is consistency. Can players in this game do well on map 1 and map 2? Because it felt like yesterday or on day 1 for both of these teams, there was no one that was just consistently outputting on both maps that they played.
Yeah, and talking about Hetrick, I think it's kind of crazy to think that he's kind of considered the most experienced player in their lineup. He's like 17 years old. In the first season, they would sometimes bring him in as a substitute, I think, for Vertigo. Then he was in the main roster for season 2. And now in season 3, he's like the one who's like, okay, guys, I guess I'm the one with the experience. I am not the IGL, but maybe I'll be the one maybe like giving you the confidence.
Yeah, and he was doing well. We see season stats as well right here, some solid numbers overall the board for Hetrick. I think that's a player that has improved a lot coming into season 2. He got more, as you said, Heko, more responsibility, was used more, and was a steady member of the lineup. So, I mean, for NAVI Junior, I fully on board with what you're saying here, Maui. The jury is still out. We don't really know that much about them. There's still a lot of question marks, especially considering we've only seen them play Inferno, so we don't really know the depth of the map pool or how they thrive on other maps. You know, some of the old likings like Mirage, they used to play a lot with the old lineup. Are they willing to do that with the new one as well? There's still a lot of question marks surrounding NAVI. Whereas for Astralis talent, I think we got answered a few of the questions we had in terms of Breezer, you know, being a decent AWP player.
Solid.
Looked like Fessor was finding his footing somewhat, at least on Vertigo, at least the first time around for Astralis talent. So it is still a big question mark for me how they match up, but I agree it is more so and maybe the most 50-50 match we've had so far in season 3.
Yeah, what I'm really hoping for is that we'll not see like a Vertigo and Inferno right now, because then, you know, you'll not...
As long as it's not 2x Vertigo or 2x Inferno, I'll be okay with it.
I'm okay with the split maps. I have Vertigo Inferno. Let's do it.
It's split at least, like not like the same. Yeah, because like I mean, imagine if you have like 2 Vertigos and you just like have like stats for Astralis talent, like they played only Vertigo, as if it's already again like season 1, like where they were just playing Vertigo. If they play Vertigo, they win. If they don't, well, unlucky.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Navi might not want to play Vertigo when they get the majority of the bans. When they're the home team in this segment, I don't think they're going to let it go to Vertigo, actually. I think they probably don't mind their Inferno right now. I think they could probably do better than that, because that T side that they played against Big had a couple of rounds where it felt like when they played a little faster, that it just worked for them. And so I think if they look back at that, they can just simplify their game a little bit, probably stick to just, you know, the basics, and then they'll be fine. I want to like pick on a player.
A bully.
I want to pick on one player, and that's Nipple. I think that Nipple in one of the maps, Nipple looked like just so much better than I think it was definitely when they switched to the offensive side. So the second time that they played against Big Omen Academy, I think in the first map he looked like definitely a contributing member for the squad. But in the second, he just like couldn't really find much of anything, and it was like if Hetrick couldn't bail them out of rounds, I really just kind of hate when you see a player going from one map, even as a rifler, and then they just have no impact on one, but a lot of impact on the other. And I also just want to say, like, Nipple should change his username. Like, this is so great. This is just
Nipple's changed though. Like, you know,
crazy.
You know it. At least I know from personal experience. If you're hot, right, they can change size, they can change impact. And if you're cold, that's the same thing with Nipple.
Is it cold in here? Is it cold in here?
All I'm saying is you're basically describing a Nipple right there. You know, so it does make sense that he's maybe a little bit inconsistent.
Well, for a real long time, I was sure, Maui, that like your favorite player for now, like, when it comes to NAVI Junior, is like, the Warlock. Of course, Latic. You kind of forgot about him.
Latic is doing a great job for having the best hair in the league. I'll say that.
Okay.
Latic, I think the thing with Latic is that once he gets a little bit more,
boom,
like okay, we got Vertigo. Oh man, I thought they would ban it. I didn't think they would let it go this far down. But okay, you know what? That's all right. Astralis might get 2 Vertigos today. They might actually get it all the way for themselves. So that's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see if Latic can play a good op on Vertigo, because it is obviously such an essential part of, like, portion or player on the map at any given time. So let's see if the Warlock can conjure something up for us.
I'm curious to that one right there. There's a chance we get to see Vertigo twice. On the other hand, though, if you're Astralis talent, like this is the choice of dead even. It is a 50-50 match to me as well. So I'm glad that the odds is reflecting as well from Parry match. But honestly speaking, I think if you're Astralis talent, you don't want to play Vertigo again against NAVI Junior. I think when we come into the prioritization list for Astralis talent, after losing it twice the first day, there should be another map, you know, they could go to. So maybe we'll get Vertigo twice, maybe we don't. But it is interesting to me to see NAVI are willing to prioritize Vertigo at very, very high level.
Yeah, when it comes to Vertigo, I'm actually wondering how actually good is Vertigo when it comes to Astralis talent, because I mean they managed to get like a really close score in the second map.
Yeah.
And right now we just saw Young Ninjas lose like really hard against Fnatic Rising. So maybe Young Ninjas don't have a strong Vertigo, and like Astralis, that's why it managed to get such a close.
If you want to use the like transitive property there, that's going to be a selling point to think that maybe Astralis talent is maybe actually bad. Maybe not that good actually, because even though they played what is our Group A favorites very close, we just saw another team beat Young Ninjas on that map. So yeah, that's a good point, Heku. I think that right now Astralis talent probably feel like they got some experience, but then if they just watched that last map and thought, ooh, we lost to these guys twice on that map, and Fnatic could beat them. So that might actually do a little bit of that's a little negative for their confidence, maybe.
I would agree, especially losing twice on the same map, you know, despite it getting close the second time around. I do think Astralis, though, left with a positive feeling. Of course, they felt they could have won against Young Ninjas, and they will come into this matchup feeling a little bit more confident than they were yesterday or 2 days ago, for sure. But as I said, you know, I think this is a 50-50, and I think for the first time in history of the WePlay Academy League, I'm going to go and predict Astralis to
no
win the game.
way.
Oh.
Danish bias right there.
Danish bias.
I'll go Navi Junior. I'll go Navi. I think Laddick's going to pull it out. I think Hetrick's going to drop 26 kills. No, that's a lot.
20's going to drop 32, so he's going to...
Oh my God.
Okay.
32. Oh my God.
Okay, let's just stop
He's Harry's
speculating.
favorite player too. My God.
Let's just stop speculating. Let's just go Vertigo. I mean, WePlay Academy League, Vertigo, of course, the third day, but it's like the fourth Vertigo. I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen, and I'm sure that Hugo and Harry are really excited for this cast.
Take it away, Nibbles.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pimpies. Man, I've realized something as well, like with Maui's so smart. He used a word just then I didn't even know. Well, like a transient of property or something like that. I don't know.
That was multiple words.
Yeah, that is
really
multiple words.
It.
Exactly. I thought it was all one.
Wow.
He reminds me, and I've cottoned on to this, he is esports' Henry Cavill, man. He's handsome, he's built, and he's intelligent. And actually, if you want to go down like the Witcher route, you know, Pimp's almost like our Yennefer. I don't know if you haven't watched Witcher. You don't watch TV.
I do,
but you know, he started
fantasy.
off as like this weird little beast, and now look at him. He's growing into this wonderful, smart, brilliant guy. So,
yeah, I just watched Denmark pick Denmark, so I don't know what's going on today.
Never happened.
But Pimp is on the Astralis train. I don't know. I think it depends what Latic we get, man. Do we get map 1 Latic, or do we get map 2 Latic? That's the question.
Yeah, no, that is... Dude, Latic was... He came in firing on all cylinders, right? The first time we got to watch him on that original Inferno, it was like, oh my God, is this just Monacy 2.0? But then we had him fall off completely when it came to switching it up, playing the map again, T-side AWPing on Inferno. Obviously, it's always a challenge, right? No one really likes it. So that kind of tracks, and for me, Vertigo is like... another one of these maps where the AWP is just so important, like especially when it comes to these ramp fights, right? That's really where Vertigo can be won or lost. And I think if you get like firing on all cylinders here, that's rather promising. He's certainly going to have his work cut out for him, though.
Yeah, and even though Astralis did have a couple of those 2 Ls to the Ninjas on this map the other day, like, yeah, experience, I guess. You've got a bit more playtime, you've got a bit more knowledge. And it's funny because you look at Navi on this map and you go like, well, the main team doesn't actually play Vertigo. I'm gonna bring back a quote that we heard from, I think it was Simple, I think said it, either after Blast or after the Major, might have been Blast, where he said that he asked Blade, you know, when are we going to be playing Vertigo? We're going to be playing Vertigo soon? And Blade goes, yeah, after the Major. And then they win the Major, and Simple goes, so are we playing Vertigo now? And Blade goes, I didn't tell you which Major. And so, you know, with the main Navi team not playing it, I wonder if there's definitely going to be no assistance down the line, right, into this Navi Academy team on this map at least. But they're still keen to play it, and I wonder why.
Yeah, man. No, I mean, I'm really, really curious as well how the new look Na'Vi Jr. is going to fare, right? Because whenever we had old Na'Vi Jr., you could always rely on like a Monacy popping off here. I think on care as well. That was kind of
that's why we were hyped that was like in map 1, to be
right.
honest.
Yeah. But it's like that was really for me like the deadly duo, especially over towards say bomb set. The way they could play off of each other, right? With like Monacy always taking these audacious ramp peaks. Then you have guys like on care who can anchor down the short side. Well, now that that's all been removed, now that that's been stripped back, and actually the only player you have from that time period is Headtrick still in the roster. You know, how much of that is going to be replicatable for these new players, right, being brought into the fold? How much of that is going to have changed? I'm really excited to see how that's all looking. Then on like the Astralis talent side, Vertigo's actually been one of the maps these guys have been good at, right? This is why it's kind of interesting to me. It screams confidence from Na'Vi to have picked it up against Astralis talent, I think, because this has been, out of all, you know, it's been pretty gnarly times for Astralis talent. Out of all of that, though, the one map that has kind of looked like one where they can test teams on it, where they can push you to your limits, it is Vertigo.
Sure, and you know, the new we're talking AWPs, the new addition of Breezer as well. This guy actually looked pretty good on this map just the other day. So yeah, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think Na'Vi are the favourites for this game though, so we'll have to see if Pimple Maui's right. One of them can be, one of them must be as we get into this one. And Maui first got to jump the roof. Maui, you ever skydived? No, he has not. This is fake news.
Yeah. That was meant to be like Miami vibes.
Oh my god, and the round's over. See ya.
What a debut here for Na'Vi Jr.
What was that?
Nipple.
Mute this guy.
Nipple, we knew he had it in him.
Keep it flawless. I mean, at this point, skip the pistol, run it back for the second round, and it's flawless. There it is. 1-0 for Na'Vi, and that's one way to do it. Run up A real quick.
Yeah, you'd assume.
Yeah, probably.
Well, look, you can see the parry match odds after that pistol, putting this one in favor.
Already panic mode activated.
Yeah, putting it in favor of Na'Vi.
Where's the paper shredder? They're coming through the walls.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Full eco here for Astralis talent. I like that. Get your guns in nice and early. And also on the CT side, they're going to be able to, you know, flex their AWP muscle, you know, faster than Latic. Not necessarily faster, but to more efficacy. Don't smile like you know words, Harry. Man does not know words.
Yes, but out into middle, Headtrick.
Yes.
Gonna be the guy, the point guard.
Move! Okay, there.
This is his Headtrick, in case anyone was wondering. That's where the name comes from.
Yeah.
Before that, it was pen trick. He was really, really good at, you know, flipping it around
like
on
in
his
school,
fingers.
yeah. Like, oh, could you do that?
Nope.
I could do that.
I knew you were the kid that learned that, man. That actually is so on brand. I am lost for words. I can imagine you
then stop talking.
Stood in the schoolyard flipping the pen around.
No, I wasn't that good. But I could do it slow. I can't.
Were you into what were those things that were no, like it was like a double spinners? It was like a double yo-yo.
No, yeah, there was that kid.
Yeah. Every school app one. Every school app one. What were those called? This is an eco. That's why we're just, you know.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I'm just letting everyone know.
Known.
What were those things called? If you know what we're on about.
Well, the one on the string that you like, eat in the air.
Two big old sticks. Well, not that big, like kind of drumstick size with some string on it, and then like a big double-ended yo-yo.
And you'd like, you know, do the. I mean,
don't
no one can
do
see.
This hand gesture.
Yeah, I'm glad the camera's off, I guess, but I guess I need the. I guess I need the yo-yo to really show, but I couldn't do it, Harry. I'm not that talented. I could solve the Rubik's Cube. That's true. And I'm going to go solve one right now while we listen to the Na'Vi comms.
Я скину дым.
Скинул рукав. Ладер, аккуратно, может быть, тайминг.
Окей. Окей. Дал дым. Готовы?
Да. Я бы ближе.
Он шьет с неба, я пока ладер нам заберу.
Я на X, может быть. Далеко стою слева.
Еще можно сейчас дым их переждать. Они второй, да, дали?
Они сильно раздали.
Хорошо.
Я слева стою.
Посидим по контролям. Да потом будет рампу отбить.
Мид не вижу.
Пацан на месте. Прыгает на инфу. Можно под флеш.
Я ушел с меда.
Я могу флеш. Хорошо. Давай флеш, пикни его. Дал. Бум. Не видел.
Он кинул.
Сен пикает. Сотки не было. Он дальше на подъеме стоит.
Один сот.
Бил кран.
Хорош.
И сотка минут 50.
Убил. Еще кап. Он видел бомбу. Пода хотите закончить?
Два
Можем.
пода.
Дым скинул. Дом моли за дым, продлил. Это вон двое аккуратно, может выйти у меня.
Может 100 выйти, парень, аккуратно.
Я за молик. Забрал. Дали флеша.
30 секунд, парень.
Можем под дым лево 2 карман пойти. Да. Я молик на пик дам. Надо. Я дал дым. И флешки есть. И
Вышел 100. Найс.
Сотка бил. Кого хотеть? За дефолтом аккуратно, может быть. Я дал бомбу и оставлю. Давай, гараж один. За дефолтом.
Да.
Oof, that's gotta hurt. It's a nice try out of NAVI Junior, right? They go into that. It's a bit of a bonus round from them. And there was a moment where it looked like it was all doable, but unfortunately that belief that the site was clear, that tap of the bomb that was originally meant to just bait a peek, well, he was in the site the whole damn time, my guy.
Yeah, it's a nice realization from Breezer as well, because that's a very risky move round only one side of the site smoked, but he knows because that smoke's coming in, they're likely just double short, playing for the plant rather than having to swing the boost, swing the heaven, and the rest of CT. So good read out on an island there. We still don't have the orb. We have to wait a little bit for that. But Na'Vi even taking a bit of a breather, trying to figure out what they want to do. They've got money. But where are they going to put it? Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's the drip right there. It's not factory new, but it's fine. It's okay, I guess. It's a little torn, a little worn.
All right, stained.
Ooh.
What else
Gloves. The gloves are pretty cool. Damn, the invisible gun. No way, man.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
And we really are back in the playground.
All right, there we go. That's
far more fancy. No gloves, but it's okay. You know.
Okay, Ram. What we got? Is that a butterfly?
Oh,
no.
yeah.
That is. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Ooh, butterfly, nice.
These cameras are so high quality, man. Just walking in around the players. Let's get back in though. Na'Vi going Diablo and slow as they work their way towards this A site. Vessor, black and white yet again. Oh no! What? He eviscerated Nipple through that wall, cut through like glass. Which is funny because that's what Pimp's nipples do. Rock solid. Trust me, I still have the scars.
Wow. Well.
Damn. What's the villager noise? That's like a sheep, dude. How do they go?
Not like that.
No, not like that.
It's like, I know, they just make weird little noises. Like, Altex, here we go. Here we go. Oh, beheaded Mister. Hey there, Mister. Come on, man. Come on now. Flash is good. Sets him up for the first, but Unbroken on a bit of a tear here. Doubles up on the entry. Breezer holding the angle. That molly is going to force him back, but he's done all he had to do. He stopped that bomb on the cross. Now you're dead to this wrap round. Fessa gonna lock in that frag, and Unbroken, the man who started it with a double, needs to win it with the ace. He's on to 3. Breezer and Vigo still to beat, and that bomb out in the open. He's got 20 seconds left as of right now. It's a time, bit of a problem for Unbroken. He's going to go looking for the fight, and they swing in together. I like that. You can tell that is one of those moments there where Astralis talent, they're sat in complete silence, and then one of them goes, okay, peek on 3. 1, 2, 3. They swing it together and eviscerate Unbroken.
Yeah, and right there, we talked about that plant last game, right, where you back up a little bit when you don't have stairs, especially if you take a moment to get into the site, because the bomb got dropped on head trick, and so that slowed things down, allowed Fessa to flank, and we saw those safer plants from the stairs, and, well, Fessa just denied that here with a default plant attempted by Na'Vi. Now they're broken a little bit. They're going to decide to force up, put what they can in. Mostly pistols out middle. is up on top of Con. And no boosting. They're just going to try and dry peek him. Ollie behind him as well. Miss is going to have to run through it. Unless he wins the fight here, he'll die instead. That'll do, but that's a gun given over now. Na'Vi can grab it and try and set up for this B split. Full blind in the site. His Altex didn't know he wasn't behind cover. And now the B site belongs to Na'Vi. Even Hedrick still late lurking mid. Cuts off Fessa on a retake. 2-on-4, and things just got very awkward for Astralis.
Yeah, if Vigo can find this kill in middle, that would have really spurred you on to give this a go. But Hedrick, I love what he's done here, right? He's just been this annoying thorn in your side. He deals with a mid player and then gets the hell out of danger, right? He knows that if he offered a trade up, maybe they have cause to give it a go, right? Knowing that it is just pistols on the other side, but with that never materializing, and with them wasting all that time clearing middle for nothing, it forces the save out of Astralis talent. So that's actually a really lovely little force buy round out of Na'Vi Jr.
They also did a safe plant for stairs. They learned from the last round, I see. Not wanting to make that same mistake back-to-back rounds. Yeah, I do like the mid luck. Didn't seem like Fessa was even considering it, just because one player got over Con. That felt like, you know, enough of a convincing for him, but that one's going to hurt. Bullet to the back. And now we have that rebuy for Astralis. It's looking pretty struggled. Couple of guns is all they can field. And that was a really weak force for Na'Vi as well in terms of weaponry, so they're going to be very happy that they've just flipped the script so early in the game. Still up to be rewritten, though, by Astralis talent. Nice nade, though. That's going to make these pistols, this M4, just that little bit more high value in a round like this, taking 10, 15 health off of players. Re-smoke on ramp at 120. That's annoying for Na'Vi. They're going to have to wait through it. Will throw their own one way out. Do they want to risk climbing up? You never know. Someone could be pushed down on short. It's all a bit of a fakey for Na'Vi as they go back to get the bomb. Still 2 middle yet again. Same story for Astralis, though. What a check for Hedrick. That's grimy. Just clears top box immediately. Still Vigo here, but again, the molly on Con pushes him back. And Na'Vi don't even need to commit in middle. They can reset yet again. They've got what they came here for, a kill, and now they leave, knowing eyes will remain on middle for the rest of the round. Everyone goes back to that B-bomb site where 2 CT sit. It's still a good setup for Astralis, but outnumbered right now.
Yeah, out of all the times, though, to have lent heavy towards this B-bomb site, you know, this was the perfect time to have done so, and will you be ready for Breezer at the back of the site with this AK? Oh, it's ugly. He's trying to wrestle with it. He's got 6 bullets, now none. The kill found, and suddenly all on to Hedrick, who's doing all he can. You've had time to get the reload off now, Breezer. Looking for this final man. It's Fessa to seal the deal and keep Astralis talent in this one at 3-3. Something I'm already kind of noting is, you know, like a lot of attempts at these mid to Bs so far. You know, a lot of leans towards this side of the map. Something that the old Na'Vi squad did a hell of a lot of back when we had, you know, the kind of OG junior team, right, before they made that decision to promote the Na'Vi youth squad. I felt like it was just a very A-focused team, and that makes a lot of sense, right? When you look at like the pieces they have, didn't have something like an AWP in this round to try and challenge for that ramp control. But it always makes me nervous leaning into a B play when you know your opponent isn't going to have all these bells and whistles, isn't going to have everything.
I actually think it's really cool you just mentioned, obviously, how these players have been, you know, many promoted from the youth side of things. And we were a little worried coming in because we knew how good the old Na'Vi rosters were. And obviously, a lot of them depended on players like m0NESY, who have gone to bigger and better places. But for someone like Onkera and Fear, we're wondering why these guys aren't in the roster, because they were never a problem. They were actually really talented. And I think it's cool that Na'Vi have done this as an org, because it even shows, even in a short term, for a youth team, a team below the academy team, a team below the junior team, are still, you know, getting tangible progress, right? Like in such a short space of time, over a year, they've even been promoted a whole level inside the organization. So that's really cool, and actually shows that Na'Vi weren't just, you know, trying to lock a bunch of players into contracts for no reason. They do have an aim to use these players, if not sell them.
Na'Vi were one of the OG organizations to really look at academy squads, you know, in terms of building something up even before the existence of the WePlay Academy League, right? They've always had this NAVI Junior squad. They've also had NAVI Youth. Prior to that, they even had a step below it, NAVI Academy, which is for even younger players. Don't know if that one exists anymore. But yeah, it's wild. I'll revisit that topic
fresh out
in a
the
moment.
womb and in the sun.
Yeah, the NAVI prenatal.
Yeah. You can sign your future child away.
Yeah. they're like the like Rumpelstiltskin of CIS.
Dude, when CS Pros start having kids, now they're going to be reaching out like, do you want to sign a contract?
So simple. Could we have some of your DNA?
Actually, I'll buy it. I'll buy it right now.
My God, they're going to do it, Hugo, with the Eagles. I was just kind of letting this one slip by because it was meant to be an easy round for Astralis talent, and yet somehow NAVI Junior.
Wow, they've done it.
They've actually won that. Okay.
It's that big nipple with a double D on the site.
That's unreal. That is unreal.
Just
that
spamming Eagle like it's 2020, Harry. Remember the good old days?
But yeah, so if I understand right, I think the way that it works was that NAVI Junior was like for the slightly older, guys. I'm talking like 17, 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
Then you add NAVI Youth, which was even younger than that. And then Academy, I think, was for literally, I'm talking like 13-year-olds.
Wow.
Here. We actually played with a NAVI Academy player at one point in time. So let's go listen into Astralis. We've talked a lot about NAVI. I want to hear some
den
names.
midt, Victor? Nej.
Nej.
That's more like it.
Ja, okay.
Flash rampe, Frank.
Ja, jeg har ikke.
Ja, fint.
Jeg er sådan her.
Okay, må du en gul?
Flasher bag dig her.
Der er ikke noget.
Jeg har lagt one way nu. Det er lidt nøjere at sidde boost her med. De boostede sidst.
To dernede.
To dernede. Alex, jeg spotter os bare på CT.
Jeg kan lægge one way der.
Sæt one way. Jeg er bare langt tid. Jeg har en flash.
Ja. Jeg lægger den, eller?
Ja, kom.
Det er bare højt bagved, når det er okay.
Lægger den der.
De muller i gul. Jeg får en med her.
Den failede, tror jeg.
Ja, den failede.
Jeg har lige nu.
Eventuelt kan vi spille retake B-mates, og så få mig med. Ja, kom. Tror, vi kan bare søge ud rampen. Ja.
Okay, bare gå med.
Drop mig din flash, Victor. Har jeg også mål?
Jeg har ikke mål.
Okay, jeg kan flash lige på, jeg holder ikke mere.
Okay.
Klar, Frank?
Jeg kom. Nej, vent. Vent. Kom nu.
Flash her. Stop. Holder
Cool. Søg. MR højst. Ja, de sidder bare og venter. 2 mere. 3 oppe. Løber bare op.
Jeg smukker.
For en højst.
Oh, it's just too far. The double nade. Oh, just the single nade. But yeah, couldn't get the AK. Navi even trying to blow it out the way. They'll blow Astralis out of the room. 5-3. And these A takes starting to look good, right? Considering it started with a lot of mid to Bs. And now we're starting to see, more meta rounds. Good parry match odds for Navi as well as they start to run away with things. But Astralis have one more little eco before things get spicy again. We don't even need to see the Latic T-Orb. It's not really been required.
Yeah, the short smoke's been lobbed over as well. It's going to land nice and early. Just an eco for Astralis talent, and they're going to try and hedge their bets.
Ooh, it's a dangerous game you're playing here. They go one more and you're off. Will they clear it though? Oh, they'll clear that. Spraying the smoke. If they get short, that being Navi, Vigo's a dead man. There's nothing he can do. He's got as far as he can out on the edge of this wall. But short has been taken, and there he is, cleaned up.
All right.
It's only a matter of time.
What's the furthest you think you could fall without dying?
In-game?
No, in real life. Because I just got reminded.
I just pull a sweet tuck and roll and bounce back up to my feet, I think. I do backflips every day of my life.
I think if you shifted all your momentum upwards just before you hit the ground, doesn't that cancel it out? It didn't work there, admittedly.
It's like, if you're in an elevator that's falling,
they say
you're dead.
No, they say if you jump right before you hit the ground,
it just cancels the gravity. You live.
You're fine. The elevator totaled. But
No, I think you have to sacrifice someone. They have to lay on the ground.
It's actually like how in the BBC Classic Day of the Triffids, which you definitely haven't watched, Eddie Izzard, who's in that, which is just really odd because it's like some super serious drama. He survives a plane crash by hiding in a plane toilet and filling it with life jackets.
Probably wasn't real though.
No, well, yeah.
It's like how Indiana Jones survived a nuke by hiding in a fridge. It's like, it's a cool film concept. Would it work in reality? Don't think so.
No.
Just turn into a cockroach and then you'll survive.
Wow, yeah, I don't know why I never thought about it like that. Turn into a rad roach to survive that fallout. Let's
Here's
see.
the AWP battle.
Breezer,
First
yeah.
AWP battle
We get
of
to
the
see that
game,
head-to-head. Latic versus
Or
Breezer. I mean, they can't even see the AWP battle.
Oh.
Nice for Headtrick to be aware of that, man. So often, like, that's such a finicky little angle to spot, but gets them down from the red boost there back towards CT. Still, there's this ramp fight going on. It's a bit of a stalemate here. There's this big gap of no man's land between them. There's that one way, but it's Breezer to break the silence first. His AWP besting that of Latic in the head-to-head to open up this round.
Got to say, observing has been really, really good in this tournament. I do want
really nice.
I don't know who it is, but I will find out because there has been some excellent, not just the whole team in terms of like the fly-through cams and stuff, but even just catching POVs has been really, really smooth. So, bit of a B pop now for NAVI. They're down a man. They're just trying to force their way in and crossing. Well, that's what they struggled with in the last time, right? Altex, Mister, both players swinging in for the kill. Plant tapped, not stuck. And will Astralis swing? Yes, they will. That's exactly what Headtrick wanted. On for what is now a 1v3. 2 left up. And he's dead to the flank on ramp. It's happened too many times now for NAVI. But if you don't have cover, you can't back out, right? And go actually plant safe from stairs, because then you're even more open to gents. So it's pick your poison. At the end of the day, Harry, it's still poison.
Really nice try, but yeah, man. I mean, these fast flanks out of Astralis Talent have kind of consistently been there to shut down these attempted B plays. Short smoke's gone over once again. You know, NAVI doing this at the beginning of a lot of these A play rounds, so I wonder if they are going to look to go back to it. No, instead, it's an illusion, it's a ruse. They're stacked up outside of B. They've been spotted early. Damage exchange, but ultimately, it's to the advantage of Astralis Talent. And this might be an all-in execute from the get-go. You've thrown in that one short smoke, trying to give the illusion you have players at ramp. However, Astralis Talent never fell for it. They cleared ramp right at the start of the round. They know that everyone's got to be over here towards B. And so this was just a real good example of what information gathering can do. However,
you dare.
Information, that's one part of the war. However, you can fight your way out of it. Can fight your way out of a bad spot like this. Even though they know it all, they've still got to do it.
Oh, that was a perfect flash.
Oh, it's a lovely double up from Breezer. He's having a great start to this one, right? Not just besting Latic in that AWP head-to-head in the round prior, but there, fully blind, goes on to double up. He's been so key on that AWP. I also want to throw out, he was the reason that B stack comes in. They cleared a ramp. Even with that short smoke down, the AWP was a part of that. It rotates over immediately as soon as they see there's no one at A. And so Astralis Talent, yeah, one step ahead.
I mean, that's one shot from probably a NAVI round, or at least very likely a NAVI round. If they, they full white the AWP Breezer, if he Latic manages to hit the headshot, suddenly 2v5 to 2v2, and you've got the plant. So very, very scary situation for Astralis Talent, but it doesn't really matter how weird these rounds get as long as you're building in. We didn't have our first AWP in the server till round 9, and now Breezer's just been popping with it ever since. So Astralis trying to level the playing field, trying to equal the score. And when NAVI go back for these B plays, they need the gen smoke. Really, I hope they have it in their repertoire. They need the both sides, because the angle Astralis has been playing every round on B has been letting NAVI up Tetris and then playing right side green gens and stopping the Tetris or double cross to default. That's when NAVI have always fielded their first death on B. They get all the way up, but they can't get default. And we've seen how these delayed late plants have let them down with 2 rounds now. Astralis have killed the planter from ramp flank. So, yeah, Na'Vi, I hope they have a full B execute, both side smokes available. If they don't have it, they're going to really have trouble getting into B without any mid splits or anything like that. The one player with AK armor is Bud.
That's so unfortunate, isn't it?
So,
dude, he's also sat at 161 ADR, like... All right, Hedrick.
Yeah, this is the way you play. Oh, okay. He's going to check this first then. Are they boosting a Deagle? Hedrick.
Oh my God, Hedrick, are you okay?
Did he think that was an enemy, or was he just
No, I think
pissed?
he did. And like the whole time they're saying like...
I can't jump, I can't jump.
They're going,
dude,
Hedrick, boost. Come on, boost. And he just turns around like, wait, boost?
I don't know what that was. He definitely should have got on his teammate's head, though. That was the way forward. That was the way to do it.
That's just a weird...
What is going on?
All right, here we go. Hedrick. He's trying to keep the ADR up. I don't think team damage counts, though, bud. Here's the A play, and Fessa tucked in behind the sandbags.
Oh, no.
Gonna get flashes from in the site, you'd imagine, to help him on his mission here. And even though he's got to get the reload off, Vigo comes charging in to help him out. Everyone wants to get stuck into this, and so they will.
Very clean. Yeah, Astralis just collapsed them. With Fessa there, they know that Na'Vi are broke, right? There's no Molly coming in, so the only way that Na'Vi can win that is by hunting down Fessa. Astralis trying to make sure it doesn't happen. They put numbers up in their face. 6-6. Na'Vi coming back in with a buy, though. I don't know, that looked pretty purpose to me. That didn't look like he got caught off guard, but what do I know? Just doing a little bit of trolling. It's only an eco, won't make much a difference. But here's the AWP back for Breeze and none for Latic. I mean, Na'Vi could take a 6-round half and be happy, but they want more. It started so strong.
Yeah, they're leaning back over here towards B once again, this time hoping that a mid-split can try and help the war effort over here towards this B site. However, with Hedrick already removed, he's really been the guy to keep an eye on. We've got to look down the ranks at the rest of them. Unbroken, often good at getting these B openers. This round, no exception to that. Molly going to deny that bomb plant. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, it will, and the nade's going to seal the deal. Now, the plant still comes in, but it's unbroken at 10 HP to try and 1v3 this from the stairs, and he's already walking out of the round, back to spawn.
Yeah, I kind of like this call, to be honest. You just know you're not going to win it. It's sad, but it's realistic. As Astralis just stick the defuse. Look how safe Fessor was there behind default because the plant was wide due to the Molotov. That's really awkward. I mean, the Molly would have killed him, but the nade came in and did the job anyway. Now Breezer has an A spawn with the AWP. That's going to get even more dangerous for Na'Vi if they want to change their tune and move away from these B plays that were working really well when they had that mid split. But you'll notice Breezer started the round in mid on this really wide angle here. Perfect timing. And Hedrick, you know, he pre-aims a close spot, but then he lets his guard down, and it's the wide angle that does well for Breezer. So let's see, this AWP has started A. And Na'Vi, they dodge death for a moment. Careful, Fessa, they're running up yellow. The flash luckily stops Fen2k, but he has got a Molotov. Is there a smoke? Yep, Fessa's there in time. He does this a lot, though, climbing up on top. Na'Vi are aware of it. An HE grenade would do great work, and there it is. Down to 7 for Fessa. One more, and they have it available and unbroken. He isn't here, however. The one guy they need with the HE. Molly instead. That's a sealed deal, and that's an opening kill, but Astralis try and re-aggress, and after Fess is dead, they give it up. 3 CTs on A. Na'Vi know, they've seen everyone. We might even have a boost up.
Well, man, with the kind of day Breezer's having, he's the one you've got to put a stop to.
Oh!
He's the unstoppable force, right? The immovable object in the site with this AWP. Getting out of there, just going through the motions back towards Elevator. And at this point, NAVI Junior, they started to realize, like, guys, we're getting a lot of resistance here at ramp. I think, you know, at this point, they have all rotated over. So they're going to go quiet. They're going to start to go back, explore other avenues. Nipple dead over here towards short. And Mr., he's going to re-aggress after that kill. I love this decision, right? He's starting to get a bit of an idea that ramp is clear. And so we see that AWP moving around early. We see players making their way over. And as mentioned, Breezer is the man to beat. You finally dealt with him, but he's left it all on Headtrick. This was a 1v3 when it began, now 1v2 and a chance to plant the bomb. At least this is far more room than he's often had.
Oh no, what?
No! Mister's dead, but Altex will keep it in the advantage of Astralis talent. There's the round.
Oh my god,
it's very wild. There's a collateral in there. There's a rogue Molotov that catches Mister moving in. It looked like he was in the air when he died to it.
Yeah,
it's a classic Molotov. Yeah. It's a classic Molotov move.
Mollies do climb walls. That's a crazy round for the boost check as well for Headtrick. Insane. First time we've seen it this map. But you've got to give it to Astralis, man. Like, you know, we've already talked about how we were a little worried about this map, given they lost it both times to NIP or to Young Ninjas. And now they're coming in. NAVI started this map extremely strong out the gate. And Astralis talent have done a great job of closing this gap. 5 in a row. Breezer at the forefront, but he's not alone. Well, now he's gone. Orped out by Latic, who's finally got another AWP. It's been a long time coming, and he needs to put it to good use, but he's already gone. Vigo doubles up, and Fess is spamming the smoke to try and finish the job started. Nipple dodges the nade, at least keeping things in a 3-on-3, and will decide to re-aggress and get short back under control as his team rotate out. Fessa wants this info. Again, Astralis are going to have the knowledge, it seems, ahead of time.
And this is something consistently they've gotten away with, right? Like, it feels like we're talking about it all the time, and that's because it's happening every damn round, right? The moment it goes quiet, Astralis, every single time this has happened and they've walked it, they've reaped the benefit of the free info, so why stop now, right? It's not like you've ever really been punished for this. They've already pieced together the, Fessa, just do it to him. Just do it to him. Go on, there's nothing else to say, mate. Take it away, Fessa. Big Fess on the mic. Here he is, laying down the pain. MC Fessa drops a big fat beat on that flank and puts 9 on the board for Astralis talent.
It's not even the first time he did it as well. Like, so many great rounds for Astralis where they get info at the right time as soon as NAVI leave. And yeah, just no hesitation on the flank. Full commit. Fessa with a great half, Breezer as well. And Na'Vi, I mean, Headtrick's putting up a damn fine effort, 19 and 9, but it is not enough. 6 is fine, 6 is doable, but it could have been so much more.
What I really hope is that, like, Latic is just a CT AWPer.
Yeah.
You know, it's not uncommon for that to be the case.
He had it twice.
Exactly,
half.
Right?
He died once to the AWP immediately. The second time he killed the AWP, and then he got pushed through. Oh, just there. Or did he have? Was it 3 times?
3 times.
3 times. Okay.
3 times. Third time was bottom ramp where he gets rushed by Vigo and misses the shot.
What was second time?
No, wait, I don't think he got one on the Vigo push. Here you go.
He killed Breezer this last round of the half.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's all right.
Or maybe it wasn't Breezer, but he got a pick, and then he got traded.
Okay, that's a little more forgivable. Yeah. But regardless, I hope it is just the case that he can come alive a bit on the CT side. Not unheard of. With some CIS AWPers massively preferring it. Think about guys like Z-Power and the sort of powerhouse that he was on CT halves. He did pick up his T-side stats. They got infinitely better, but there was a point in time where it was something like, you know, 80% of his kills came from CT AWPing. It was some ludicrously high number. So I almost didn't want to relive that Headtrick moment. Maybe, it's such a good game. And yeah, I mean, parry match odds, by the way, they've completely turned around. Completely.
Yeah. Astralis looking pretty damn set up to go, and we're going to see how Na'Vi feel about things as we jump into the second half.
Подаюсь. Гол аккуратно отпикаем. Пойдешь вперед?
Да. Я отошел.
Куда прыгает? Рез.
Право стоит.
ТБ. 3Б.
Я не киду. Я ухожу.
Б заходит.
Одного убил.
Еще 2 было. И пик.
Мидл.
Не вижу.
Нет, подай бежит.
Подам. Б крысы вышла. По 9 туда.
Давай.
Я
Восемь
пику
не вижу, дали право.
Сэнды тип, спешка.
Сэндбокс.
Хорошо, убили. 3 в 3. Справа дома нет, пацаны. Могут еще развернуться.
Могут.
Да.
Подожди, спину.
Я вернусь.
Давай.
Гардиан, это Б.
Давай вместе.
Он зашел. Под Гардиан.
Как КТ может пикать?
С КТ. Окей.
Не может.
Под Гардиан.
Гардианом. Налево ушел. Слева.
Вместе. Хорош.
Возможно вернуться?
Да, чекнули.
Да, они вернулись.
Упор аккуратно
Щел в
замен.
упоре может быть.
Вместе.
Пойдем 2 КТ. Давай.
Дымки ты есть.
Слева?
Порядкой.
Oh, Altex with a sick round and Vigor to close. Those were some smooth shots. And I like that, you know, we get that. I think it was Mr. who climbs over Con in the mid round while his team go quiet on A. And that just pulled Na'Vi at 3 on A, which is where the bomb was. That pulled all of Na'Vi out of the A site. They run their way to B to deal with him. You know, here's a problem because they think he's making space for his team below B. He dies and then the bomb plants. And, you know, while that's fine for Na'Vi, they're just so out of position. We see those T's get so deep in that round. Altex and Vigo pushed up. So Astralis talent with a pistol. And up to 10 now. It's Navi's force. On the flip side, Astralis, when they lost first pistol, they went for the full eco, got the guns in early, and it worked out. Navi don't want to play those same games. They want to flip the script immediately.
Oh, he's seen a lot of numbers out here in middle. Head trick, not the guy you want to mess with. The Eagle up close can do a hell of a lot in this position, especially with these elevator swings coming in as well. And that mid play's cut down. It's only Altex, and that head trick Deeg fires off. And when it does, when it hits, boy, does it hit.
Yeah.
22 and 10. He is the guy to keep an eye on right now. And I mean, this is really, you know, if you want to go down the line, this is really where I think Latic is someone that we need to look at, you know. Nipple's showing that he can give us some big moments, but consistency's been a bit of a problem for him. Fen2k, you know, going a little silent as well. Let's see some boys who aren't quiet, though. Astralis, let's listen in.
Jeg kommer mod B her. Jeg holder kran tydeligt. Det er ikke nogen B.
Er du shield-boost?
Ja. Jeg kan stå og wallbang imens. Det er det nu. Wallbang. Det er ikke noget. Det er ikke ting i. Lad os se dig ud af.
Snabbi.
Noget sådan. Der er 2 B nu midt. Nader. Jeg vil ikke jeg trækker nu. Jeg tror vi skal mod A. En oppe venstre.
Okay. De får du siger Snabbi.
Jeg kan lægge one way, og så kan vi lige stoppe lige på. Ja, jeg gør det. Smoke er gul. Går nok ud gul, Frank. Ja, jeg er på. Jeg holder gul nu. Dan. Jeg har gul. Kom tilbage. Jeg sidder gul smoke. Jeg går med one way, tror jeg. Ja, den er bad. En kran. En stadig gul. En gul, jeg sidder bare i smoken. Så vi skal op lige på dem lidt igen. Ja.
Jeg kan lige tage et skud B, hvis der er. Først, så I ikke...
Kom op, Mikkel. Ja. Sand. Lige på os. Lige på Sand. Jeg holder højre om Sand. Kan I holde venstre? Venstre! Lige på! Venstre, forsøger. Dan og venstre.
En default på B.
Mikkel, Mikkel!
2 B.
Doesn't get much cleaner than that for Na'Vi, and a 5 alive round off the back of their forced pistol or forced second round win. Now they're looking to get back in the lead. The CT side, the return of Latic when he gets his AWP, hopefully. And suddenly you're believing against not just us, Parry Match are as well.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is that Navi have slotted themselves in as the favourites somehow. Despite, you know, still being behind, and they will still be behind by the time the Rifles make an appearance for Astralis talent. However, you'd like to think that this 9th round should be locked in. Broken, this is a chance to have a bit of a moment, have a bit of a clip, and there's 4 from it.
What a flick onto the Tetris.
That was
It
nice,
looked like we
wasn't
changed POVs. It was so quick. Very nice. Queen as can be. But now, as you said, guns are out before this game is closer. And so Astralis trying to put their money where their mouth is. Full AK's got enough util to run an AXEC as well. He's still dodging that up. It took 9 rounds of the first half for it to finally come out for both players. Astralis boosting like Vitality over the smoke. Navi not peeking deep though, they've not been spotted. And that resmoke's a real problem as well, especially when it's thrown on the fly, you're going to go even deeper and cut that boost out.
Altek's trying his hand at a bit of B lurking. Plan is right now try and get this ramp control, try and take that away, but as far the smokes have impeded it, you know they can't keep smoking it off forever, so eventually you're going to have your time to shine. Tucked in behind the sandbags is Fen2K to help out with this ramp hold. Now, if you'll look, there isn't an incendiary, a Molotov available. Instead, they've got those double nades, and they both rain over to find Fen2K.
I love that. Why use a molly when you can just eviscerate that player? Why even give them the option to slow you down with 30 seconds? You don't have the time to spare, the time to waste. Nade's getting pulled. Those short players are out on an island right now. fnatic needs something massive and they line up, but if anything, the body block helps out Fessa as he gets that entry. Nipple's still stuck out on short and he's on his own. Bomb can't be planted yet. They want to try and deal with him, trying to cover. Finally, it goes in and they chase down Nipple, not letting him get comfortable. Fessa traded, Unbroken, and Hedrick blocking each other out CT, but it might just work as Hedrick closes the round. Some swift shooting from the Navi Junior side to find that double digits. Hedrick is having a hell of a...
He really is, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, it has been a treat to see. Like, you can see why he was kept around by NAVI, right? One of the guys who was in previously with all the old boys of the NAVI Junior squad. And now, I guess, by extension, the more tenured out of everyone else in this team.
The 17-year-old tenured member of the roster. It's crazy, isn't it? The experienced one.
Yeah, you know, I like the little double nade at sandbags. The reason why often, like, because you might think, oh, well, that just ruined them, right? Like, that just ruined the guy, and he couldn't even react, like, with a molly, like the kind of point you made. I guess the reason why you don't, often see that is just because it gives over more info, and it's also 2 pieces of utility, right? So it's like, yeah, using more, same result, and it gives up right away that there was 2 there. The response from Navi was immediate once they saw the double nade. They pulled everyone away from B. And we're convinced that it was destined to be that A play.
When it works, boy, does it feel good.
Yeah.
Oh, not again. Get out of there.
I mean, ironically, they actually don't have the utility to clear it now, so...
It would have been the perfect round to play.
It would have been the time to do it.
But, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, not going to happen, Fen2K says, although he runs through the smoke and gets bopped by Fessor. 3 on 5, I mean, many a team would save in this spot. If you can't stop that plant, and you cannot, Navi are going to throw in the towel. fnatic may have an AWP, won't get to use it.
Yeah, you've at least accrued all this money, so you're really not worried. And saving here kind of safeguards you look into the future as well, right? Unbroken, Hedrick, these guys both with lots of money banked up. They're fine right now, and they're going to keep you investing if you're Navi Junior. That's the key thing really here on this CT side, right? You just don't want to get put to a point where your money runs dry and the game's decided by economy. There's no worse a feeling, especially when you look at how impactful some of this utility's been. How how impactful, you know, the AWP can be on a map like Vertigo. I still don't really think we've seen it yet for NAVI Jr. But all this stuff comes with a price tag.
Okay, Latic, this is the time. It is now or, well, later, but preferably the former. Need that AWP.
I'm going to be really sad if that game one debut is just like a flash in the pan performance, and then like, you know, this is it.
I'm sure he's got it deep down in there somewhere. He's got it to show. It's just about getting it in the right place. And right now, Astralis playing a good T side, so it's not very easy. Util's been really, really nice. Clues in the name. It's an Astralis sort of team after all. Latic now at sandbags, not taking deep peeks, but he's going to get impatient. He wants more. Looking over the smoke. They nade. Oh my goodness, that's quad nades on where the AWP usually stands. He's very fortunate he didn't get there in time. Going to flash his teammate into ramp. Now we're back to middle. Astralis have regrouped.
Yeah, I don't really think you can commit to an A play after that, though. That's like the one downside. When you're throwing those nades, you're banking on them getting a kill. You know, tying it into even the conversation we were having earlier. When that many nades rains up through ramp, a reason why teams don't do that through the ramp smoke is because with it, you know, there is like this bounty of information gained. So they will slow it down. They will go back and try to give this illusion that, like, yeah, we threw those nades, but we're not here. We're not looking for ramp control just yet. When in reality, Fessa sat undershort waiting.
Do it. Guys, such a patient round for Astralis. 30 seconds. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a B fake into the old A take. Nades going over the top right now. And oh, there's the entry. That is everything for Astralis. Players even coming up B stairs. Now the bomb's going back. Despite the A kill, they are committing B. It's a late rotate, though. They could have stuck it to their guns. They could have stuck it onto A, where there were only 2 players. Now even more at B. Rotator coming in. Head trick is here, baiting for Unbroken, but he's been given up. And there we go. 10 seconds. And must find kills for Astralis. Traded onto Mister, and now it's all on Vigo. He's going to get hunted. No time to relax after the plant, and Navi will win the round. Shame to see them double back. I wonder why. I guess you get the kill. You know that Navi are going to panic rotate, but you've already thrown that B util. You want to make use of it. Just Navi was split 2-2 anyway. Hurts to see, man.
I'm very relieved that Navi are able to convert that one, though, like, because Headtrick got a little bit wrecked here. I don't know if it was like too much in terms of the comms, maybe covering footsteps or something, but that player that runs up alongside Unbroken and lines up that double, that shouldn't really be happening, you know? Headtrick had ramp, Unbroken just had to hold his side of the deal, and it looked like he couldn't hear what was happening.
Ooh, maybe some ramp control. I haven't had this. You've got to be a little worried after you've seen these nades come up. But maybe they'll respond with some of their own. Chucking it in the other corner. Nipple. Ooh. The AWP saw him that time. There's another one. Fenzuke almost eats a bullet for breakfast. And now Fessa's walked up through the smoke. Good shot. Fessa has been on point with the A entries in these last couple of rounds. Saving the day right now for Astralis. They need it. Navi are closing this game up. They are looking to take the lead back. And it's going to push Navi out of short, but not Latic. He re-aggresses, and this has got to be his round. I can't say it any more than I already have, but again, Util is the bane of his existence, and it pushes him back to the bomb site. You might have to respect the plant here if Astralis want to go for it. I say that the bomb's going back because Altex has cleared B, and Navi have completely fallen for it. For a change.
Yeah.
They usually are really good at leaving anchors, but I guess that man disadvantage was enough to tempt them.
I even get the feeling that like Astralis talent are trying to employ this B-lurk more ever since that Young Ninjas game, man. Like, think about some of the stuff that Linus was doing on these late B-lurks. It kept so many options open to Young Ninjas in their game versus Astralis talent, and now we're seeing Altex do it time and time again.
The AWP lurk.
I don't love it, but still, man, if anyone can make you believe it's Breezer.
Ooh. Oh,
Max getting hunted. You do not want to give them this AWP. You need to hold on to it.
He knows.
Nice. All right, all right. Nipple now dead though. Latic also gonna follow suit.
Matt, I feel for Latic in this game as well.
What?
Like
So-
he has not even had the chance to CT AWP yet. Like he just has not had an opportunity.
You know, something that is nice is like Nipple and Unbroken are doing a very sound job at trying to step up, like trying to fill a void left by, you know, two players having a bit of a rough one. Fen2k, I kind of want him to just get away from ramp. He keeps getting caught over towards sandbags. It feels like he's got a real affinity for trying to make this work. And it's just been a reoccurring problem, be it to nades, be it to those peaks. They are displacing him every single time, and it is a consistent source of these opening kills for Astralis talent, and it's making me a little bit worried. And yeah, you're dead on about Latic. It feels like a lot of the time he's left in these like really rough spots, having to just rotate around at the mercy, at the beck and call of Astralis. You know, never really given these early ramp fights that they've been looking for.
Yeah, Fessor has had a lot of opening kills in this game as well. Like 3 entries into that round. You're 1 over on A initially, but then the double up on the B-Gen smoke spray.
You know, kind of flip side though to that argument about like feeling bad for Latic is at the same time, you know, someone like Breezer has always been able to find a way to have impact. To be an AWP, you've got to be proactive. You've got to be vocal. You've got to be dynamic in how you play. And there we go. That's more like it. Gets the head-to-head versus Breezer in the right place, right time, and is good for the opening kill.
I mean, they've been both... Oh, he might die here. He might die. Oh, yeah, he's been spotted. He just doesn't know where from. He's been looking for this kill. Him and Breezer have been fighting both halves on these weird old headshot angles on the AWP. So, yeah, there have been attempts, but you got to say, when I talk about Latic AWPing, I think the credit goes to Astralis. They have done such a good job of cancelling him out, whether, you know, some of it purposeful, some of it just protocol utility, and they've just been countering some of the spots he plays. Oh my god. So close to catching that AWP. Vessel's running it right now. Unbroken at B is going to hear something. Have they made any steps? Oh, now they have. There's a jump, and he's going to start to spam. You're going to cancel that plan if you're Astralis talent. No one got up in time. A few more seconds, and he would have had a free kill. And Astralis are actually going to leave. They've made enough noise to tempt them back into A, but do they know about Fen2k? You said you wanted him to back up Harry. He has done the opposite. And with no ramp smoke, it's open season for Latic as well.
Yeah, at least here he's got support, right? He's now out on this island towards this, the sandbags. It's all fine, right? They went back, and now
it's 15 seconds. We're saving.
Yeah, they're saving here. They're writing this one off.
I kind of respect it. Like the round didn't go to plan. You lose your A.
That's what I was going to say, right?
You fail with the beat.
It was
boost.
looking like a real scuffed round. Yeah. You lost the open, as you were just saying.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like I could have finished that sentence, but no, thanks for trying to finish.
That was like real. That was really bitter. You know, you're a little
no,
lemon.
Fine. It's fine. Yeah.
A little bit of lemon.
I'll get over it.
Me, I'm an easy peeler. You can rip my skin right off.
I might. I really might. Yeah, I like the save there is perfectly reasonable. Looks funny.
Home sweet home.
Do you wash your hands in there, Harry?
Yeah, in that sink there.
Looks hygienic. All right. Can't save again, though. Got to save your bacon. Fen2k back up to no good. I mean, they didn't see it last round. Why not do it again? What is there to lose? A double nade Tetris. No one's there though. It's going to come to you instead.
Oh, yeah, look, they both fall. Latic is able to try and reclaim one of those kills over towards A at least, but, you know, aggression on both sides of the coin and each of them going the way of Astralis talent. That is a pretty brutal start to this one for NAVI Jr. Okay. They're going to try the boost again. Don't mess it up. They didn't. They didn't make any noise. Head trick.
Oh, this is a problem.
They're already up, they're already over, he's got no idea, and as he turns from flashes, As they start to pour over, this is where Altex is going to sneak on past him, Rap, but Headtrick does manage a double up there. Like, that's far more than he ever should have got away with. Once more, he's dug as deep as he can to try and make a round possible for NAVI Jr., but can the others pick up where he left off? Altex has a smoke in his way, but he's looking for the double, playing around this generator. He wants to bring the fight to NAVI. Just the AWP left to beat, and Latic's going to lock it in. NAVI Jr. up to 13. It comes down to a very, very tight round, but they are the ones reaping the reward of it.
Good round for Latic, but the winner of the round really is Headtrick, right? Like, if he doesn't double up there, Latic is not going to be able to get that. You know, it's going to be.
I mean, you would just never even give it a look in, to begin with if he doesn't double up there.
Sure, but even if he gets one and NAVI consider it, like, yeah, Astralis, good trading there at least, given the numbers, but we didn't see what happened to Vigo, but he died while, you know, that Rap was coming in from Altex. Yeah, if Vigo doesn't die there, if he waits another second, because, you know, Altex is already up boosted in the site, he just really got avoided by Headtrick playing double box, then I think that's an Astralis round through and through. You never know, though. All you can speak for is what happened, 13-12. Latic clutches it out, and NAVI take the lead right back. This is so close, this game. So uncertain. Everyone's feeling the pressure. You can tell, hell, if the four-man save didn't really send that home, nothing will. But, you know, they're chilling. They're just sitting at home drinking Coke without any pressure.
And that's important to think about.
Sipping the Kool-Aid.
Well, now we start to get a little bit worried. Both teams are in this horrible position where, like, losing this round right now could be your downfall, right? If there was ever a round in the game that carries so much importance as this one, either team's money on the line. Oh, that's the start you want. What even is that?
I don't know how he killed him.
What did he? Oh, I think he was standing. Back ramp. All right, that's a nice start for NAVI Jr. and a big scalp to find Fessa. Someone who's caused chaos within the ranks of NAVI.
Oh, Altex. Oh, he shot. He's going to back out. But yeah, the entry man dead. That's a problem for Astralis talent trying to get up into A. They're hoping Altex can cause some commotion on the other side of the map, but Headtrick is not in a giving mood.
Look at how much more restricted Astralis feels since Latic has started to win these ramp fights as well. Yeah. He's not like got a crazy amount of kills, but he's winning the ramp fights and repelling a lot of these plays from A. Now, finally, they're going to look to follow through with it, but I think Latic's woke up a little bit more now. Little safer pair of hands, perhaps, over towards the short side. Oh my, he's toying with the idea of swinging this. He doesn't have to. 30 seconds, Vigo. Pushing in, that Molly gonna try and push and baits the shot. Latic pressure's on, he's sweating, but there it is. Shot connects. We are getting a much better game out of him now as he's finding the impact he was looking for. As mentioned, it might not be Headtrick's crazy numbers. It might not, you know, kind of put a candle to some of the flashy rounds we had out of guys like Breezer in their CT side, but it's high impact. That's the key. You're repelling these A plays. You forced a lot of these late recommits in towards B out of Astralis talent, and Latic's even feeling that. It's reflecting in his gameplay. So let's listen into the NAVI comms and see if it's as sweet as it sounds.
Я сразу антирашн бетики на хае тоже.
Давай.
Подаюсь. Подал топ.
Подал много, я на флешке. Давай, флеш, бьют на плюсе. Я хотибу.
Хорошо.
Дал Александр.
Хорошо.
Еще двое, пацан дома. Я не умираю. И под желтым был.
Я чувака забрал.
Давай, я забрал рампу.
Не выходят пока?
Не выходят, топают под рампой.
Я буду с окна дачу бою.
Дали смокл.
Дым глубокий. Там палка, парня. Меня походу заметает. Я отпустил рукав. Заходит один. По контакту твоему выйду.
Да, авик пикает.
Хорошо. Дефолт ласт. Не релот. Кропс.
Stressful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we could have looked to chime in and all that silence, but I do like, you know, it just speaking for itself. I love that, right? Like, that's the difference, man. Like, when you're playing Pugs at home, everyone's screaming at each other in 1v1s. But when you're on a pro team like this, bro, it's dead silence. They give you all the time in the world. And the yelling, that comes later. That comes when the celebration's locked in. 15 to 12. NAVI looking to make it happen here. Astralis talent. What is the solution?
I mean, well, they've obviously got one. They played for overtime. That was only, you know, pistol and armor right there. They kept a couple of K each, so this is it for them. Now, or holding default B is Altex. You've not been able to solo B-Lurk in this T side. It's not been available. Headtrick's been so good, and Unbroken has never been giving away kills on Tetris unless you come to him. Fully tucked. Latic Molly now. He's going to have to smoke it. They know he's there. Will Fen2k be able to assist him come out and get aggressive? Altex does get clean by Unbroken at B, as has been the case so many of these rounds. That B-Luck again going nowhere. Fen2k ready at a moment's notice to swing to help Latic. Instead, it's going to be Nipple moving in. That smoke's fading. And oh, the Molly went in a second too early. A second too early. They use their last one on short. It's an open season for Latic, but he's got to hit the shots.
Yeah, he's got support from Nipple, and he even removes a third. Latic's having a wonderful round, a second rather, but still, that is one hell of a turnaround for him individually and for NAVI as a whole, man. Like,
Headtrick ended it with over a 2.0 KD in addition, like 30 and 14 right there as he got the Molly kill at the end. What a crazy game for the NAVI roster, right? Especially considering how good that looked for Astralis going into their T side. They were shutting down Latic early. You know, they were doing everything they needed to do, and still NAVI, you know, pull it out right at the end with a second wind.
Yeah, no, man, that's really impressive, like resilient showing out of these guys as well. And I think you've got to give some credit to guys like Nipple and Unbroken for like holding down the fort in the absence of Latic. Unfortunately for Astralis talent, it felt like they kind of missed the window on actually catching a sleepy NAVI. But, you know, speaking of little sleeps, we'll have a little break now. We'll give this one back over to the analysts after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
To 12. This roster of NAVI managed to do something that their previous roster with MOUZ, with Aunker, with Fear, with everyone didn't manage to do in the first season. They managed to take away Vertigo from Astralis talent, because in season 1 the scores I think were like 12, 16, 14, 16, something around those lines. And when it comes to Vertigo, somehow Astralis talent kept on being very successful, but this time it changed.
It was a nice change to see them doing that well on the CT side. I think Harry did a good job of kind of telling us why that was happening. I mean, Latic came alive. I mean, he had an incredibly poor first half. I think really the story with Latic isn't necessarily map to map, it's just side to side. Every CT side I've seen Latic on has been exceptional, and every time he's on T side, I'm not really getting a lot out of him. I'm not really getting the pulse out of him. So that's a little bit of a shame, because you would want him to be a little bit more multi-dimensional, but one guy that was pretty good was Headtrick.
Headtrick played fantastically well. Again, we saw his Season 2 stats come up, and I even said, like, they don't look right, you know, they're almost too good to be true. And Headtrick is the player that from Season 1 being a player that was, you know, the sixth man in NAVI, wasn't really part of the lineup full time, coming in Season 2 being one of the better performing players, now coming in Season 3 being the experienced guy, the guy to carry the team. His involvement and his progress right now, despite only being 17 years of age, is absolutely insane. Headtrick is making a great case for him to be potentially one of the next big things coming out of the CS region, so that's good to see. Overall, a good game of Counter-Strike. But again, I think this is going to be a conversation point and something we have already addressed a little bit. The CT sides of these Academy League teams are stellar. They're good. They seem structured. They seem to be under control. And equally, the T sides from pretty much all the Academy teams we've seen so far are just falling flat over and over again. And I don't know if we can address it all to the M4A1S changes and you know, that aspect of it, but it seems like to me that the Academy team so far in Season 3 feels significantly more comfortable when they're playing on the CT side.
I think it might be also related to the fact that when it comes to the C side, you really need to be way more coordinated, because when you're on CD, you know, you have your little spot that you're responsible for, like, and maybe if something's happening on the other side, then you only rotate. But when it comes to T side, like, everything really needs to be nicely organized. And right now we see, when it comes to T side, for example, MOUZ and XT and NAVI Junior usually, no, not NAVI Junior, Young Ninjas usually don't have too many problems, but the rest of the teams, they still like wiggle here and back. Like, it's not always as successful than for those two teams that I mentioned.
Yeah, I think that MOUZ and XT is probably the only team I can count on for their T side. I think the other teams like NAVI Junior, even Young Ninjas today kind of showed that the CT side can be a pretty tough road for them. So I think this game, it's really telling how well Headtrick did, though. I think Pimp already actually covered most of it. I'll actually just switch briefly then to the Astralis talent side. The fact that Fesser was still able to deliver, I really like some of his plays on the CT side. I kind of want to highlight the fact that he was getting aggressive at A, so much so that he was finding flanks on the B players. That kind of stuff shows a level of confidence that you really want to see early on with these kinds of guys. Not overextending, not biting off more than he can chew, but the fact is that he's doing what I felt like his job was in a lot of those moments, just you know, finding out just enough information that he can find a win condition to seal around that, you know, maybe he can't trust all of his teammates all the time, but the man on the left just, again, once again, I mean, he stole, I didn't even see his ADR earlier. That's insane.
He's just good. He's just insanely good right now, playing some fantastic Counter-Strike and really picking up, you know, for Ankara, who we praised a lot in Season 1 and Season 2, and I even posed the question, maybe the reason we didn't get to see that much of Headtrick in Season 1 and only a little bit more in Season 2 was the fact that Ankara was playing a lot of the same positions. He was the star rifle next to Monacy. Now that it's Headtrick and he's getting more responsibility, I think it's super cool to see him really live up to the occasion, stepping up and so far probably the best rifle in the league that we've seen so far.
Yeah, but if I had to guess, when it comes to Headtrick, he probably feels incredibly comfortable on Vertigo, because in the first season he was not in the main roster. He was just being brought in just for Vertigo. Then he actually joined the main roster of NAVI Junior, and right now we see like he gets 30 kills, Vertigo, no problem. But what I'm expecting for Headtrick is to actually keep on doing this also on other maps, because he has the confidence now after playing in the previous season and also getting to play at the LAN. And I mean, especially like when you are kind of like not the in-game leader, but like the leader maybe in an example, the captain maybe, yeah, like like sometimes you can have like an IGL and sometimes you can have like the like moral leader kind of thing. So maybe that's what he is right now for his team. We gonna have a second map pretty soon between these two teams. Now the most important question is, will we get
we're getting Vertigo. I think I'm gonna put money on it that it's Vertigo. I actually, after looking at back at Navi's vetoes and at Astralis's, I think there's no overlapping map other than Vertigo for them. I think they want to ban each other's 3 just perfectly. I would be shocked if it's anything other than it.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope so too. I hope I looked at it wrong.
I think you're right. I think there's a good case to be made here.
Going to be Ancient and Nuke for Navi, I think. Yeah, and then I think Astralis have to ban Mirage, D2, and they banned that. Yeah, I think they're going to ban Inferno. I think they might want to change it just for getting some practice in, but I think it's got to be D2 Mirage Inferno bans.
They did play a little bit of Inferno in Season 2 and Season 1. They felt, you know, not comfortable on it, but they were willing to pick it and bring it into some of the matchups. So I guess the best hope for us in order to avoid Vertigo here would be to hope that Astralis prioritize Inferno up there, but I'm afraid we get to see Astralis with Vertigo for the first
I think it's going to be Inferno.
There we go.
I mean Vertigo. I think it's going to be Vertigo.
Yeah. I mean, Mirage makes sense because Astralis down. This is the map that they just kept on perma-banning.
Yeah.
I'm still extremely surprised by the fact that NAVI Junior are banning Nuke. Like, this is like the perma-ban they had in the previous season. Now they bring in the new guys. surprised that they still permaban the nuke. The reason why I'm saying this is because, you know, like the main roster of NAVI are extremely good at this map, but they prefer to just avoid it. Maybe they probably have their own reasons, but right now the question that we have is, are we getting Inferno or are we getting Vertigo?
Please, Inferno, but I think it's going to be Vertigo once again. I think that this is going to be an interesting one. I'm just going to
like your smile. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to assume it's Vertigo, and I'm going to say that I think that yeah, there it is. Okay, I think that Latic is going to just continue where he left off though, because he finally got to get rolling in that second half because they switched the CT side, and now he can start on it, get all 15 rounds in on the defense, and I think we're in for probably a Latic 20 bomb. I'm gonna put that one out there.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Astralis Talent starting on the T side of Vertigo. We did see it against Young Ninjas, you know, they played Vertigo 2 times in a row as well, and they bettered themselves on the second time around and ended up being a close game, good game, 16-14, but I mean, it must also be incredibly frustrating for the Astralis Talent guys. Let's say they were to lose Vertigo here again, and they've now played 4 maps in the Season 3. All 4 of them have been on Vertigo. So you get to a point where you're like, maybe we should try something else, right?
Maybe change it up. Maybe switch it up.
It's like FURIA all over in Season 1, where they just kept on playing Vertigo and kept on playing Vertigo, and they kept on losing every single time.
Yeah.
And you just get to a point where try something else. So maybe this is the last chance we get to see. I'm pretty confident that if we see Astralis Talent lose Vertigo now, we won't see them play Vertigo again, at least not 2 times in a row. They will not prioritize that map. If they will, then they need a new.
Then Trace needs to do something.
Yeah.
Then Trace needs to step in here. You can't just keep playing the same map over and over again. They just signed a legendary CS 1.6 player. He needs to step in and say, maybe Vertigo's not where we want to go with our veto every single time. But they did this time.
But imagine trying to prep against Astralis Talent.
Like you just
info. You're like, okay, Vertigo, what else? Nothing. Oh well, that's pretty easy. I mean, we didn't see them on other maps. Maybe they would surprise us. But so for now,
the problem is it's a sign of for me it's a sign of not false confidence, but like they come into today and doing the prioritization list right here. They do the vetoes before the game, so obviously they know they're playing Vertigo 2 times in a row. The thing is, they left off playing against Young Ninjas where they played 16-14. They felt like they were close beating Young Ninjas, who's one of the top dogs in the league. They also bettered themselves significantly from the first time they played against Young Ninjas to the second time. So they're coming into today thinking, okay, Vertigo is a good map, we'll prioritize that. The problem is now they lost again first time against NAVI right here. So you're getting to a point where it's like, sure, we had one good experience where we almost won, but you didn't. Is that really enough to start prioritizing the map and saying this is our #1 prioritization? Because I don't think NAVI would ever ban it. So for me, I'm kind of left in the die. It's a do or die now for Astralis Talent already early on in the stage here. If they lose Vertigo now, they cannot pick it, they cannot prioritize the map ever again in this league.
Yeah, I think one thing about the Academy League is that it gives every team so many maps of official practice that it really behooves you to actually just play a different map, like try something a little bit different here. And you know, if they don't want to play D2 Mirage Inferno, I think eventually just a team will have to ban something that isn't nuke. Like this exact same, I think veto might have came out with Young Ninjas 2. So that's really the main issue here, is that the teams that they're playing so far. There's 2 more teams in the group after this. They might get some other experience in. Someone might ban out Vertigo. So hopefully for their case and ours, they get some practice somewhere else.
Yeah, but when it comes to the previous season, the only times we would actually see like Dust 2 would be when Navi Junior would pick it.
That's true.
And like, for example, Big Omen Academy, then eventually just like, they were like, nah, we're fine, like not banning Vertigo, we're just now banning this Dust 2 against MOUZ, against the Winker, because we're so fed up with it. So
yeah, we have also seen fnatic Rising play Vertigo today, where they absolutely manhandle Young Ninjas. And that's the team they have to face later on in the tournament.
Oh man, it's going to be a double Vertigo for that one too. I call it now. fnatic Rising, Astralis Talent, double Vertigo.
I think Astralis are smart enough to leave Vertigo if they were to lose it here. But I said, you know, that's the storyline for this game, and we have to keep it, you know, interesting for the viewers as well. This is a do or die already now for Astralis Talent. If they don't win Vertigo, there's no way they can allow themselves to prioritize playing more Vertigo in this tournament, unless they want to risk playing Vertigo 7 or 8 times and exiting the tournament last place in the group if they can't figure it out. So for me, this is the storyline. Do or die for Astralis Talent. If they win here against Navi Junior, then sure, they can justify picking it up again, almost beating Young Ninjas on Vertigo once, beating Navi Junior on one of the times as well. Then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But if they were to lose it for a 4th time in a row, stay away from Vertigo.
But yeah, but then again, going back to what Snake said, like right now, Navi will be on the city side, and this is where Latic was like, okay, guys, I have that op. I'm all good. I'm just gonna get my 30 kills.
Yeah. So I think that right now Astralis talent just have to prioritize not feeding the beast, not feeding the warlock in Laddick. they need to just find some ways. Like there's a multitude of ways you can throw smokes on Vertigo in order to take a little bit of space at a time at that A ramp, and then throw in flashes deep enough too so that you can get space. I mean, Harry and Hugo know plenty of ways to take map control on that map. So I mean, I think they'll definitely be able to highlight some of those ways that maybe Laddick could have gotten forced off here or there. So I hope that Astralis talent are able to do it.
Only they could aim right. If only they could aim.
Harry's got his HSP is higher than my IQ.
That's easy with 3 kills every game, man. Come on.
Well, I'm sure that Harry and Hugo are looking forward to cast the 3rd Vertigo of the day. So let's not delay this moment. Let's just go straight away.
I'm just going to stop throwing flashes for Pimp subs at this point. He can flash them himself.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Flash them himself. It's not my problem. I'm done with him. I'm done with this guy. See, Maui knows that we know how to take map control of Vertigo. How do you do it, Harry?
How do you
exactly? Yeah. You see?
We'll find out
Hugo,
later I'm normally. I just lurk mid.
That's true. Yes. Someone's got to bait. Someone's got to bait.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I'll win the 1v3. You guys take the map control. That's normally how we do it.
I'll believe it when I see it. But you know what? You don't have to wait to see to believe. A 3rd Vertigo in a row, a 4th for Astralis.
A Vertigo. That's what we call it, mate.
Yeah. The worstigo. I like the map, but like this is too much of this. Boys, chill out.
I don't understand, man. Astralis talent, they love Vertigo, but the map just hates them. They're in like an abusive relationship with it, is what it feels like.
It buys them flowers every now and then.
It's so weird how like it's the only map we've seen them play so far. They've repeated it both times now. So all 4 maps we've seen have been Vertigo, and potentially all 4 of them could be losses as well if you're not careful. So
I mean, even like Heku said on the desk, like, yeah, if a team's prepping Astralis, what do? Oh, we already play Vertigo? Nice. Okay, we've won. Cool. Or, oh, we don't play Vertigo, we ban it? Oh, cool, we've won.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
It's kind of the concerning thing for me is that, like, you're always picking this. And by the way, it's not even like that was just the case this season. It's not like they've come into Season 3 and we go, oh, they seem to love Vertigo. No, this has been the case throughout Season 2 and Season 1. Mate, like, they've played more Vertigo maps than they have all other maps in the pool combined.
Really?
Well, at least in the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
So like this one and the previous.
Sure.
Man, like that stat in and of itself is mental. It means that teams have a very good understanding of what you like to do. You're reinventing not even the wheel. You're like reinventing the square at this point.
Well, there's
man.
a reason people don't reinvent the wheel because it's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
circles work. What are you going to do? Make it a square and your car's going to clunk along like it's from the Flintstones? That doesn't work. It's not. I don't know. We need something. We need a win. We need some rounds. We need any reason to believe in Astralis on
Actually,
Vertigo.
have you seen those suitcases with square wheels? They're actually meant to be really good.
What?
Yeah.
How does that work?
It's like, let's call it a square, maybe a bit disingenuous. It's kind of...
Octagon.
No, it only has 4 sides, but or 4 corners.
It's a square.
Yeah,
right.
but it's weirdly shaped. Because like a rhombus, that only has 4 sides. And that's not a square. And a rectangle is also not a square.
It's a rectangle.
So actually...
Don't shape me, Harry.
Shape shame.
I'm insulted. But now he's flying through the sky, stylish as ever. And we are here for the 3rd time in the row. Put your hands together, folks at home. It's NAVI Junior versus Astralis talent.
At this point, WePlay don't even need to make the intros for all the other maps.
Yeah.
They just need like...
They haven't, I heard.
They just need 12 different Vertigo openers that we can run through.
I'll do it.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, let's find out. We just got confirmation. That's the plan.
Funny. That's so funny.
Oh,
even they're noticing it.
Okay.
I love this.
Well, yeah, we'll need a whole bucket.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's always weird when you play a map and you go right back into it against the same opponent, but we'll see if it bears any difference here, as they were very long games. It's not like it was a stomp. Vessel, he's over mid to B already, and the rest, they're in B, mate. NAVI, a full retake on the B site here in the pistol round. Let's see how it fares. No kit, this was not the plan.
Yeah. Oh dear, Fessa and Altex both double down on the openers, and Fessa's had enough, mate. 3 kills, that's lovely. That decision to stack heavy towards A, it's an interesting one. You know, especially when, as you kind of highlighted, Hugo, there was no kit in play, right? To lean so heavy towards one side of the map. Kind of interesting. And Astralis talent going to get pegged as the favorites here. That's...
yeah, I mean, they won the pistol, so that's probably why, but we'll see if that lasts. We'll see how long it lasts. Because, man, Na'Vi... You know, they did slow start. That's the thing. I don't want to completely wreck Astralis' talent here, because I actually think they had a really good T side until the end of it in the last map. So let's see if they can, you know, draw some of that back.
Yeah, but dude, that's always kind of been the Astralis problem on Vertigo, is it's like, it's good.
Until it's not.
It's good, but you're also not winning as much as you should be. Like, the foundations are clearly there. You clearly like the map. I hope so, right, at this point.
The amount of
this
Danish...
is like some weird torture for the guys in the server.
So the amount of Danish stacks I run into on this map anyway, I'm presuming it's the game plan. But, well, how planned is their game? Smokes up on
Actually, this was where I met Big Fest. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Right, so this is looking nice and clean. Nice. Clean. Nice and clean. As that bomb goes down, Nipple. Not going to be able to stop it. Deagle of Head Trick moving in. I think he's going to be someone to keep an eye on. Obviously, he was like the real saving grace, the guy doing it all, especially in the first half for NAVI Jr. Can he keep that up?
Yeah, if he doesn't go 13-14, right, it's probably an Astralis win last map. So definitely hard to repeat that. You've just kind of used all your energy. How much more have you got? Astralis get that plant, they get the rounders. Na'Vi save 3 weapons. Astralis get out with 5 rifles. They knew the force was coming in better than anyone.
It's funny that so many of these academy teams want to play this map. Like, that's the part that really surprises me. I want to listen to NAVI, though. I want to hear their beautiful voices filling my ears. Oh, there they are. Hey.
Просто новое все.
Я ушел.
Я на середину, давай на середину станем.
Да, давай.
На Б ничего не
А готинем, готинем. Давай, докинул.
Я в ладере, просто я в тайм закрыть.
Давай.
3 хейва.
У меня флешка будет, я могу тебе дать ее потом в карман. Не заняли. Я заколю, если что, потом флеш. Давай, один небо распикивал, меня видел. МБС инбокс.
Я пока мид почекаю.
Проходит 7! Сори. Дали морик мне 5.
7 проходит.
Убил одного.
Живи.
Пробую. Еще план пикает.
Да, не подожди. Спина контролит. Платье есть армор?
Нет, дефолт. Там 2. А, ты на сайт запрыгнул.
Окей.
Unbroken definitely has like the coolest wallpaper. Look at that, man. Full rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get you that, Hugo. I'll surprise decorate your interior with roses and rose petals. Well, of your house, I mean.
Okay.
Not your inside.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a bit terrifying. But it is even more scary for Na'Vi when Astralis go running wild like this, 3-0. But the guns are here. It was off the back of the force and saved force for Na'Vi. So the time is now to show what you got. Do we have that orb?
No.
Big sad. We do for Breezer.
All right. All right, that's interesting. Gonna give him a little bit more room, right? Like a little bit more breathing room, not feeling like you have lag breathing down your neck with that other AW.
A little more breathing room. Sorry, I really...
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I'll tell him. Yeah, I'll tell him. Okay. Hugo, we're letting you go.
Oh. All right.
So that was the big man on the phone just there. And
Pimp's not that tall.
No, but he's hench.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got legs like a horse. And other things like a horse as well. Latic gonna get behind the sandbags.
Sheesh.
Hey, he's out.
Hey. Ow. Oh, okay. I guess it worked eventually. But you're dead, mate. Nade's coming in. 10 health. Trying to help out his Nipple, and he almost catches Breezer before he falls off. There's one more molly, so Astralis seem to be waiting to use that Molotov. Although it's down bottom ramp. It's on the flank right now. So yeah, just shoot him. That'll do it instead. Bullets are better than fire. Probably. Wall bangs are risky. The A4 is pricey.
Ooh. Yeah, I like that we still have a vintage A4 user in Nipple.
That's cool.
Big fan.
You like vintage Nipple? Old school cool, man. Smoke XX is in though.
Retro.
Oh no, we're gonna hear that.
The spam is just so brutal, man. Like, no one's even really seen each other in this round. Like, even now, shooting over the top of smokes. And we're into this 3-on-3. No util for the side of NAVI Jr. They've got to do this one dry, and with Vigo nailing that shot, that might re-entice you back in.
Gotta be quick.
Lack of kit gonna cause you problems, mate. You've got to get a move on here. Oh no, that barrel, an A1S, just a little bit longer. Vigo waited patiently for it, and Hedrick's gonna run for the hills.
Oh, it's a rough start for NAVI here in this map. Astralis looking good though. Very methodical. It's kind of how they began their T-side last time, right? At least on the plus side of losing a game. Like this happened the other day against Young Ninjas. They got bodied on this map, and then they went back and played it, and they also lost, but I think they got 13 or 14 rounds second time, and it was a lot better. You know, you just lost it very close, so are you going to be able to make those changes? Has Trace, come in with some fighting talk and some ideas to bail Astralis out of this sticky situation? Right now, it looks to be the case. Very methodical on A. They wait so long for fnatic to get impatient. He just tries to leave his position. So many spams through the yellow wall, and then the double exec. And even though we have the typical NAVI smoke shot kills coming in, Astralis is still able to weather the storm. 4-0, one gun now for NAVI. And Astralis are walking up ramp yet again. Done with the B site, it seems. Not even Altex lurking, he's holding T-spawn.
Well, I think you need to, because the NAVI Junior A-hold isn't actually all that unless you have this AWP looking good, right?
Sure.
And with no AWP in play, if you remember, it wasn't until Latic started to step up that actually Astralis even explored B, and it was really that was kind of the beginning of their downfalls once that AWP came in play. So I really like that they're trying to capitalize on the fact that, you're not going to have one on the side of NAVI Jr. for a little bit still, right? You've still got that wiggle room. And being real, even though the AWP's probably going to come in next round for NAVI Jr., I hope that Astralis still commit to an A play. I want them to keep trying to beat Latic until it doesn't work, until he forces you to look for other options. I really hope you just try to bully this guy because he was so key to that NAVI Junior victory. It might have been Hedrick topping the charts, the guy who set the game up and even kept NAVI in it. But it was really when that AWP came alive over towards ramp, in my eyes, that a lot of the Astralis game plan fell apart. So I like this idea of trying to get in Latic's head, trying to keep on top of him at A. Don't let him build that confidence again. Don't let him feel like he has ownership of ramp. This round, though, set towards middle early on. It might not be a repeat of the A play.
But they're implying it is. Vasa's using all his utility up ramp. He's got that half smoke up, so NAVI don't know if there are players right behind it. You'll often see T's pop through that with a flash. Short is taken back, though, by NAVI, so good bit of info regathered for a moment. Oh, Vasa trying to push back Latic still, and it's going to be Fen2k to spam him instead, leaving the bulk of Astralis on the mid to B to get this one done. Nipple just trying to play with his food, trying to bait, trying to waste time as Hedrick is stuck in the B bomb site. He does, of course, have Unbroken on Tetris, as is tradition. He's caught with nades out. Altex boosted up. It works wonders this time around, and Hedrick has to swivel. He can only get one. Nipple on the rotate, stuck in CT, and Vigo can't go anywhere. The AWP is here to cut off the rotate, but with a missed shot, you now won't re-peek unless you have to. That molly spreads, but not enough. Instead, it's Mister on the big flank. We don't even have B, really, and the only player with B is the flank. The Cold Zero jump, and Breezer overwhelmed by the player in the backline. Fen2k pushed all the way down A and came in on the flank. A wild round, but NAVI do get it under wraps. I love it.
Yeah, and most importantly, they get out of it with that orb still in play. So it's going to make another appearance now. And I think, honestly, the Astralis talent probably go back to one of these A plays now. And the worrying part for me is I just have a feeling that NAVI Junior are now going to win this ramp fight. And I think this is where the problems could really look to begin. We'll have to wait and see. Ooh. I'm going off of just feeling. Choices that you sometimes see. Right now, it's an early start for Breezer with that AWP outside of the B site. I hope the fear of this ramp control isn't still instilled in Astralis talent, right? I hope this isn't why we're seeing some B leans early on now that the rifles are out. Another missed shot out of fnatic. Like, this is what I mean. Right now, he's kind of cool. But he does still best Fessa in the head-to-head, and fen2k's heard them falling back. It's once again another one of these B plays, but with that kill at least, that's something from Breezer.
Yeah, the flash is going to force a shot. Now you know he's all the way up Tetris as well. Altex is playing above that smoke. It can be nice. Oh, almost drops in. Just trying to lay up the util. Head trick is committed, and they're going to clear him blind initially. Does recover for one. That's good enough. Impulse helped out second on the flashbang as well, and Vigo is suddenly alone. Going to get that smoke down before Latic is on the angle. This keeps him some safety, but again, the flank from fen2k is already something that Astralis have to be taking note of. Both these rounds have been won by Fen on the flank. And he's had a great time at getting this info on when Astralis are leaving ramp. Yeah,
I mean, like the B holds for NAVI Junior were kind of their strong point. That's why it was so important when Astralis started to feel like this was the only avenue left open. That was really where things started to fall apart. Let's hear what Astralis are feeling, though. Let's hop into the comms.
Ja, jeg tror, vi kan droppe alle. Ja. Jeg kan købe bare Deagle. Kan du ikke smide G2? Bare gør det samme, som vi gjorde der før. Kan jeg ikke bare holde ryggen nu? Jeg har kun Deagle, Alex. Jo, godt. Ja. Har du lagt G2? Giv mig din smoke. Ja, den er fin. Ja, vi er gode. Der pakker. Kran også. Er han nede, eller hvad? Nej. Er I klar? Jeg måler op bag sådan her. Ja, kom. Mikkel, kan du gå først med Deagle? Jeg holder ryggen her midt. Han er ikke cool. Kran! Kran pikket. Jeg lader.
Jeg er stadig dernede.
Gul og 2 rampe. Vinger. Ja.
Så går jeg op.
2 rampe. En mere rampe.
Well, I'm getting a little bit nervous. I am getting a little bit nervous. Is this incredible, kind of pick back up from that last map going to come through again? Because Latic hit some lovely shots on that AWP, and fen2k as well. His aggression at ramp has been so key. He was actually a bit of a problem originally for NAVI Junior when we just saw this map a moment ago. Yeah, a part of me gets a bit concerned that you've already let this NAVI squad accumulate all this money to always have the utility to go for these ramp fights along with that AWP. Part of me wonders if maybe you've already missed that mark. There's still going to be time for it, especially if you can do like some economic damage. Even in rounds like this, it's so valuable at helping you out in the long run. I don't think you can win this without actually causing some sort of effect towards this ramp area. The odds still tipping in favor of Astralis talent from Parry Match, but maybe that switches up soon if NAVI can keep this going. Yeah, I think it is going to be key that even just once you're able to force a bit of respect out of NAVI in this position. They're going to go through the smoke.
Nades.
Nades were lined up. They're ready for this, and they are chunky, man. Look at all that damage. Spilling into the site, it's pretty clear cut that this should just be a NAVI round. Oh, like lining up a double, that AWP getting more and more warmed up. Man, it's almost like it was prophesized that this is how it was going to go. Like,
it's almost like we just saw the exact same
exactly
thing,
like the writing was on the walls, man, but you didn't herald the warning.
No, I'm not counting Astralis out of anything. It's nice and early days. They've got plenty of time.
Being real, if you want to look for the guy now who our eyes should be on, I think it's Breezer. I think if anyone's going to give you an answer to this AWP on the other side, it's got to be him. I really have no faith in getting past the NAVI B hold.
That or Fessa, because if you think back to that first map on the T side, he was really good at getting entries on like A short, for example, climbing up yellow. Breezer just got jiggled on by Nipple. And Ben2K swings. There's Fessa with the entries we were talking about. Running wild up ramp. Nipple trades, but he won't last much longer. Dink to Vigo does damage, but it's still Astralis winning the brunt of the fight. Broken close on B. Never played this spot before. Always at Tetris. He might get caught and repositioned.
There we go.
You wanted it, you got it. Double entry, and he's run through connector. It's unbroken to die at B, leaving on a rotate, and it will be Astralis coming back in with a round. Fessa just disrespecting the ramp smoke, and that's what I like. I feel like Astralis have given Navi a lot of respect on these ramp takes and always delayed it. You know, the smoke is scary, especially when there's naught behind it, but hey, Fessa makes it work, and Breezer finishes what he started.
And I mean, you've broken through now, right? Like you've done the impossible. This mountain felt insurmountable at one point in time. It felt like you just couldn't see over it, let alone imagine climbing over it. And now, you know, you've scaled it. You've done the hard part. You broke through. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see Astralis talent go from success to success, even on the back of that. Sometimes just reminding someone that they're mortal is enough, Hugo.
Is that a threat?
You tell me. But don't tell anyone else.
Okay, well, luckily no one's listening. It's just me and you right now. 3 working A. Late flash. Navi are not here on ramp to fight back. Fessa's going to be already up top. Nickel spamming, and there was some connections there. You're going to hear it. Attic scoping on short. Plenty of noise cues here for Astralis talent on what to expect. Mid lurk and B lurk again, but the latter of which is working a lot now. Latic actually gets spammed out, pushed down by Fessa, who doubles up again in the A bomb site. Breezer's helped out, and it's the double duo, Harry.
There we go.
The trouble caused by these two.
Brilliant.
Oh, he did spot that though. Unbroken now turns on a dime and does catch Mr. going over Con. Now Altex up through the B stairs in a 1v1 right now.
I kind of hope he just leaves. I kind of hope he just gets out.
Molly will do it. That should be the kill. Although, he lets a player swing out. Oh dear, and gets double-faced.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, your hope is he's done enough damage to just mean that they commit to the save, but they still look interested. They still want to give this a bit of a peek. But with the AWP having gone deep, you realize it's probably a CT plant. So much map control's been lost. You do just save. And yeah, man, I don't know, like, it's weird this. Like, there are some things in CS that are kind of more based around, like, feeling, right? And it's like, you got that vibe, that the impossible task of ramp, once you did finally tick that off, and, you know, it forces Na'Vi to have to somewhat adjust their game plan away from the thing that was working. It sets Astralis up for this second. Now I think we're going to see a much better T-side out of them. Honestly, It wouldn't surprise me if they go on to win out the half, especially with the money now wrecked for Na'Vi. That's looking like a pretty safe assumption.
Got to give it to them, right? You know, not getting ahead of myself either which way, but you know, to fall that short last map and to turn around and still be able to, again on the T side, just look this good. I just hope it's not a temporary thing. I hope they can keep it up the entire half. Like you said, winning the half seems inevitable. And so it shall be. 2 AKs and 3 USPs. Hedrick getting aggressive in mid. Breezer, he thought he had a lot more room than he did. Met in the middle. Unbroken helps out. Those 2 AKs put to great use, and if someone else can get there, there's more guns to be had to try and play what will now be a retake.
You could arm everybody right now for a middle.
This is sick, though.
See, it is, but the only kill he's going to get out of this is this USP, and
it's a backstab.
Yeah, but if the USP player hangs around, oh no, he's running now. Yeah, he is going.
This is perfect.
Timing's really good.
This is the round. Yeah.
I was just nervous that he could have got spotted because he was up on boost, but yeah, he's hit this timing nicely. Oh, no. The turn!
Okay.
Pen2K with a biggie. And now Latic's armed with an AWP as well. This gets real dangerous for Astralis talent. They're 2-on-3. There is no armor, right? That's always going to help you. But you're not out of the woods yet. Vigo with one, traded after the fact. Oltex has got to do it all. He's often been the guy lurking at B. Well, now he's got to play with time again, play with timings, and trapped in over on Tetris. He's won it to time. Latic might get the kill, and he might get out with the AWP, but it's an Astralis talent 8th. Considering that was, you know, those 2 saved guns and then just USPs, that's a really nice round out of NAVI Jr.
Yeah.
And it might not win it, but they certainly feel like winners in a way.
Oh yeah, Fess is probably kicking himself a little bit, right? He could have had the whole round there. Even just living after 1 kill would have been fine, but you know, when you get 2 players with the back turned, you want them both. And you take the shot on the further player first. 8-4 though. And Astralis, you know, it doesn't matter how it goes, a round's a round, and they've won the half at a worst case scenario. That's already improvements. AWP is back out for Latic, of course, saved. So needs to be providing goods. fn2k has been great at this, especially in this map, these A pushes. Wasn't getting away with it as much until the end of the previous one, and he's been flanking big. I wonder if he'll do so again. It looks like he's pushing his own smoke down bottom A while this B rush comes in. Unbroken is living on Tetris like he does every day of the week. Gets dinked, still survives. They can't cross to him with the AWP there. He's flashed in for even more. And Breezer trades, but don't forget about the flank. fn2k is being held by Altex. Great awareness that this continues to come through, especially after you saw him push short and kill your teammate. That was definitely being called by whoever died on A.
Yeah, and now they be running up that ramp. They be running up that hill. Nipple, only guy here. Now the AWP set up in CT as well, and Hedrick's just gotten into position in Ellie. This is a nice timed rotation. All here, 3 strong inside of this site, and Breezer. How do you even begin to navigate this one? It's going to have to be lights out from him. First man falls, but there's more where that came from. Now Hedrick is low. If Nipple dies, they're going to try and double up. They're going to try and play this together. Yep. And Nipple with the swing locks it in. NAVI Jr. up onto 5, that AWP grandfathered into the next round. And with that, combining that with the results of their little, you know, previous Hero AK round, you've broken the money of Astralis talent, giving yourself a window back into this game.
What a mess, dude. Unbroken on Tetris is nutty. Like, when we were watching Vertigo earlier in our first series, there were players mollying Tetris every single round, but no one ever played it. Astralis definitely need that molly on the T side. It's a free kill if you throw a molly on Tetris, it feels like, in some of these rounds. Don't get me wrong, he often does have a teammate with him, but even so, it's so consistent from the guy. Oh, boost, you're dead. Oh, yep, eventually. And fn2k continuing to wreak havoc down on this bottom A ramp. Oh, should be a nice clean round here for NAVI Jr. Oh, thank goodness Hedrick comes in to save his teammate. And last round of the half now, Astralis, they're happy either way. Why not make it even better?
Yeah, looking to be another close half.
Ooh.
Lots of players towards A. Everybody for Astralis talent. They throw the big smoke, drops in front of the one down ramp, tries to give you a little alleyway to try and get up to short, but that's where fn2k comes into the picture, right? His whole job is to try and put a stop to this smoke walk, and it's only 1 kill from it. The spam back from Breezer is good. Well placed to find that trade. Can't emphasize enough how important that was. That's a smoke shot that really has just bailed them out. If they, you had more players going through that smoke, fn2k could have gone on a tear there. Oh, I like this, Latic. Cheeky, trying to get stuck in on short, but now he's wrapped from everywhere. 3 points of health, and he's dead to the site. It's looking like Astralis onto 9, unless Unbroken can pull up with a huge 1v4.
Screw. And they want the kill, man. Astralis aren't even backing out to play this safe. They know this round and this half is theirs to play with. Unbroken can't wait forever here. You're just not going to get given the kills at a certain point. And now Astralis have fallen back into a safe setup. 1v4, and the Orb should just close this on a dry peak. There it is. 9 rounds and a half. Astralis got to be feeling pretty fantastic right now. Last game did not go the way they wanted. They slowed down, especially towards the end of that T side, but not in this map. They have kept it going all the way along. Na'Vi just getting the scraps, and obviously hard for players like Headtrick, who went 30-14 last map on Vertigo, to do that same thing again. He's 10-9, he's playing fine, but I think the hero was Fen2k, right, with some of these flanks and some of these pushes down ramp. The B stops.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think as well, because you've just played this, right, obviously you've got kind of a wealth of information to go off of. There's already some tells that I've kind of picked up on. I'm sure you have as well. It's like when Na'Vi go for these A plays, they love throwing the short smoke right away out of spawn. I hope what that does is when Breeze is AWPing in this second half, CT side, we see a lot more peeking from ledge, from down ramp. Because there were times where that smoke would nullify the AWP. Well, now that you're cognizant of that, and now that you're cognizant that that's a reoccurring feature of these A plays, I imagine that might change up some of his decision-making. Something that we've credited Astralis for in the past is their ability to make changes in between these replays.
But will they be enough? They weren't last time. Enough to make the game closer, but this time it's got to be that one further step. They've got to get their first victory here at WoW. And Na'Vi for splitting the day down 1-1, that would just be a day in the office. That's absolutely okay. But do they have a second win? Let's find out and hop in their team speak.
Флеш?
Да.
Карман есть.
Я сразу молик. Дал молик. Дал 7 дым.
Дай дым, дай. Я фул. Ворвали.
Сам добил. Капнул. Рука вместе.
Даю дым. Дал молик.
Рука 2. Хорошо. Еще один. Фул.
Убил. Я ставлю парня.
Так, я в упор подойду. Релоудится в лифтах. И 5. 5 лифты, 5 лифты. Обновил левую рампу.
Я ушел в
У меня еще флеш.
Ай-яй-яй.
Спрыгнул с 5. Ах, 5. У меня норм флеш. Сайд зашел, парня. Я дал флеш.
Там 2.
Флеш дал.
Без армора. Без армора с китами. Убил.
Пикает.
Киты им есть аккуратно. Дефает.
Не дефает.
Oh, he got it.
Wow.
He was sticking that. That's the worst, man. When you jiggle, you see him on it, and he sees you, and then he gets off and one-taps you. What a shot for Vigo. 4 kills.
Nuts round, man.
Yeah.
He was looking really good in the first half, and I mean, that kind of solidifies it, doesn't it? I mean,
wow.
1v3 in an A post plant as well. Like, that's hard enough in a 1v1 even, man. Like, to make something like that happen. The fact that he's able, like, every one of those shots, the issue with those post plants on A is, like, if you don't nail the shot the moment you get the peak, you lose the round. Like, you're only going to get 1 or 2 chances, and man, he nailed every shot immediately. See those parry match odds slipping in favor of Astralis talent more and more, and justifiably so at this point. Breezer even donning the early game AWP. And there's the ledge peek I talk about, right? They've been so used to seeing this short smoke thrown from spawn. He's peeking it.
Vigo 1337 score, dropped an AWP to Breezer. I can only imagine. Unbelievable in round 2. And so let's see if he gets away with anything. If Na'Vi give him the peak he wants. Well, he's already walked out. He's already rotated round.
I like it, though. He peeked ledge early in case that short smoke comes over. And when it doesn't materialize, now he's gone back towards short side, which I would argue is the better of the two for the AWP. Just a little bit safer. You can try and get out of there without the fear of getting rushed as quickly, right?
You also don't really flash this angle.
Yeah.
If you're swinging sight, you'll like flash over sandbags or something like that. But this, you often will just dry peek because it's such an easy angle to pre-fire. There's only really one spot they can be. You know, it's just how wide are they on the wall. And he turns, but goes right back. Oh, he's just flicking left and right. He still hit a headshot, but I don't really know what's going on there. Wrapped all the way round over the top of the boost. Vigo dropped, and 2 on 4. Now you're regretting that orb, as Latic will laugh all the way to the bank.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried that there was like maybe some form of miscom there, because Fessa was tucked at sandbags. And it looked like a call came along that, like, they could have gotten up ramp, right? Because suddenly he starts to consider the site when in reality, Na'Vi were nowhere near it, man. Nowhere near being up the ramp. That's one of the issues with that sandbags position if you're kind of playing the long con. So there's the response for Na'Vi Jr. And it's immediate. That free AWP upgrade as well. Going to be really, really welcomed in the Na'Vi Junior camp.
Let's see what Astralis have to say. Oh, they have a timeout, so we'll hold off for that one. Don't want them to leak everything.
Yeah, that would be a little blunder. So yeah, we'll let them have their chat. You don't want to interrupt a flock of Danes where they're talking. Migrating, yeah. They are territorial by nature.
Yeah. This is, oh dear, I love Latic's hair. Oh. Look at the brush back. So stylish. Are Na'Vi listening?
Yeah, right?
They're listening to us. Playing up for the camera.
Yeah, a little bit of time to talk this one through, figure out how they want to approach it. And we're in. Let's hear the comms.
Jeg kan lægge rundt med for det gule, Frank.
Jeg kom. Jeg hører ikke noget bag på hurtigt B. Skal jeg bare leave dig? Ja. Kan du godt. En helt oppe, eller hvad?
En helt op, de søger bare.
Okay, jeg lægger lige face.
Jeg kan flash lige på os.
Det er helt flere.
Det er lige meget.
Så du 5, eller hvad?
Der er mange.
Der er en, der står
leje her. Kan I lægge face igen? Nej, vi har ikke. Vi skal ud og lege, Victor. Ja, vi skal gå cool. Vi skal gå sammen.
Tille nu. Der er 4 mod 1 nu.
Jeg flasher lige på.
Flash gul for dig, Mikkel.
Jamen, vent lige om lidt. Kan vi ikke boost, Mikkel?
I kan godt boost.
Flash gul, Mikkel.
Flash her.
Nej. Ja.
Så bliver jeg nødt til at...
Low. 1 HP nu så. Okay, virkelig low nu.
Alle, Alex. Alle.
Gul er lige på. Har hørt dig. Jeg ved godt, du er der.
Løber B.
Nej, han blander igen. Husk en af Mikkel low. HS. Nej, det er scout.
Det er ham.
1 mod 1. Han kigger ind i con. Ved nok godt, du ikke har kit.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. That is a nice try, right? Go into that with just Eagles. Get it so close. I mean, dude, I thought with that sprint to the site that somehow stopped the plant. Like, that could have gotten out of control, right? This is also devastating. If that were the old Deagle, that would have been a kill over on the short side. Good stuff from Nipple. He wasn't just the guy to clutch the round out, but he was also the one to actually stop that site player, right? It wasn't Fen2k on short who got it like you thought it was going to be. It was Nipple bailing them out.
Now flat pistols as well, right? Time for Na'Vi to get acclimatized to their T side and warm in. They're already holding for the B flank, and well, it's coming in spades. 3 CTs have walked down ramp. Stairs. And Na'Vi are more than ready for this play. As they take the A site, they're noticing it's pretty undefended right now anyway, so that's even more reason to watch your back. And Unbroken, while he's put distance between himself and the bridge, he's still going to be there to do so. Wall of smokes come in. Na'Vi can get the bomb plant, and likely no challenge here to close this round. Here's the flank 3K. 1. And no more.
Yeah, Unbroken's having a bit of a mare. Like, it seems like he's just having one of those games where he's saying, like, boys, look, I have to be honest, I'm not really feeling it all of a sudden. Like, it's hit him like a ton of bricks, because he was one of the guys who was able to step up in that last Vertigo. He's consistently left to hold the flank, and that's oftentimes, if someone does feel like they're having a bit of a rough time, that's where you put them. But on this flank holding responsibility, that round there kind of encapsulates it. A lot of the time, he's been good for one or none. He got deegged out by Altex in the round prior to last, USP'd there. It's fine. It's only a minor detail, but he was a pretty key piece of the puzzle in the previous Vertigo game. So hopefully we can see him kind of stumble back to his feet.
Yeah, I'm not worried for Astralis yet, but this is where they need to get ahead of it before it becomes a problem, right? This long, drawn-out game that NAVI Jr. seems to love. I mean, maybe getting it from the main team a bit, but...
They kind of dominate everyone.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but, if you're hitting the overtimes, it's not getting any easier, is my point. Either way, 9 rounds, 1 behind, and... NAVI's starting to go for contact B plays as well. Altek's almost left. He's not jumping up, although he could do. There's a flash there ready for him. Up he goes over the top, and everyone's blind. Beautiful spray. Almost dying, but he will escape back to the bomb site. That's huge. Oh, Molly got him instead. Damn. Doesn't matter. 2 for 1, and you got so much info. You've thrown a real problem in the side of NAVI, who wanted to commit to B, and now really, I mean, if they do, they've got to wait a second. At least let Astralis spread back out. If they go right now, there's 4 players here, or 3 players here rather. It's not going to get any easier.
They don't have any smokes left. All they've got is flashes, and it's not going to work. It does get them that first, but that's where Vigo and Breezer both collapse into the site. Headtrick was the guy to watch on the last map of Vertigo. Now he's trying to figure out how to navigate this 1v2. Astralis, as long as they stay together, it should be their round. And they know that.
But if they do that, it's going to give them a plant on A. How long do Astralis want to stick back on their setup? Fesser's already leaving. But he can't lean too far until he hears the steps. Now running, Headtrick has to get that plant in immediately. And I mean, if he does, Fesser's going to rush him. There's no way Fesser won't. He has to, and that's the round. Perfect play, shooting the bodies, and a bit of flair to close. Astralis 11-9. Nice little rotate there for Fesser, but yeah, the time wasn't there.
Yeah, no, I really like that, man. Like you say, the moment the clock kind of hits that time period of around about 20 seconds left, Fesser leans back, he gets into elevator, he hears the footsteps, and at that point, it's like a judgment call, right? Like, you hear the plant going down, you go, I can just win it right now. We know he's low, we know he's got a plant, he doesn't know I'm here. So no, that was nice. Nice time to dismantle that little double stack as well. Good reactions from Astralis talent throughout that entire round, really.
Yeah. Sigh of relief as well. That was a round that would have put NAVI in the lead, essentially. It would have broken Astralis' money. Instead, we now actually have an AWP. 1 on either side. Both at 12 kills apiece right now. Ben2K, it loves pushing down ramp CT. Well, he's going up on T through the smoke. Won't commit. So scared of a flash swing for Astralis. Could come through at any moment. Oh, that's a nice nade. Yeah, good chunk of damage. Fest is going to finish the job. Sprays Fen2K and oh, Vigor helps him out with a headshot through the wall. Fnatic is holding. Re-aggression. Maybe time to cut your losses. It could be dangerous. You've already lost a player mid. This can very quickly be a 3-on-3. If Fnatic held on there, maybe it would have been. But Flashed Off had to run back to get the bomb. Regrouping back at B.
Yeah. Astralis talent that they've already started to move players over. That's because Breezer is scoped up on A ramp. He knows that no one's here. And so they take a bit of a, not even a gamble, it's more of a calculated risk, right? You know it's not the A play, means it's likely one of these late Bs. However, the 2 players that were meant to hold the line have both been bested. You don't want to concede this one, especially not with how the round started, but you might not be left with many options here.
Ooh.
Unless something materializes, jumping down through that smoke. Essa knocked out and Breeze is left running for the hills.
Yeah, Astralis, turns out all they did is delay that eco round, delay that reset. As Na'Vi immediately put them back on pistols. This orb save is pretty important if he can get away with it. Oh no, that's really not good. Hedrick's walking up through ramp as well, and he's doing it so quiet. This is a little bit terrifying for Breezer. Na'Vi can't afford to lose players, though, themselves. They don't want to sacrifice anyone here. That's why Hedrick's sneaking. They're hoping he can catch this player at the last second. It's up to Unbroken, though. Only option is peeking right here, right now. And he's not going to get there in time. So, gun is saved. That's massive for Astralis to actually have a weapon to use in this eco round. But by and large, this is Na'Vi looking to close the gap. Great ult on the B-pop as well, right? Molly and the flash that full blinds Vigo back on default, even though Na'Vi never knew he got that deep into the site, right? They didn't know the Breezer had the A angle and therefore all the info. Faster A approach, perhaps.
Oh, the Orbs in middle pushing. This is how Na'Vi actually use their hero gun as well, right? Secure some early mid control, gets you information, also gets you a player in the back line. And I mean, now you've heard the footsteps at A. You're assuming that this is the A play, and Breezer's AWP is here in time, set up on shore. Good spot for it. But he is going to have all the impact in this round if Astralis want to win it.
Yeah, Na'Vi being methodical though. Spam is good. Mollies to burn out short. They've got control now. Breeze has got a swing and he will. Nipple ready for it. Bomb out. There's players in the smoke, but he will trade back to get the kill in time. Na'Vi take a flawless anti-eco with the AWP not popping. No one else ever was going to. And now it's crunch time. 11-all. A rebuy for Astralis. And one that has to work.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, right? Like, Astralis might have held the lead. They might have even had some, real nice reads sprinkled in at times. A lot of the time it feels like they're getting ahead in Na'Vi, but losing in these head-to-heads. And with how these last few rounds have gone, Astralis are kind of in this spot where they could be just living on borrowed time, right? This is nice. You need this victory in this round if you want to still make a compelling case for Astralis to win this one. Without it, the game starts to spiral. They get into this spot where their money is always on the edge. And so that little opener from Altex, so valuable to Astralis. Out into middle for Na'Vi. With mid-control taken, this feels destined to be a B play. And that might not really work out for you here. Astralis have got deep ramp control. They know that nobody's in ramp. And so look, you've already got a second man reinforcing that B site, Vigo in middle. Wouldn't surprise me if one of these other A players, really looking at Fessa, starts to rotate over as well. Now they're going to hear footsteps, but it's just Nipple coming back. Just Nipple. Right.
This is so unfortunate as well, because if he goes, he dies. If he leaves, he gets flanked, because Fessa's so deep, he knows this is a fake. Nipple, yeah, I mean, Breezer rather, he had to get that kill. He had to try, or they would have lost the round anyway. And without it, wow, it's not going to be much better. 30 seconds, they've got to pop B. Mollies are good. Oh, he's going to burn out Altex. Nothing he can do there. Na'Vi popping in with 20 seconds, but can they even get the plant? Will they get given the room?
Yeah, they've been given the respect. They've been given respect to get the bomb down. Astralis try to peek it late, and they come to regret that. This was meant to be their round through and through. They had everything. They had the man advantage. They had the info, but that doesn't matter. Na'Vi, they managed to come out on top. That is heartbreaking for Astralis. You couldn't have asked for more in a round like that. You had the early openers. You had the info that ramp was clear. You had the stack towards B. There was a really nice little detail, that double Molotov to back site, right, to burn out the default player. Altex tries to run out of it, tries to get behind double. I don't even think he realized that there was a second Molotov. He probably thought, my God, how long is this thing as he's running through it?
Yeah, Fan2K is having a great game, right? One of our questions was, how's Hedrick going to do it again? Like, he's obviously not. It's very difficult to repeat that kind of performance, but Fan2K was coming in with huge impact first half on, what we just saw from Breezer in that round. These ramp pushes, going down short, flanking B plays, or just being a nuisance on that A ramp area. Or now he's coming in with huge entries time after time, 21 and 15. top of the server. And that's what Na'Vi needed. Yet again, at crunch time, deep in the map, Astralis are getting broken into 2. They may have won the pistol, but they went nowhere with it. Now just Deeks. One gun. Oh, that molly falls short on the hinge. If anything, Astralis are very fortunate that that's the case. But we've got another lineup. The angle will be cleared eventually, and now the wall of smoke's getting set up by Na'Vi. There's a flank, but how impactful is this going to be? Again, Unbroken is on it, and as long as he gets his 1 kill this round, he's okay. Oh,
every time, bro. Unbroken. I feel so
that's
bad
the same
for
angle.
him.
That's the same angle he holds flank on every time. So he does need to change.
You say that the first time he died to Altex, it wasn't there, but
okay, well,
still, like he did in the USP.
There's a reason
so
he got 1.
Yeah.
It's probably because he plays it. But yeah, that's. I mean, unlucky. Still unlucky. Unluckily, Altex is killed before he gets involved any more than that. Astralis are not being given the kills, nor do they have a kit, so Latin could have collatted, but instead he'll just be ecstatic as his team have come in to close out the round. Eco swept aside, and it's your final, well, not your final, but one of your final full buys if you're Astralis. Your best buy, your best chance at stopping Na'Vi from running over your dead body twice.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame as well because, like, you know, we talked about how at 11-11, that was really, you know, the make or break round for both teams, it felt like. Astralis kind of on the receiving end of all those economic woes. This becomes the must-win round, because if you don't win this, part of me thinks Astralis are the kind of team that would elect to play for overtime, right? Take that kind of eco up against 14, especially when the scorelines, when the margins are this tight. And, you know, if we get to that point in time, I think Na'Vi are teed up very, very nicely.
God, this is ballsy for Fessa. He's sitting out with a smoke out. A player could just walk up short. But Alvigo moving in. Molly on the orb. Uh-oh. Gotta be careful. Everyone's so flashed. Smoke on top of it, though. Breezer goes up and over. Might even flash Fessa back in for another fight. He's going to catch on with a back turn. Doesn't need the flash anyway. Breezer follows up as Fessa goes for the reload. It's the perfect bait to get Na'Vi right up into their own coffin. Vigo catches Latic looking away, and it's a 2v5B. We've had Na'Vi do the impossible in this position, but this can't be it.
Yeah, Altex often good for one. He's going to have support here to help him.
Oh, dear.
They're having a turn from flashes, which makes him negate Tetris. So, yeah, that's a nice clean round for Astralis Talent. That's exactly what you needed to completely alleviate those economic worries that, you know, really could have been their downfall here. That's a huge sigh of relief. If you were going to win a rifle round, winning it flawlessly, mate, that could have saved the entire thing for Astralis.
Vigo top score and top effective flashes in the server. 60% headshot highest on Mister, but also lowest kills. And nothing really to write home about otherwise. More ops though. I'm glad we have everyone armed on their favourite weapons. We haven't really seen much mid in this T-side.
Yeah, and I got to say, the way Na'Vi are playing mid right now is my favorite way for teams to do it. It's full silent, full contact. I think the moment you throw flashes, you just give too much information over.
Vigo won't even know from this angle.
Yeah. Now that molly will signal that there's players in middle. So now attention gets directed, but it's a very late reaction compared to if the flash comes earlier. They're having to hold it reactively on the B play, and they've done a good job of that. Repelling the Na'Vi offensive out through middle. They never even knew about this backside player. And so Mister, even though that molly, and the wallbang's going to connect, still a rough spot for Latic to be in. A 1v2 at the B site temporarily, and a big flank coming in from Breezer. Latic, this is not going to be an easy round. Not going to be an easy clutch, and as he goes for the swing, it's into this double peak, so there's Fessa to find the equalizer for Astralis Talent.
Dude, this game's got it all. It won't. No one will go down. No one will give up. Just when you feel like someone's got a handle on the economy and a handle on the momentum, boom, next gun run comes in, and it comes in perfectly. 13-0. Still an overtime potential here for the last map of the day. Still anyone can win. But you got to say the favour's probably shifted to Astralis at this point.
Man, this is like watching, you know, like just two boxes like slugging each other, and you're questioning, like, man, is this even humane anymore? How much longer can they go on? You know, they're barely even standing, but no one is going down. No one's getting KO'd. Mid aggro again. Silent on the approach. I wonder if they skip out on the Molotov this time around. It really wouldn't surprise me if they do.
Yeah. Oh, but I love the off angle. Mr. stands up. That's what kills him. Standing up right there. Goes to the normal headshot angle, and he's going to get traded by Head Trick. Swung out inside of the molly, and when you get shot, you slow down. So Altex takes some serious damage in that burn. And now it goes quiet. Na'Vi spread back out. They peel off of B after taking their early kill at mid. Seem to have done enough for their liking. Regrouping at the bottom of A, but there's no info here other than Breeze's AWP peeking deep down ramp. Fess is even about to rotate, but that will be changed as Breezer gets contact. He goes back to sandbags and still has his smoke late in the round. They have a molly and a nade. He can keep this position as long as he likes, as long as he hits the shots.
Oh no, the smoke dribbles first, and that really screws him. Man, that keeps happening at sandbags. Oh, there you go. That's a thing of beauty.
Wow.
3 from him, and Fessa to close it.
Sick.
One hell of a spray transfer to save the day. Something like that needed to happen if Astralis wanted to get out of that one alive.
To explain the molly thing, right, how that smoke keeps doing that, the reason being is because there's two ways to do it. One, you drop the smoke right below you on top of you on the molly, and so it's going to land always perfectly. It's always going to put out the molly, but it means you're sitting inside of a smoke and you're basically dead. Or you throw it over to the side, and then you have a bit more room to climb up on the fence, or go around the boxes, or go over the top. Back into the Astralis.
Men de burde have lavet køb nu. Jeg smukker endpoint. Ja. Vi stepper ikke under A. En løb B, tror jeg. Jeg er fast over dig med. Ikke igennem. En kun. Okay. Top. Liv boostet. Løb. Der er en med B. Jeg repeaker. Dæk med A, ikke noget. Den er lige nede. En A stadig. Jeg er med dig her, Benja. Ja. Du kan bare sidde og gemme dig lidt. Spil på mig. Så holder han noget midt. Ja. Midt 1 HP. Jeg kommer lige hjælper. En B. Jeg måler ham af. Hopper ind på den. Han er der ikke, Victor. Kan du ikke bare holde ham? Kan du holde ham? Jo, jeg holder ham. Okay, jeg er væk, Victor. Ja. Han sidder dernede. Dræber ham bare. Han kommer frem nu. Hold dig stadig, Frank. Jeg har helt B. Jeg trækker også for midt her. Ikke nu. Bare gem dig, Frank. Bare gem dig. En kun. Er det ikke en aktivist, han kommer under af? Lød det til. Ikke død. Nej, sgu da.
And flawless. What a time for it for Astralis. This has been a stressful day of Counter-Strike for these young Danes, but they might finally be coming up top trumps, although here's the money.
I love a Danish nice, man. The way they say it, it sounds so round, if that makes sense. Yeah. Can words sound round?
Give me an impersonation.
They go like noise. It's more of like a it's like a noise, you know, but yeah, like that meme. Nice.
Nice. Probably not good to do down a mic, but well, what are you going to do?
It's downside better than all that squawking you've been doing for the last couple of hours.
Last couple of years, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, dude, that's nice. Is that a little fish hook on the hat? Damn, dog, we going fishing.
Right, this is it.
Through dripping on the fishing.
This is what we all came here for. Yeah, it is. What's he fishing for? Frags?
If I had to guess.
If you cast a reel off the edge of Vertigo, it's going to take a long time to find it.
That is
fishing
a
for
good point.
birds, man.
Yeah.
Put a worm on the end, maybe you'll get it.
Yeah. Pimp's more of the fisher out of our slot, man. Can ask him if he's ever caught any birds with his little worm. 15 to 13. Where we're at right now. And now, it's last chance saloon for NAVI Junior.
That's your magnum octopus, Harry. That might be your best work. Here we go. Fessa's in the smoke. Watch out, they're running wild. Na'Vi, this is a serious pace-up ramp, and it goes both ways. Viggo ran down ladder and backstabbed Head Trick. He goes right back up. He wants nothing to do with the flank, keeping the 5-on-4, keeping the favor. And Astralis, 4 kills away from their first victory here in Season 3. In 4 games, Vertigo finally may be able to take one. Don't want to feed the beast too soon, though. They hold off from that short aggression. And now the smokes fade. Astralis replenish 1. And it's just shooting through walls, man.
I mean, you talk about feeding the beast over here at Ramp, mate. Right now, it's Viggo and Fessa who have been zookeepers for the day. Like, they've been remarkable at holding down these A-side pushes. Is this round going to be much the same? It's Breeze's AWP to find one through the smoke. Man, no one's even seen anyone in this round. Like, this is Virgo in a nutshell, man. Oh my god, the smokes are fading. It's just been 2K, and there's so many up against him. There we go, Astralis talent, they finally come through with a victory on Vertigo. It's 4th time's a charm in their repeat matchups, but they do manage to get one over the line, Hugo.
Want to know the danger now? They're going to keep on picking
it.
They're going to keep on picking it. We finally broke our seal. We finally got in, and we've taken a win. Yeah, good for them, though. It's been a grind today, and it felt like even the previous Vertigo game they had until they let go at the end, right at the end of that T side. So, yeah, definitely some improvements today for Astralis talent. I think for Na'Vi, they probably got a bit tired towards the end, and I don't blame them, to be honest. Head Trick had a phenomenal opening map, but yeah, what a game, what a day, and we got more for you as well over on the desk, so stick with us.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
It took them 4 Vertigo maps, but they finally got a win. Astralis finally got a win on this map. It's the 3rd Vertigo of the day, but I'm really happy that this is what we actually got because, I mean, if they just keep on spamming this map, eventually it should work out, right?
Yeah, eventually you'd argue that a win should come in. I think this victory was good for Astralis in more than one fashion. Obviously, not losing is a good thing. Getting a victory and getting some points on the board is a good thing, but also the fashion they did it in. I think they played much better here on Vertigo the second time around, and somewhat the same we saw against Young Ninjas as well. They play the map the first time around, they get outschooled, they get outclassed, they're not as good as their opponent. Second time around, Trace, you know, the new coach is coming in with a couple of adjustments as well. They look to be a better team, and at least what we can conclude so far for Astralis talent is when it comes to Vertigo, at least they know how to adapt, right? They can go from one map to another one, play the same and adapt and go into default or go into new variations of their default and make it tough for their opponents. So all positives for Astralis getting a victory and finally, you know, getting some points on the board.
Yeah, and there was one guy that showed up for them who I think was pretty instrumental into their victory. That was Viggo. He did a really good job. For one, he had that incredible pistol round, and other rounds, like, he was finding pretty consistent multi-frags. He was a guy that I think in season 1 and 2 kind of flew under the radar a little bit. I think Void really was the main star of that team, but he was never too far behind. It's just that Astralis didn't have the results to really be too happy about anything that they were doing. But it's cool to see that. I think when you have Breezer, Fessor, and now Viggo chiming in, I think that this team can maybe have a triple threat that they can maybe do some damage with. I'm hoping that's the case, and I'm hoping they do it on some other maps, though, in the future.
Yeah, when it comes to the first map in the first half, Navi managed to get 6 rounds, and that is the same amount of rounds that they actually got in the first half on the second map, even though they changed sides. And we were really talking about Ladik, that like, okay, seems like he, for now, maybe has some trouble on the T side, but seems like he has a solid CD side. But in the second map, we see like, it's not as, it's not like that, right?
No, and I think that's the negative, right, to take away from this matchup. If you look at it from NAVI Junior's perspective, the fact that once again we see them be inconsistent. We saw it yesterday or 2 days ago against Big Omen Academy as well, where one map they look like a bunch of noobs, and the next one they look like the best team in the league. And that's too big of a difference in terms of what level we can expect from NAVI Junior. It wasn't that bad, NAVI Junior could have won Vertigo here as well. It was a close game. You see on the scoreline here as well, 12-11, and especially this round they probably should have won and gotten up even further. But I feel for NAVI Junior, it's probably what we could expect as well. It's a new roster, 4 new guys coming in, 0 experience whatsoever playing at this level, so to speak. So it makes sense that they're inconsistent, but it doesn't look good for them in terms of their chances and hope for qualifying for the LAN final just now. I think that's potentially a little bit too early.
I want to point one thing out about NAVI Junior, and this is a little bit early for it to be a trend, but it's the second time that they win the first map in their series and then they lose the second one, and both times the teams have improved against them the second time around, whereas they've done worse. And I think that's maybe just going to say something about the level or depth or lack thereof of their playbook, the fact that they probably have to go to similar plays repeatedly, and it's making things easier for the opposing team. Astralis Talent this time around, for example, got 9 rounds on T side, if I'm not mistaken. They won the half on T side, and yet NAVI Junior shut them down the first time they played a CT side against them today. So I think that right now NAVI Junior probably actually has a decent level of skill across their players. It's just that they don't have maybe the deepest playbook in terms of options. Like Laddick has kind of now consistently done better on map 1 than he does on map 2, and that kind of says to me that usually when oppers can't really find consistency, it's because they have a very, very thin playbook. I'm thinking if people want to like relate it to someone on the tier 1 scene, it was kind of the story of Nevera. He came out incredibly strong for Vitality, and then in a couple months people just really figured him out. He honestly just kept peeking mid on Inferno over and over again. So if Laddick doesn't really look at some more demos, try to find out some more plays for himself, I think this might be a trend for him moving forward, which would be unfortunate because it really feels like he has a lot of skill. So if he's just in some better positions, some cooler ideas, it could work for him.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the storyline between NAVI Junior and Astralis Talent, they didn't play against each other in the previous season, but we saw them a little bit in the first one. And right now, overall, they played 4 maps. All of those maps were Vertigo. And right now, Astralis Talent has a 75% win rate, which makes them look incredibly impressive, considering, like NAVI, you have this org, and especially consider that NAVI actually got to play in the finals in the previous season. But we always need to keep in mind that this is not the same NAVI.
No, and that's the storyline, I guess, for Astralis Talent as well, that in Season 1 they also liked Vertigo a lot. That was one of the few maps, if not the only one, they picked up any victories at. So it makes sense why they're coming into Season 3 and trying to force Vertigo in pretty much every single one of their game. That's why it's high on their priority list as well, why we're ending up a lot on Vertigo for Astralis Talent. It's sort of in their DNA, right? The players have played it before, the staff around Astralis have played it before, so good to see them finally finding some success in Season 3, but again, I'm not too sure when you compare Astralis Talent to a team like fnatic Rising, for example, who just saw manhandle Young Ninjas today on a map like Vertigo. You should probably still stay away from it, or at least show us that you have a deeper map pool than just Vertigo.
Yeah, and probably the only way we will see maybe Astralis Talent not play Vertigo if they'll actually change their IGL, because that's, I think, the only guy who actually stayed from Season 1 to Season 3, because even Mr., he was not initially on the first roster. He came in
mid-season, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, I think there was a different player, he was having some issues, like, okay, can we call this guy just like to stand in for like one game? He performed incredibly good. Then they brought in the old guy for one more game, lost again. They're like, okay, we're gonna pick this Mr. guy for now onto the main roster. Then they kept him for the second season. Now he's back again here for the third season. So the only way we can make maybe Astralis like not play Vertigo if we do something with their IGL, but I don't know, so far, if this works out and if the enemy teams don't mind actually giving them Vertigo, I mean, they might as well just go to the LAN just by playing Vertigo. Why not?
I can promise you one thing, if by any chance, which obviously is not going to happen, but if by any chance Astralis Talent approached me and I could be the in-game leader, we wouldn't play Vertigo whatsoever. Stay away from that map for sure. I'm not down for the whole smoke battle, 24/7. So maybe that's the way to fix it, Heckle.
Maybe that's the way to fix it, but let's actually check out what the standings for Group B, because today we had some new games, we had like some new faces. For example, we had fnatic Rising, a team that we didn't see yet previously. They got a win, they got a loss, not so bad. Young Ninjas, they're probably maybe a little bit sad, a little bit disappointed by the fact that they actually got that 1L.
They definitely should be disappointed because Young Ninjas coming into this group are the heavy favorites in every single one of these matchups. I think that fnatic Rising, just because they're the same lineup from the previous season, they probably stood the best chance to beat Young Ninjas, but it's the fashion in which they did it that should have Young Ninjas kind of their heads should be down low. They really need to look back at what went wrong on Vertigo, because that was a performance that, in my eyes, if I'm anybody on the roster for Young Ninja or in the coaching staff, find unacceptable, because they should be playing every team in this group incredibly close, if not just beating them outright. And that was a stomp from the side of fnatic Rising. They couldn't find anything on the T side, and I constantly am praising ZTR for how good he is at calling on every map, and yet that was not a great showing for the T side for them. They only, I think, found 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, like 2 or 3. That's just not acceptable, because he is supposed to be the best in-game leader, or second. Him and Shuhei are supposed to be the best 2 IGLs in this tournament.
I agree. I agree. It wasn't a good performance from Young Ninjas today, but it's not one of those that have the big consequences to them, I feel, because right now you think to yourself, okay, they're fighting for the first spot in Group A right here, and if fnatic Rising were to take that away from Young Ninjas, they'd have to beat everyone as convincingly as Young Ninjas are. And I think Young Ninjas still is the team in the group who have the highest likability and probability of winning 2-0 in their games, where fnatic Rising, we know it's a roller coaster up and down all the time. So, in terms of the consequence of losing that game, I don't think it's going to play a big part in this group. I still feel Young Ninjas winning Group A quite convincingly, but as you said, it's not nice to show weakness this early in the group stage. You still have MOUZ NXT, you still have some teams where we don't really know where the level is at. Big Omen Academy potentially as well coming in hot. So if you're Young Ninjas right now, you got to take that as a learning lesson and move on, of course, and just forget about it, because you will lose once in a while, and even at this level, inconsistencies happens.
I mean, you kind of need to lose from time to time, just maybe to learn, to just understand where your weakness is, because that's the only way.
All the time, yeah.
Exactly, that's the only way you can actually improve. But let's check out the schedule for tomorrow, because tomorrow we are going to start with Spirit Academy against VP.Prodigy, 2 CIS teams. This will be something.
I'm happy to finally get to see Spirit Academy, because people have been talking about this roster for a while. I mean, when Season 1 started, people were saying, why isn't Spirit Academy in the WePlay Academy League? And they're here now, so we can finally see if they can hold their own in this one. And it's going to be a nice CIS kind of derby right there, where it's, VP.Prodigy got Rooffire, and then I think on Spirit Academy you got Sotfik for their in-game leaders, and so you got some older heads in the CIS space clashing, and I'm interested to see if Spirit Academy's talent can match VP.Prodigy, who I think have upgraded.
I think so too. Delusional coming in and playing well, and we did talk to Resol yesterday saying that he thinks they can potentially win the entire thing. He thinks
they can beat MOUZ NXT.
He thinks they're good enough to beat MOUZ NXT, so I look very much forward to the VP.Prodigy MOUZ NXT game, but if they're as good as he's saying, right, they should be able to manhandle Spirit Academy tomorrow and take it 2-0, and that's a test for VP.Prodigy, so I look forward to tomorrow again. There's always good matchups every single day.
Yeah, but talking about MOUZ NXT, their series is going to be against FURIA Academy. So, I mean, wait, Eternal Fire Academy had some pretty good rounds. Like the first half, it was I think 7-8, 8-7. It was pretty respectable. Maybe FURIA might surprise us in some way.
If you ever seen a 100-meter sprint before, if you're into athletics, sure, you can have a close race and you can be just a little bit behind the guy who's winning. But if the guy who's winning is winning every single time, then it doesn't matter at the end. And that's how I feel it's been for FURIA Academy throughout the entire history of the WePlay Academy League. They're not a bad team. They're just not good enough to win their games against their opponents. And tomorrow against MOUZ NXT, I'm having a hard time imagining that's going to change.
I have to side with that. I just don't think that there's any reason that MOUZ NXT should play beyond themselves or try anything too crazy. If they just even play almost a default style every single round, their player quality, their mid-rounding, all of their abilities should just find a win, find 2 wins against FURIA Academy. If they, it's one of those games where they sometimes lose concentration. We've seen that in the past with MOUZ NXT, where they can just they have 14-8 leads and then they let it get to 14 like 13, and then they decide to close it out. You know, sometimes they just take their foot off the gas a little bit, but I have full confidence they're going to close that one out too.
Less is more, for sure.
Yeah.
But FURIA Academy is one of those few teams that actually managed to take a map from MOUZ NXT in Season 1. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to cause like any speculations or anything, but there's always a possibility, there's always a chance. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna end the stream. We were really happy to see you here. But join us back again tomorrow at 5 o'clock CT for hopefully not only Vertigo, but let's see what happens. Bye.